Dragon-marked war god. Chapter 1. Jiang Chen. After shaking his dizzy head, Jiang Chen could feel his mind clearing up again. It's the year 3486 of the Saint Origin calendar that I was dead for over 100 years. Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen. Why have I been reborn after 100 years? Jiang Chen, the greatest saint of the Saint Origin universe, 100 years ago, he cut through the sky, broke the door that led through the realm of immortals, and opened up a new path for the people of the Saint Origin universe. But he depleted his last drop of blood and died at the Saint Cliff. Never did he think that he would be reborn 100 years later. Jiang Chen raised his head and realized he was in a dark, broken room. There were cracks all over the walls, and the door was tightly shut. He was imprisoned. Jiang Chen could hear someone talking on the other side of the door. Brother Yong, he's the mayor's only son. The mayor loves him very much. Even though he is useless, if the mayor finds out about this, we will be doomed. Outside of the room stood two muscular guys, one with a face full of worry. This was a deserted place in Fragrant Sky City. No one come here on a normal day. There's no need to be scared. No one will know about this, not even the mayor. Furthermore, after we drink the blood of this fellow, we will leave Fragrant Sky City immediately. Yang Shuang, I know you don't want to spend your entire life as a loser. Yang Yong said to Yang Shuang with a ferocious look on his face. After listening to Yang Yong, the look of worry on Yang Shuang's face was gone, and it immediately changed into the same ferocious look that Yang Yong had on his face. There's no return for us. The mayor has spent a fortune on his only son. Since he was born, he's been fed numerous pills, but is still at the first level of the Qi Jing realm. But if that medicine had been given to us, we would have already reached the Qi High realm. Even a mortal core realm wouldn't be impossible to reach. Those medicines were wasted on him. He may as well let us enjoy them. Let's wait for 3 more days. After the cleansing medicine has washed away all the impurities in his body, we will drink his blood and improve our own strength. After that, we'll leave immediately. Yang Yong said with a cruel smile on his face. The conversation between the two was overheard completely by Jiang Chen, who was just reborn into this world. The cruel smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face after assimilating the memories from his previous life. Dreaming about drinking my blood? You shall drink my piss. Searching his memories, Jiang Chen discovered who the two people outside were. They were guards from the mayor's mansion. They actually dared to try and harm him. Dreaming of killing Jiang Chen and drinking his blood? Jiang Chen never felt nervous as the greatest saint in the past. He had gone through countless, dangerous tribulations. Furthermore, the cleansing medicine they fed him for the purpose of removing the impurities in his body would still need 3 days to take effect. 3 days, that would be his opportunity to fight back. Ignoring the two guards outside, Jiang Chen began inspecting his body. He immediately felt excited upon sensing the large amounts of medicine in his body that his father had given him since he was a child. This body's father knows how to feed good medicine to his son, but he doesn't know that his son's body can't absorb them. All the pills were stored in this body, and sooner or later something bad would have happened. But for me, this body is awesome. Jiang Chen sat there with a smile on his face. He used to be the greatest saint. For him to absorb the pills stored within this body was a piece of cake. These two guards outside even fed me a cleansing medicine. Although it is weak for this body, the benefits are huge. All the stored medicine in this body will be absorbed by me now. After searching his memories for a while, Jiang Chen remembered a skill that could gather the strength from pills and began using it. As Jiang Chen began using the skill, all the strength from the pills stored in his body began to move all over it. His body started absorbing the strength from the pills. The pills started refining his body, his bones, his blood, his skin. Everything was being refined. At the same time, the cleansing pills had also taken effect, helping Jiang Chen get rid of the impurities in his body. All the pills he had consumed during the last 10 years were just too strong. His body literally became a treasure. IT was such a waste. It's no wonder there were people who wanted to harm him. And just like that, all the pills stored within this body are being refined by me, he said with a low voice and smirk on his face. The huge amount of pills were continuously refining his body, making it stronger and turning into Yuan power. Click. Level up. He reached the 2nd level of the Qi Jing realm. In just an hour, Jiang Chen broke through the barrier, reaching the second level of the Qi Jing realm. Click, click, click. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. Jiang Chen continued to break through the barriers, reaching the fifth level of the Qi Jing realm, all within one day. There were simply too many pills stored within his body. Even though he had reached the fifth level of the Qi Jing realm, he had only used half of the pills stored within his body. Outside the door, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang walked around with anxious looks on their faces, waiting impatiently. Brother Yong, it's been a day. Should we just kill him now, take his blood, and leave? Yang Shuang was worried. No, the cleansing medicine will need 3 days to completely remove all the impurities in his body. We need to wait, said Yang Yong, reaching the Qi Hai realm. After that came the mortal core realm, the heavenly core realm, and the divine core realm. People call these realms the 5 foundation levels. After reaching the 5th level of the Qi Jing realm, Jiang Chen did not stop. He kept on refining the energy from the pills, even though the speed of leveling up decreased significantly. 2 days later, Jiang Chen finally used all the stored pills within his body and reached the peak of the 8th level, just 1 step away from the 9th level. I have reached the 8th level in 3 days. Seems like I have met the limits of this body. Jiang Chen looked calm. If it was another person who went from the 1st level to the 8th in 3 days, they would have been thrilled to the max. But Jiang Chen was the greatest saint. He had already experienced so much during his previous life that, to be frank, he was just a monster. Haha, time to drink the blood. As the door opened up, he heard the guards laughing. Both of them appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Drink my blood? You two will drink my piss instead. While sitting on the floor, Jiang Chen got up and threw a fierce punch towards the guards' stomachs, sending them both flying out through the door. They were both guards of the mayor's mansion. Although their level was quite high, they were only level 6. They were simply not able to match Jiang Chen. Wiping away the dust from his back, Jiang Chen walked out of his room slowly. He knew how much force his punch contained. The guard would not be able to stand up again. Outside the room, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang were laying on the floor, holding their stomachs painfully and staring up towards Jiang Chen with eyes filled with fear. Impossible! This is not possible. You were just level 1. How could you become so powerful in only 3 days? Yang Yong was shocked. Asked one of the guard from the mayor's mansion. He was very familiar with Jiang Chen. This fellow was a useless person who was not a nice guy either. He would often use his status as the mayor's son to bully others. This was normal for him. The sudden change almost made it so that the guards couldn't believe their eyes. It was as if he had transformed into another person entirely. Useless scumbags! How dare you have the guts to try and kidnap me? Now tell me, who asked you to do this? Jiang Chen looked towards Yang Yong with a fierce look in his eyes that he was not dumb. He knew that these scumbags would not dare touch him if there wasn't anyone asking them to do it. Furthermore, they wouldn't have had the ability to feed him the cleansing pill. No, no one asked us to do this. It was us who wanted to drink your blood, said Yang Yong. Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then you will never have the chance again. Jiang Chen took a step forward and slapped Yang Yong's skull with a powerful strike. His skull exploded, sending blood and pieces of his brain all over the place. I don't do second chances. Jiang Chen spoke like nothing happened. He had often seen bloody scenes like this, and he only felt indifference. Yang Shuang could feel death surrounding him. He was not a brave person, and he had never seen anything like this before. His face was pale, and his body was shivering violently. Now it's your turn. Tell me, who asked you to do this? Jiang Chen turned around and asked Yang Shuang. No, really, no one asked us to do this. Please forgive me, little master. Spare my life. Yang Shuang had a ghostly, pale face. The person in front of him was not the little master he was familiar with. The way he killed that person was just too cruel. Still don't want to speak the truth? Good. Rest assured, I will not let you die easily. I know a method of killing where one will not die completely before his heart stops beating. I will chop off both your hands and legs, cut away your nose, and dig out your liver and kidney. Then I will let you see what's inside of your own body. Only then will I remove your heart. If you have a strong will, you may be able to see your own heart beating. Jiang Chen illustrated in detail. All right, I will tell you the truth. Yang Shuang's face was covered in sweat. He couldn't stand it. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a demon, a bloody demon. "Be fast. My patience has a limit," said Jiang Chen calmly. "It's the young master. It's him who asked us to do this. He gave us the cleansing medicine, too." Yang Shuang told him everything he knew without any hesitation. Jiang Rulong. The name was familiar in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Rulong was his father's foster son. Due to the fact that he was too weak, his father, Jiang Hai, had adopted another child. In Jiang Chen's memory, his foster brother had always taken good care of him. No matter what he had done, Jiang Rulong would always help him. "Why would he want to kill me?" Jiang Chen demanded. "The mayor spent a fortune on you with all those pills that he was jealous, and once you were gone, he would become the only person able to legally inherit the Jiang family. Moreover, tomorrow will be the marriage engagement day between the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family. If you die, he will be able to marry the Mu Rong family's daughter." Yang Shuang told Jiang Chen everything he knew. "So that's it." Jiang Chen had a grim smile on his face. The Mu Rong family was a high-class family in Fragrant Sky City, and they were big in the business industry. Even the mayor did not dare provoke them. If the Jiang family were to marry into their family, then it would bring huge benefits. This Jiang Rulong was a cunning guy. If it was the guy from before Jiang Chen was reborn, then he would be dead by now. But now, things were totally different. The once greatest saint was now in possession of this body. Jiang Rulong will face his doom. "Little master, I have told you all I know. Please spare my life. I will do everything I can to help you," Yang Shuang said as he kowtowed towards Jiang Chen. "I don't need someone stupid like you." Jiang Chen struck his palm towards Yang Shuang, and his pleading immediately died down. Chapter 2. I won't do it. Do it yourself. After killing the two guards, Jiang Chen raised his head towards the sky and realized it was late. He walked out of the compound only to see that he was surrounded by a deserted place, the air full of a musty smell. According to his memory, this was the most remote and deserted place in Fragrant Sky City. It had been abandoned for more than 10 years. On a normal day, no one would ever come here. The Young brothers truly did a fine job in finding this place and imprisoning him here. "I was a strong person in my previous life, so I won't be a weakling in this life. My past life is gone. Let bygones be bygones. Since I now occupy this body, from now on I am you, the new Jiang Chen. Your family will be my family. Your enemy will be my enemy. The path towards the future, we shall walk it together." With glowing eyes, he left this deserted place. The mayor's mansion had been in chaos the last 3 days while Jiang Chen had been missing. Although the previous Jiang Chen would always do something cruel or nasty, he had never been gone for more than 3 days. He was the only son of the mayor. Although the mayor never missed a day in scolding him, in his heart he adored Jiang Chen the most. One could easily tell this from all of the precious medicines he fed Jiang Chen. All the guards in the mayor's mansion went out in search of their young master. They overturned every single brick available, but there was still no sign of him. Finally, the mayor gave an order that if the young master still couldn't be found by sunset, all the guards would not need to return. At the deserted place where Jiang Chen was imprisoned, a team of guards approached. After searching through all other locations, they finally arrived to this abandoned area. "AI, this young master will never give us a break. He must be enjoying his day somewhere, but we are the ones suffering. I'm not eating anything all day. Stop complaining. He is the only son of the mayor. Tomorrow is the marriage engagement date with the Mu Rong family. If we can't find the young master by then, don't expect anything good waiting for us. Young master would never come to a remote place like this. We're just wasting our time here. Wait, there's someone up ahead." While all of the guards complained, the guard who led them saw a human figure clad in white clothes walking towards them. "Young master," the guard shouted with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and looked again towards the human figure. Who else could that be except for the young master? "Captain, it's young master. We found young master." The guard jumped up from where he stood, his face filled with excitement. Tears were almost flowing out of his eyes, as if the person that appeared in front of him was not the young master, and instead his own father. "It is the young master. It really is the young master. Thank God." A few of the guards started running towards Jiang Chen. Even though they didn't know why their young master would come to a deserted place like this, it didn't matter. What mattered the most was that they had found their young master, alive and kicking, without looking like he was missing an arm or leg. Jiang Chen, why are all of you here? TL. Yes, the guard's name is Jiang Chen. Not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked towards the captain. He knew this guy. His name was Jiang Chen. Young master, we finally found you. If you didn't appear, the mayor would have killed us all. Jiang Chen said with a face filled with excitement. It looked like he was about to cry from joy. Jiang Chen had a puzzled expression on his face. But, due to his intelligence, it didn't take him more than a split second to understand everything. He had been missing for the last 3 days, so his dad must have been worried to death. He could easily imagine that these guards had not slept well. Thinking about his father, whom he had yet to meet, Jiang Chen could feel some warmth in his heart. Although he was the greatest saint in his past life, he never had a friend who was willing to care for him in his previous life. Being an orphan, he never had a chance to know what familial love was. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Young master, please ride this horse." Jiang Chen hurriedly led his own horse over to Jiang Chen. "I don't need it. I will just walk. All of you have worked hard. When we arrive home, everyone can go claim 10 gold coins from the treasury." Jiang Chen spoke like nothing had happened. "What? 10 gold coins?" Jiang Chen almost bit the dust when he heard that. He wasn't the only one. All the other guards were stunned. 10 gold coins. Their wages were only 10 silver coins a month. Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint, so he didn't really need to care too much about money. But for these guards, 10 gold coins was a huge fortune. What happened to young master? This was not his style at all. Since when did the young master become so generous? He was not riding the horse, and since they met up with the young master some moments ago, he had not scolded them like he would always do. After disappearing for 3 days, the young master had totally changed into another person. "Let's go. Hurry up and follow young master." Jiang Chen was the first to recover from this huge surprise. All of the other guards sped up and started following their young master. They didn't even ride on their horses. Who would dare to ride on a horse when their young master walked in front? In the main hall of the mayor's mansion a middle-aged man paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face. The man, wearing loose silk clothes, was muscular and 7 feet tall. He was the mayor of Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure they will find Jiang Chen." Beside the mayor stood a good-looking young man in white clothes. It looked like he was 17 to 18 years old, and at first glance anyone would know he was no ordinary person. A look of grief could be seen on his face, but internally he was happy. "This spoiled kid will never let me have peace of mind. If he had half of your ability, I would be laughing in my dreams." Jiang Chen said helplessly. "Young master is back." A guard came in, his face filled with excitement. "What?" Zhang Rulong almost shouted out loud. The expression on his face changed dramatically. "He is back." Jiang Zhenhai felt relieved and shouted immediately, "Ask him to come here right now." Sensing that the mayor was going to lose his temper, the guard carefully said, "Mayor, young master said he was tired, so he went to his room in order to rest. He will greet you tomorrow." "What the? Where's the manners of this kid?" Jiang Zhenhai stared at the guard as he spoke. "Dad, maybe Jiang Chen is really tired. Furthermore, tomorrow will be the marriage engagement day with the Mu Rong family. Just let him rest." Jiang Rulong told his foster father. "Rulong, don't always side with him. This little bastard has become more and more disobedient." Jiang Zhenhai said angrily. "Don't get mad, Dad. Let me talk to him." Jiang Rulong said, "That's better. Find someone to monitor him, and don't let him walk out of his room. I don't want anything bad to happen at tomorrow's marriage engagement event." Jiang Zhenhai threw his sleeves and walked away. The mayor's mansion occupied a huge area, so it was only natural that Jiang Chen also possessed his own large mansion. Standing in his yard with both hands behind his back and the moonlight shining down upon him, he stood there waiting for someone he knew. He knew that person would come to him. Outside the door to his mansion, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Jiang Rulong. When he saw Jiang Chen standing unharmed in his yard, a cruel look emerged on his face. "Useless peasants! How dare they let this bastard come back alive?" With a frown on his face, Jiang Rulong's face shifted to a more normal one as he walked into Jiang Chen's mansion. "My brother, where have you been for the last 3 days? Don't you know how much I have been worrying?" Jiang Rulong said with a worrisome tone and a hint of happiness from being able to see his brother again. Brother. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen jumped toward his brother, hugging him and saying, Brother, you almost lost your younger brother for good. What happened, my brother? Who dares to bully you? Tell me. I will take revenge for you, replied Jiang Rulong. It's the two peasants, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang. They wanted to kill me, Jiang Chen said angrily as he moved his head away from Jiang Rulong's shoulder. Feeling shocked when he heard the name of the Yang's brother, yet with an indifferent face, Jiang Rulong said, What? How dare they do this to you? I will not let them go easily. Brother, they are dead now. While speaking with an angry voice, Jiang Chen kept looking at Jiang Rulong's facial expression, trying to discover his true colors. But Jiang Rulong was good at hiding his feelings. Being the greatest saint, however, Jiang Chen had eagle eyes. He could notice the smallest of changes on Jiang Rulong's face. They're dead? Both of them were at the 6th level of the Qi Jing realm. How did you kill them? Jiang Rulong asked suspiciously, eagerly awaiting a response. Don't joke around, brother. I am a dumb cultivator, and I am barely at the 1st level of the Qi Jing realm. I am no match for the Yang brothers, but thank God there was a skilled person at the 8th level of the Qi Jing realm who helped me kill the Yang brothers. Too bad this benefactor did not want any rewards. He left right after killing the Yang brothers. I don't even know his name. Such a pity. Jiang Chen said with relief and regret. Fuck, what luck he has. Swearing in his mind, he had no doubts about what Jiang Chen said, because only this could explain how Jiang Chen was able to return unharmed. At the same time, Jiang Rulong felt relief too. The Yang brothers were dead, so no one would know his secret now. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Chen in the future. It's not a bad thing that they're dead now. Most importantly, you've come back unharmed. If you didn't, I would have spent the rest of my life regretting not being able to protect you. The concerned look on Jiang Rulong's face made Jiang Chen feel like throwing up. My brother is the best. Jiang Chen pretended to be thankful towards this brother. Don't say that. We are brothers. Tomorrow will be the marriage engagement day with the Mu Rong family. You have to be prepared, my brother. For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can marry the Mu Rong family's daughter, you will have done a good deed for our family. Jiang Rulong exclaimed as he placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. There were two big families in Fragrant Sky City. One was the mayor's family, and the other one was the Mu Rong family. The Mu Rong family was a huge power in the business industry, and the relationship between the two families was not particularly great. There was a lot of competition between them. If they could somehow marry into each other, then their relationship would naturally improve, reaping huge benefits for both sides. Marry their daughter? Count me out. Jiang Chen shook his head and said firmly, Brother, it's not up to you to decide. Father has prepared a lot for this marriage. You can't ruin all of it now. Jiang Rulong was trying to persuade Jiang Chen. I'm serious. I don't even know what the Mu Rong family's daughter looks like. What a joke if you asked me to marry her. And I'm still young. If you all want a marriage between two families, I think you will be the best candidate. You are Mayor family's son, too, and you are older than me. I can't get married before you. My brother, no way. I won't do it. Do it yourself if you want. Jiang Chen was very firm with his decision. Families. Chapter 3. Brother, please marry into the Mu Rong family. Chapter 3. Brother, please marry into the Mu Rong family. Jiang Chen was quite happy at the moment, but he did not show it at all that on the outside. All that could be seen was a pitiful face. Brother, you are the one who loves me the most in our family. I do not want to marry Miss Mu Rong. Since you are my brother, why don't you marry her? Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I am just a fostered son. Even if I would have agreed to marry Miss Mu Rong, Dad would not let me marry her. This arrangement is prepared specially for you. Jiang Rulong said with a helpless expression, but he was laughing in his mind because if Jiang Chen didn't want to marry her, then he would naturally be the one to replace him. As long as you agree, I can promise that tomorrow you will be the one who marries Miss Mu Rong. Jiang Chen struck his chest as he spoke. Really? Jiang Rulong felt really happy. Of course. Jiang Chen said with a large amount of confidence. All right, we are brothers that I will help you this time, and marry Miss Murong then?" He replied as if he was doing Jiang Chen a great favor, but on the inside Jiang Rulong's mind was already thrilled to the max. "You really are my brother," Jiang Chen said with a thankful look on his face, as if he was going to cry out loud. "Brother, this is how we will do it. Tomorrow, at the main hall, don't say anything and pretend you know nothing. Let me handle this," Jiang Chen said. "No problem. Then I shall leave now and let you rest." Patting Jiang Chen's shoulder before leaving, Jiang Rulong was wondering how his brother was going to help him with this matter. But from what he had seen in the past, it was highly possible that this useless brother of his would create a chaotic scene tomorrow. "Not only will my status be raised in the mayor's family upon marrying Miss Murong, I will also have a place in the Murong family as well. How stupid is he, turning down the marriage request and asking me to replace him? Nonetheless, he has done something good for me. When I gain enough authority in both families, I will find a way to get rid of him." Jiang Rulong revealed his true colors immediately after leaving the mansion. On the other side of the mansion, Jiang Chen stood there with a grim smile. "Messing with me? You're going to die because of that." The next morning, people were busy decorating the mayor's mansion with ribbons and lights. Today was the day for the engagement ceremony for both families, something that had never happened before in the history of Fragrant Sky City. The head of the Murong family has appeared. With the loud announcement coming from the guards in the background, a muscular man walked through the main entrance of the mayor's mansion. This man had a gigantic body, making even the mayor look slim when standing beside him. He appeared to be about 40 years old and wearing a flowery robe while walking as strong and brave as a tiger. He was the head of the Murong family, Murong Zhan, a business tycoon. "Haha, welcome to my mansion, Brother Murong. I hope you enjoy your stay here," Jiang Zhenhai said in a friendly manner. Jiang Zhenhai started walking towards his guest, Jiang Rulong and Jiang Chen in tow. "My pleasure, Mayor Jiang. Today is the marriage engagement date for our families. I take this very seriously." Although Murong Zhan looked bold and forthright in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was just an old, cunning person. Jiang Chen looked behind Murong Zhan, but he couldn't see anyone there. Murong Zhan came alone, of course. This was more than enough to end Fragrant Sky City. There had been almost no events that needed Murong Zhan to attend. But just in coming here alone, he could represent the entire Murong family by himself. "Please come inside, Brother Murong." With a welcoming gesture, Jiang Zhenhai led everyone towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Jiang Zhenhai sat opposite of Murong Zhan, Jiang Chen and Jiang Rulong standing behind him. "Brother Jiang, I will get straight to the point. The purpose of me coming today is the wish for my daughter to be married into your family. Here, we will decide the date for your son and my daughter's official marriage ceremony." Murong Zhan said it openly. "Of course, once they are married, both of our families will be prosperous in Fragrant Sky City." Nodding his head, Jiang Zhenhai turned around and spoke to Jiang Chen. "Chen, come forward and greet your father-in-law." "Great, you have a good son with good looks." But Murong Zhan didn't care about this at all, that he seemed to be very satisfied with this soon-to-be son-in-law. Most of the time, a family's interest was worth more than personal interests. "Dad, I think you got it wrong." Expressing his shock, Jiang Chen said, "Isn't the marriage for elder brother?" Jiang Zhenhai and Murong Zhan were baffled by what Jiang Chen said. Murong Zhan moved his head towards Jiang Rulong and started judging Jiang Rulong. He couldn't stop himself from nodding his own head. This is what we call a talented and good-looking young man. At such a young age, he has reached the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm. "Chen, stop this nonsense," Jiang Zhenhai said with a frown on his face. "Dad, I'm not stupid. With my qualifications, I'm not the right person for Miss Murong. With me, she will probably suffer, and my elder brother has already reached the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm at such a young age. Amongst the youngsters in Fragrant Sky City, he is the one with the best qualifications to marry Miss Murong that I am still too young to marry. Although elder brother and Miss Murong have not met yet, he is still interested in marrying her. That if he can marry Miss Murong, then that will be a perfect match. And it will also improve our relationship with the Murong family." Giving his speech confidently, Jiang Chen repeatedly complimented his elder brother. Standing next to Jiang Chen, Jiang Rulong almost wanted to cry. This was because he never knew just how much his little brother loved him. "Haha, So Brother Jiang wants to help your eldest son get married. I never knew that Jiang Rulong was so fond of my daughter. This arrangement is a rare one. Mu Rongzhan was laughing out loud. Yes, this marriage arrangement was for the best interest of both families. But if he had the chance to choose between Jiang Rulong and Jiang Chen, then he would not be stupid enough to pick Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhanhai was boiling with rage. He would gladly kick this bastard out of the house. However, he remained silent upon seeing how happy Mu Rongzhan was. Jiang Chen had excessively complimented Jiang Rulong, and he made it known that Jiang Rulong was fond of Miss Mu Rong. Jiang Zhanhai knew that if he were to insist, not only would his son be provoked, Mu Rongzhan wouldn't be happy either. Rulong, come meet your father-in-law, said Zhanhai, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, weak and helpless. Greetings to you, father-in-law. Rulong bowed respectfully towards Mu Rongzhan. Laugh and be happy, because you'll be crying later, thought Jiang Chen. He cleared his throat and said, you wrong. My elder brother also has another wish. Oh, speak then. An wish is impossible when Brother Jiang and I are together. Apparently, Mu Rongzhan was in a great mood. Jiang Rulong, on the other hand, was stupefied. He stared towards Jiang Chen, trying hard to recall what he had told Jiang Chen. He couldn't remember telling him such a thing. My brother told me that he has admired the Mu Rong family for a long time, that if he can marry into the Mu Rong family, then he wouldn't want anything else in this life. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. His foxtail had finally been revealed. Jiang Rulong's face immediately darkened upon hearing what Jiang Chen said. Brother, what did you just say? Jiang Rulong asked in a deep, low tone. Brother, that's what you told me, right? Oh, I know. You were too embarrassed to say it yourself. Don't worry. Let your younger brother do the talking. Dad and Mu Rong are here. Your wish will be granted for sure. Furthermore, you have been admiring Miss Mu Rong for a long time. That is a fact, isn't it? Mu Rongzhan felt joy and pride when he heard what Jiang Chen said. He thought to himself that this useless young lad sure knew how to speak well. Brother? Jiang Rulong was panicking. Yes, he wanted to marry Miss Mu Rong, but he did not want to marry into their family. He wanted Miss Mu Rong to live with him in the mayor's mansion. He did not want to marry into their family and live with them. If he left the mayor's mansion, then he would become part of Mu Rong's family and have nothing to do with the mayor's family. All his years of effort would be wasted, and what made things worse was that if he married into the Mu Rong family, then he would never have a chance to handle important matters, so people would surely look down on him. If this happened, then his future would be ruined. What? Don't tell me that what you said to me yesterday was all lies. You admiring the Mu Rong family. Was that a lie? This isn't like you, my brother. Jiang Chen retaliated without even giving Jiang Rulong a chance to speak. He was doing this on purpose. He must have planned this earlier. Jiang Rulong was so angry that he wished he could kill Jiang Chen right now. What Jiang Chen had just said pushed him in a direction of no return. Jiang Rulong wasn't dumb. He knew that Jiang Chen had tricked him, but what he couldn't understand was why this teenager who had never done anything good, who was always fooling around, suddenly became so smart enough to trick him. You are still a long way from being able to fight me. With a smirk on his face, he thought to himself, since Jiang Rulong wanted to kill him, then he would need to pay for what he had done. Today was just the beginning. Haha, I didn't expect your eldest son to be so fond of my daughter. Jiang Rulong has quite the reputation in Fragrant Sky City, so it will be great if he marries into our family. Since we will become one big family, no one will dare to disobey us in Fragrant Sky City. Mu Rongzhan said as he laughed out loud. On the contrary, Jiang Zhanhai's face was all gloomy. What happened was beyond his expectations. First they changed who was going to marry Miss Mu Rong. Then he finds out that his second son was going to marry into the Mu Rong family. Rulong, have you really decided? Jiang Zhanhai gazed at Jiang Rulong if he had a chance to decide. Then he would not let Jiang Rulong marry into Mu Rong's family. The Jiang family had many businesses in Fragrant Sky City, and Jiang Rulong had helped him a lot with managing them. But he wanted to respect Rulong's decision as well. If that was what he wanted, then he would have to agree. Dad, that's really what he wants. I know all too well what my elder brother is thinking. He must be incredibly happy right now, as his wish is going to be fulfilled. Uncle Mu Rong, you have to look after my brother when he moves to your family. Don't let other people look down on him. Jiang Chen hastened to reply on behalf of Ru Long, not forgetting to show his friendliness with Mu Rongzhan. Ha! Don't worry. Who would dare to look down on my son-in-law? Mu Rongzhan replied happily. Jiang Rulong tightly clenched his fist that was hidden underneath his long sleeve. He was boiling with anger. There was no way he wouldn't get mad. All his hard work, all his efforts were now gone. But in the situation right now, it seemed like he had no other way out. Mu Rongzhan was currently boiling with happiness. And if he decided to spoil the mood, then the relationship between the two families would only worsen. Haha, congratulations, brother. Congratulations to Uncle Mu Rong. Today is really a joyful day. Uncle Mu Rong, since we have reached an agreement, shouldn't we ask Miss Mu Rong to join us? Let us see what she looks like. Jiang Chen said. Yes, you're right. I've heard that brother Mu Rong's daughter rarely appears in public. She really is a girl from a respectable family. Since we have come to a conclusion, I think that we should meet her now. Jiang Zhanhai said helplessly. He could only go with the flow. Ha! My daughter Mu Rong Xiao Ro is on the way to, I'm sure she will be here in no time. Mu Rongzhan laughed to his heart's content. Everyone in the main hall was joyous except for Jiang Rulong, who stood there with a smile, trying to hide his true feelings. Wow! Just from her name alone, we know that she must be a gentle and beautiful girl. A girl from a respectable family must be different than an ordinary one. She must look like an angel. Brother, you got yourself a good wife. Jiang Chen kept praising Miss Mu Rong, whom he had never met before, though not forgetting to say anything that would provoke Jiang Rulong. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen's words were followed by Mu Rongzhan's coughing. For some reason, Mu Rongzhan couldn't hold his cough. He even coughed out the tea he just drank when he heard Jiang Chen praise his daughter as a gentle, beautiful angel. Chapter 4. The Mighty Dragon Transformation Skill. Chapter 4. The Mighty Dragon Transformation Skill. Bastard, I will not let you get away easily after what you have done today. Jiang Rulong was extremely angry at the moment. He could turn Jiang Chen into ashes immediately. Jiang Rulong, Jiang Zhanhai, and Mu Rongzhan had all been tricked by Jiang Chen today. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how this little moron suddenly turned into someone brilliant. But now it was too late to change anything, as he could only hope that Miss Mu Rong Xiao Ro was a gentle and beautiful girl, that if she truly was beautiful, then that could be something to bring up his mood again. Miss Mu Rong is here. Moments later, accompanied by the announcement from the guards, a girl dressed in purple came in. The trio from the Jiang family turned their heads towards the girl, and when they saw the girl, all their smiles froze. Bang! Jiang Zhanhai's drinking glass fell to the floor. What he just saw was something capable of shocking even him, despite his strong mind. Jiang Chen coughed out loud. The girl standing in front of him was 8 feet tall, and she perfectly inherited her father's muscular body. And that's not all. She even looked like a strong man, who seemed to weigh at least 300 pounds. Fuck! Her name is Xiao Ro. TL. Xiao Ro equals little gentle. It's alright to have a muscular body, but why would you tie a braid which points towards the sky? Do you really think it will make you look taller? In that face, the skin tone is really oily, and her excess skin overlaps with itself. And those red lips, they're huge. Imagine if she tried to kiss someone. Ugh. Jiang Chen was vomiting in his mind. Even though he was once the greatest saint, and he had seen pretty much everything, he had never seen such an ugly girl before. Yes, this was the ugliest girl in the world, second to none at least. This was Jiang Chen's opinion. And ironically enough, her name was Xiao Ro. His face turned red. Jiang Chen was having a hard time holding his laughter, but he had been laughing out loud inside his head. Jiang Chen thought as he continued praising Mu Rongzhan in his mind. You are such a great father. You passed down such great genes to your daughter, and you are also a genius for naming your daughter Xiao Ro. Nothing about her can relate to this name. Hurry, lead Miss Mu Rong to her seat. Jiang Zhanhai said while coughing and wearing an unnatural facial expression at the same time. He felt glad that Jiang Chen was not the one who was going to marry this girl, and luckily it was Jiang Rulong who was marrying into their family. If Miss Mu Rong was the one to marry into the Jiang family, then everyone would look down on him. Haha, Roer, hurry and meet your future husband. Mu Rongzhan said with a big smile on his face as he led Mu Rongxiao to Jiang Rulong. Looking at the handsome Jiang Rulong, Mu Rongxiao's eyes were filled with sparkling stars. She walked with big steps towards Jiang Rulong and started holding his arm. "My dear husband, this is my first time in the mayor's mansion. You must show me around," she said in the sweetest voice she could muster. Blood almost rushed out of Jiang Chen's mouth. He could feel all his internal organs cramping up due to holding in his laugh. He couldn't stand the sweet voice that belonged to Miss Mu Rong, which sounded like an animal howling. It sent shivers down his spine. Ha! Who knows what Jiang Rulong is feeling right now? I bet he's wishing for death right now. "Yes, Rulong, show Xiao Ro around," Jiang Zhenhai said, while nodding his head. "Yes, father." Jiang Rulong's voice was shivering. Everyone in the room could notice that. His face turned red, and the skilled, 9th-level Qi Jing master was dragged out of the room by Mu Rongxiao. "I wish you all the best, brother." Hearing Jiang Chen's greeting from behind, Jiang Rulong almost fell down to the ground. "Dad, Uncle Mu Rong, since we have decided, I think it would be nice to pick a date and conclude the wedding ceremony," Jiang Chen suggested. "All right, tomorrow is a good date, as we will hold the wedding ceremony tomorrow then," said Mu Rongzhan. Wham! Jiang Rulong, who was not far from the room, immediately fell down on the ground after hearing what Mu Rongzhan said. "Uncle Mu Rong is right. For such a joyful moment, we must make this happen fast. Dad, you and Mu Rong continue, and I shall take my leave." Jiang Chen saluted with clasped hands and walked away. Looking towards Jiang Chen's back with a frown, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't understand what the real motive was. That it was too obvious that Jiang Chen did all of this on purpose. What he couldn't understand was why Jiang Chen would want to frame Jiang Rulong after Rulong had been so nice to Jiang Chen for so long. And what was more shocking was that Jiang Chen's behavior was different from what he was familiar with. As for Jiang Rulong, he could only let out a quiet sigh and think of a way to get revenge later on. Jiang Chen left the main hall and went back to his own house. "Ha! Mu Rongxiao. This is too funny. Don't blame me for setting you up. Jiang Rulong, you are the one who started it. Now you can feel the pain." Laughing non-stop and imagining the ugly scene when Mu Rongxiao grabbed Jiang Rulong. He felt like vomiting, but at the same time the feeling of revenge made him happy. Jiang Chen knew that taking revenge like this felt much better than just killing Jiang Rulong. Jiang Chen no longer felt bad about his brother trying to kill him, though, of course. This was not the end. Since Jiang Rulong wanted to kill him, the only destiny for him was to be killed by Jiang Chen. What was most important for Jiang Chen right now was training. The people in the Saint Origin universe all respected the strong, and no matter where you went, people will admire you if you were a skilled warrior. Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint, but after being reborn, he had to start again from the beginning. Now he was just some weakling at the 8th level of Qi Jing realm. Returning to his room, Jiang Chen shut the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was what kind of skill was used. The higher the level of the skill used, the higher your achievements would be later on. Once being the greatest saint, Jiang Chen had collected numerous skills. If he were to show just one skill, then all the people in the fragrant Sky City would fight for it. In the Saint Origin universe, skills were classified into 4 categories: mortal, earth, heaven, and saint. Jiang Chen knew 3 skills in the saint category. Each one of them couldn't even be measured. Even the skills from the most ancient clans and divine continent couldn't compare with these 3 skills. However, Jiang Chen decided not to cultivate these 3 skills. Even when practicing in his previous life, he had given them up. This was because he had another skill, the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen obtained this skill in some ancient ruin during his previous life. The mighty dragon transformation skill was inherited from ancient times. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, this skill's potential was way beyond the saint category, reaching a level which even he does not know about. There was one strict condition if one wished to cultivate this skill, and that was one must start from the beginning. When Jiang Chen obtained this skill in his previous life, he was already a saint. Even with a strong will, he did not dare to give up all his cultivation in order to practice a new skill from the beginning. In his previous life, this had been his biggest regret, not being able to cultivate this skill. But since he had now been reborn, he would use this opportunity to practice this skill. He was only in the Qi Jing realm now, and had yet to form his Qi Si and mortal core, that he was at a good point to cultivate with the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen had memorized the scripts of the dragon transformation skill, and with a single thought mentally, those miraculous scripts started appearing in his mind. This mighty skill was very powerful. According to the scripts, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, one could merge with any kind of blood in this world. It was possible to merge with thousands of blood types, and just these benefits alone had blown his mind. Those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill would form a dragon mark inside their dantian. That a dragon mark would increase the user's strength by 10,000 gene, and the maximum number of dragon marks that could be formed was 108,000. Even more, according to the script, once all 108,000 dragon marks were formed, one would be able to break through the dragon gate and become a dragon. One dragon mark would increase a person's strength by 10,000 pounds, and it was hard to imagine just how powerful one would be if all 108,000 dragon marks were combined. Even Jiang Chen, who was once the strongest saint, felt a little scared when thinking about this. If he ever ended up reaching this level, then he could easily destroy the entire world with one strike. The dragon transformation skill will also strengthen one's body. Those who cultivate this skill will get their body trained in the most effective way. This body of mine has been fed with so many different pills, and although the pills have been absorbed by my body, it's still too weak. I'm not sure if it can withstand the impact of cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill slowly. As he started cultivating, he could feel the yuan power within his body flowing around. Small 7, big 7, form into a whirlpool of impact. Impurities will be discarded. This was what was written within the dragon transformation script. Under Jiang Chen's control, he created 2 regions within his body. One region had his yuan power flow clockwise 7 times, and the other region had his yuan power flow counterclockwise 7 times. Once he did that, Jiang Chen submerged in a cultivation state where his body became like a machine, working at a frightening pace without pause. Pong! 2 separate flows of yuan power impacted into each other, forming into a whirlpool within his dantian as the whirlpool spread around Jiang Chen's whole body. Jiang Chen started to violently vomit blood from his mouth because of the impact, accompanied by a tearing pain in his body. The color of his blood was black, the result of the impurities within his body now being discarded. The dragon transformation skill is really powerful. This is only the first step, and it brought me so much pain. But it was all worth it. The results were extraordinary. This black mark signifies that the impurities within my body have been discarded. Let's continue. Thanks to his will that he obtained as the once greatest saint, he had more experience than anyone else when it came to cultivation. Keep calm. Focus is the key. When the power reaches the max, that's when the dragon transformation begins. The dragon transformation script was flowing through his mind. Because of the cultivation, his body was currently withstanding great pain. But for Jiang Chen, this level of pain meant nothing. 4 hours later, crack! A clear cracking sound could be heard within Jiang Chen's body. The whirlpools of yuan power in his dantian rushed into every part of his body, allowing him to break through to the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm. Chapter 5. Let's calculate our debt. Chapter 5. Let's calculate our debt. Even Jiang Chen didn't think that the dragon transformation skill would be this mighty. Just by cultivating for 4 hours, he had managed to break through to the next level, reaching the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm. Besides having his yuan power increased, his body had also become stronger than before. Because of this, both his strength and defense had greatly improved. During the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill, the yuan power within Jiang Chen's body had formed into 2 separate whirlpools again. With great speed, the 2 whirlpools had started flowing toward his dantian and began forming a blood-colored dragon mark. However, the dragon mark's color was pale and still far away from becoming vivid. With this thought in mind, the pale dragon mark started shaking violently, making a powerful force rush out from it. With a shout, Jiang Chen threw a punch, forcefully creating a booming sound in the air due to the friction. Good! The power of my punch has reached 5000 gene, and the first dragon mark has not even completely formed. Once it's completely formed, I will have the force of 10,000 pound behind every punch. Any ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm can only punch with the force of 3,000 pounds, and some geniuses might reach 4,000 pounds, but only by cultivating the dragon transformation skill can I punch with a force of 5,000 pounds. This is terrifying. 5,000 pounds was incredibly powerful for someone at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm. With this, Jiang Chen could have an even match with a Qi Jing master. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen stopped cultivating. He was well informed when it came to cultivation, and he knew the importance of laying a foundation on the road to cultivation. He had to do it step by step instead of rushing ahead. There were a lot of resources required for a warrior to cultivate. Pills, potions, elixirs, they were all a must-have. The dragon transformation skill allowed Jiang Chen to absorb any kind of blood in this world, which was an incredible ability. There were numerous kinds of blood in this world. Some powerful, some are from ancient monsters that even gave special abilities. I've been dead for more than 100 years. A lot must have happened during the time I was gone. If my memory serves me well, Fragrant Sky City is just a small city within the Qi province. I wonder how far away the Divine Continent is. He thought to himself. Although he was once the greatest saint, he wasn't too familiar with the Qi province. The Saint Origin universe covers a huge area, and no one knew how big it actually was. The Qi province was a small area in comparison. Let's go to the study room. My dad is the mayor of Fragrant Sky City. He should have some history books about the Saint Origin universe. The story of me breaking the gates leading to the realm of immortals with a sword is big news. Everyone, including Fragrant Sky City, should have heard of it. Thinking to himself, Jiang Chen left his room and started walking towards the study room. Ordinary people weren't allowed to enter the mayor's room since there were not only books Jiang Zhenhai loved to read, but also some basic martial arts skills were kept there. Jiang Chen, however, was no ordinary person. He was the son of the mayor, and he could go anywhere he wanted within the mayor's mansion. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to those martial arts skills as he went straight to a history book about the Saint Origin universe and started reading it. The history book he read had recorded all the important events for the Saint Origin universe, including brief geographical information as well. That was what Jiang Chen needed right now. Reading the first chapter of the book, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a little smile. The first page in the book was about the greatest saint in history who was trying to break the gates leading to the realm of immortals with his sword 100 years ago, but unfortunately died on the saint cliff. 100 years ago, Jiang Chen had used his last drop of his saint's blood, breaking through gates leading to the realm of immortals before passing away on the Saint Cliff. What happened afterwards was unknown. According to history, during the 100 years after he had died, big changes had happened in the Saint Origin universe. After he had broken through gates leading to the realm of immortals, all the other saints who had lived for many years used the opportunity to pass through the gates with none of them staying behind. Due to the absence of the saints' protection and management, the universe had fallen into chaos. Monsters and devils appeared everywhere, and the fighting amongst different clans became so intense that even some ancient clans were wiped out completely. With the loss of the ancient clans, new ones had emerged. It was a pity that this history book only had a small amount of information about the Divine Continent, and the little information provided was unclear. Jiang Chen couldn't find any records about the famous clans or any great warriors. His era was gone, and for him, this was a new beginning. The Saint Origin universe covered a large, borderless area. IT was divided into 5 continents: East Continent, West Continent, South Continent, North Continent, and the most prosperous, Divine Continent. In Jiang Chen's past life, he was from the Divine Continent. Fragrant Sky City was situated in a remote area of the Qi province. It was a little city when compared to the East Continent, not to mention the rest of Saint Origin universe. There were a total of 128 provinces in the East Continent. The Qi province was just one of them. AS for the rank. The book didn't mention anything. East Continent, 128 provinces. I have a long way to go. With a smile on his face as he closed the book, Jiang Chen knew that one day he would step onto the Divine Continent again, where everyone dreamed of going. IT was his second life. He will become the greatest again and step into the realm of immortals. Looking outside the window, Jiang Chen realized that the skies were getting dark, that he was too concentrated when cultivating and reading the history book that he forgot about the time. Dad didn't look for me after he sent Uncle Mu roam away. Smiling with a surprised expression, he knew that Jiang Zhanhai would come look for him after what he did in the main hall today, that it was weird that he hadn't come to find him yet. The fact was Jiang Zhanhai did come and look for Jiang Chen at once, but he was shocked when Maid told him that his son went into the study room. For 15 years, this was the first time that Jiang Chen had stepped into the study room. Jiang Zhanhai didn't want to interfere with such a positive transformation. Standing up from his original position, Jiang Chen's next task was to meet up with someone, Jiang Rulong. He knew that Jiang Rulong would not marry Mu Rong, Xiao Rou, and marry into the Mu Rong family. He was confident in this because they were both MEN.IT was pretty simple. If he were to switch bodies with Jiang Rulong and had to choose between suicide and marrying Mu Rong Xiao Rou, then he would rather commit suicide. Tomorrow was the marriage ceremony, and if his guess was correct, Jiang Rulong will come to try and kill him tonight. For someone like Jiang Rulong, having his hard work and efforts all wiped out, he will not take it easily. He hated Jiang Chen, and he hated everyone in the mayor's mansion. With his talents, he would be able to live a good life even after leaving the mayor's family. Jiang Chen won't let any of his enemies escape. They would just be a potential threat to him in the future. Leaving the study room, Jiang Chen started walking towards Jiang Rulong's house. As the foster son of the mayor, Jiang Rulong's status was high within the family. Hence, he also had his own house with nice surroundings which were good for cultivation. Jiang Rulong had changed into a black suit, and he stood in his house's compound under the moonlight. He had a gloomy look on his face and eyes like a snake ready to strike. Jiang Chen, you ruined everything. Sooner or later, I will have my revenge point one day. This entire mansion will belong to me. Speaking to himself with an angry voice and clenching his fist tightly, Jiang Rulong's body was shivering because he recalled the previous events, how he had to accompany that ugly girl for a day. That was torture to both his body and soul. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he actually married Mu Rong Xiao Rou and stayed with the Mu Rong family. Not a single man could withstand Mu Rong Xiao or at least he himself couldn't. That's why he had to leave now. But there was someone who wouldn't let him go easily. Hey, brother, it's late, so why are you dressed like you want to go out? Tomorrow is the marriage ceremony for you and your wife. You should take a good rest now. Jiang Chen came in and greeted Jiang Rulong. A cruel look emerged in Jiang Rulong's eyes when he spotted Jiang Chen that he couldn't stop his killing intent from pouring out. Jiang Chen, why did you set me up? Jiang Rulong asked with a harsh voice. At the same time, a man stood outside the compound. That man was none other than Jiang Zhanhai, who came to check on Jiang Rulong. Jiang Zhanhai stopped when he overheard Jiang Rulong's question, holding his breath and hiding outside the compound. Set you up? My brother, why would I do that? I thought marrying into the Mu Rong family is what you've been wishing for. I was helping you. Just look at Miss Mu Rong's body. It tells us that you won't have to worry about food when you marry into their family, and you should thank me for that. Jiang Chen said in a serious voice without a single hint of shame in his words. Enough. Don't mention that ugly girl in front of me again. Yesterday, you asked me to replace you in this marriage engagement, but you never mentioned anything about marrying into their family. Jiang Chen, I treated you nicely so far, that if you really want to chase me away, then just tell me. There's no need to use such a despicable method. Hatred filled Jiang Rulong's eyes. He wished he could just bite a huge chunk of meat from Jiang Chen's body. Hearing what Jiang Rulong said, Jiang Zhanhai felt helpless and sorry for what happened to Jiang Rulong. Jiang Chen had gone too far on this matter. Treated me nicely? All right, let's expose everything and calculate our debt. Jiang Chen could sense his dad standing outside the compound, but Jiang Rulong couldn't sense him, considering his senses were much weaker. Changing his attitude, Jiang Chen decided to expose everything without giving Jiang Rulong any chances to escape. Let me ask you, Jiang Rulong, you ordering the young brothers to kidnap me, bring me to a deserted area, and then kill me and take my blood, is this what you mean by treating me nicely? Once I am dead, you'll be the one to legally inherit what the Jiang family possesses. Once I die, the person who will marry Miss Mu Rong will be you. Is this what you mean by treating me nicely? Did I say anything wrong, my dear brother? Jiang Chen said as the cruel look in his eyes became more and more apparent. Shocked by what Jiang Chen said, Jiang Zhenhai remained standing outside the compound because he wanted to know more. Chapter 6. Anyone can insult those who start insulting. Chapter 6. Anyone can insult those who start insulting. Jiang Rulong now finally understood why Jiang Chen would want to set him up, but he still couldn't understand why this useless idiot suddenly turned into a clever man. The Yong brothers were merely servants of our Jiang family. They don't have the guts to kill one of their masters, low-class people. There's no way for them to obtain a cleansing pill. Jiang Rulong, since you wanted to marry Miss Mu Rong, I will naturally make it happen. I was surprised upon seeing Mu Rong Xiao Ro being such a muscular girl. This really makes me happy that if you marry into their family as I've planned, I won't expose the fact that you try to kill me because seeing someone I hate being miserable is far better than killing that person. Too bad you want to escape from here. I won't let you go so easily. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Not only did Jiang Rulong notice the great change in Jiang Chen, even Jiang Zhenhai, who stood outside of the compound, felt surprised as if this was the first time he had ever met Jiang Chen. This son of his was known for fooling around and doing nothing useful. Who could have known that he had such great ability, being able to lay out plans like these? All of his recent actions showed just how cunning he really was. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. I never would have thought that you would be this clever, but you did one stupid thing. A killing intent emerged within Jiang Rulong's eyes together with a laugh. Stupid thing? Tell me what stupid thing? Jiang Chen said while shrugging his shoulders. You really are stupid. You knew that I was going to leave tonight, yet you came alone. With you being at the first level of the Qi Jing realm, you were just looking to die quickly. Since I am leaving, I will just get rid of you, and when I have obtained many great achievements in the future, I will return to this mayor's mansion and kill that stupid old man, Jiang Zhenhai, letting you both reunite in hell. Jiang Rulong was looking down on Jiang Chen. In his mind, Jiang Chen was nothing but an ant he could easily crush. After killing Jiang Chen, he will leave and go to a place far away. Swearing in his mind, Jiang Zhenhai, who stood outside, was ready to break into the house. But he quickly stopped upon hearing what Jiang Chen said. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen said with confidence. Really? We are standing so close to each other, and you are only at the first level of the Qi Jing realm. I could easily kill you even if Jiang Zhenhai was here. Jiang Rulong started laughing. He was truly confident in this matter. I'm sorry, but I am no longer at the first level of the Qi Jing realm, but the 9th. While saying that, Jiang Chen released his qi. A powerful force of yuan power radiated from his body, the force being so strong that it forced Jiang Rulong to take a step back. What? Jiang Rulong was shocked and looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a ghost. Never in his wildest dream could he foresee this. Hiding outside the compound, Jiang Zhenhai was shocked by Jiang Chen's transformation, but what followed his shock was a huge amount of joy. Thank God, my son is not a useless scumbag. He is a genius. Damn this boy. How could he hide all of this from under my nose? He thought to himself with tears in his eyes. The useless Jiang Chen had always been a wound in his heart, but now Jiang Chen had transformed into the opposite and proved that he was a genius by reaching the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm at the age of 15. And 01 in Fragrant Sky City had done that. Jiang Chen had also portrayed his shrewd, deep, subtle mind by how he was dealing with Jiang Rulong. An 15-year-old kid would be able to do that. Impossible, this can't be. You were only at the first level of the Qi Jing realm 3 days ago. Don't tell me you were hiding your true strength all this time. But even then, a normal person at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm can't have such a strong yuan power. Jiang Rulong said with a shocked expression. There are a lot of things in this world you don't understand. Jiang Rulong, you could have had a bright future, but you ruined it all by yourself. Now, let's end all of this. Moving like lightning, in a split second, Jiang Chen arrived in front of Jiang Rulong, clamping Jiang Rulong's neck with a strong palm that seemed like steel pliers. With his great strength, Jiang Rulong couldn't even move a finger. Hold on, Jiang Zhenhai shouted and jumped through the door. Snap! Unfortunately, he was slower than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen broke Jiang Rulong's neck with his strong palm, sending him back to his maker. Chenner, why did you kill him? Looking at the dead body of Jiang Rulong, Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Besides that, he was still in shock as Jiang Rulong was in the same level as Jiang Chen. Yet Jiang Chen killed him with a single strike. This was just too incredible. Looking at Jiang Rulong's dead body, Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Besides that, he was still shocked that Jiang Chen was able to kill Jiang Rulong, who was in the same as him, so easily. Jiang Chen killed him with a single strike, which is just too incredible. Dad, do you disagree with killing a person like him? If I didn't kill him at this moment, he might return later on as a huge threat to us. Jiang Chen said. Humph, I wasted my effort. Raising him for all of these years, he dared to do this to you. Of course you should kill him. But now he is dead. So who will be the one to marry Mu Rong Xiao Ro tomorrow? Our family and Mu Rong family are already in a bad relationship. Now it will just get worse. With a frown on his face, this was what he worried about the most. Dad, don't be naive. You must know that one mountain cannot be occupied by two tigers. There's no way for both our family and Mu Rong's family to stay in harmony in Fragrant Sky City, and that old man from the Mu Rong family will never consider us to be on the same level. He even insulted us in broad daylight. Why should we be nice to them? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Insulted us? Jiang Zhenhai was puzzled. Dad, don't be deceived by the innocent look on Mu Rongzhan's face. He is more cunning than anyone else. Mu Rong Xiao Ro appearing in today's marriage engagement is an insult to our family. Our family is a high-class family in Fragrant Sky City, and if we let her marry into our family, we'll become everyone's laughing stock. Our family's reputation will go down the drain, that if we let Jiang Rulong marry into their family, it will be even worse. Speaking with an intelligent look in his eyes, that ugly girl is a token of insulting us. I suspect that girl is not Mu Rongzhan's daughter. Their family is a well-known family in Fragrant Sky City, so if he had an ugly daughter, why would no one ever mention it? If the marriage really happened, no matter if she married into our family or if Jiang Rulong married into their family, the result would be the same. We will become a laughingstock for everyone. After Jiang Chen's explanation, Jiang Zhenhai suddenly saw the light. He felt something was not right, but he never thought like Jiang Chen did. Now he understood. Initially, he wanted to improve the relationship between the two families, but without his knowledge, he was almost insulted by the Mu Rong family. A mountain cannot be occupied by two tigers. The mayor's family and Mu Rong's family cannot coexist. Chen'er, since when did you become so clever? Jiang Zhenhai looked at his son like it was the first time they had ever met. Dad, I never was a stupid person, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Oh, and Chen'er, why did you suddenly break through so many levels? Jiang Zhenhai asked with a shocked expression on his face. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Jiang Zhenhai would ask this, and he had already prepared an answer. Dad, when the Young brothers tried to kill me 3 days ago, there was a great wandering warrior that saved me. Not only did he kill the Young brothers, he also improved my body's condition, helping me absorb all the accumulated elixirs in my body, helping me break through to the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm. This is all because you've been giving me so many great elixirs. If not for those, I wouldn't be who I am right now. What a turnaround. I wonder who is that great warrior. It's a pity I don't get the chance to meet him. Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud. What else could make him happier than seeing his son become someone great? Dad, there's no reason for us to improve our relationship with the Mu Rong family. In my opinion, there can only be one family in charge, and if Mu Rongzhan want to play with us, then we'll play. Jiang Chen said. Yes, we should fight with them, or else people will think I'm afraid of them. What should we do about tomorrow's wedding ceremony? Jiang Zhenhai asked Jiang Chen. If it was the past, then he would never have discussed such an important matter with Jiang Chen. But since he has changed into a better person, maybe he had some ideas on how to solve this. Anyone can insult those who start insulting. Showing a cruel expression on his face, Jiang Chen said, since the appearance of Mu Rong Xiao Ro, our reputation in Fragrant Sky City has been greatly affected. If that's what they want, then we shall have our revenge and wash their reputation down the drain. Let them be the laughingstock for everyone in Fragrant Sky City. What is your plan? Seeing a light, Jiang Zhenhai wondered what his son had in mind. Jiang Chen said with a smile. For Jiang Chen, a friend was a friend, and an enemy was an enemy, that he will never try to get along with his enemy. For those who became his enemy will never have a happy ending. Jiang Rulong was the first one, and the Mu Rong family will be the second. That a mountain cannot be occupied by two tigers. Getting rid of Mu Rong's family from Fragrant Sky City would be the first major accomplishment he wanted to achieve now that he had been reborn. As the mayor of Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Zhanhai wasn't some nobody. Deep down in his heart, he had always wanted to get rid of the Mu Rong family. Jiang Chen was his only hope. The once useless fool had turned into an intelligent person, and that made him was happier than anyone. If Jiang Chen said he would do it, then he will do it. There was no one who could stop him. The next day, ribbon and light decorations were seemingly everywhere, and the atmosphere was even livelier than yesterday. Except for Jiang Zhanhai and Jiang Chen, no one else knew that Jiang Rulong was dead. All the guards and servants of the Jiang family were laughing because of what they saw yesterday. When watching Jiang Rulong walk around the mansion with Mu Rong Xiaoro, they were all surprised by how Mu Rong Xiaoro looked, joking amongst each other that the eldest young master must have done a lot of good deeds in his previous life if he could marry such a pretty girl. On the streets of Fragrant Sky City, the tall and muscular Mu Rong Zhang, with his daughter, were riding horses followed by a few young and handsome men from the Mu Rong family, all looking arrogant that a parade that stretched for 3 miles followed behind them. At the end of the parade was a sedan chair carried by 8 people. The parade marched toward the mayor's mansion, attracting a huge crowd along the way. Oh my goodness! Is that a woman? Is she a joke from God? Ugh! Let me vomit! Miss Mu Rong can stun the sky and make ghosts cry because of her ugly looks. I heard the eldest young master of the mayor is a handsome and talented youth. Will he still be alive after marrying that girl? The mayor is pushing his son into a fire pit. The crowds were whispering amongst each other and making jokes. As Jiang Chen expected, the Mu Rong family planned to insult the mayor's family by having a long parade, letting everyone in the city know about the marriage with the ugly girl. The mayor's family had truly become a laughingstock. Chapter 7. Pay me for this casket. Chapter 7. Pay me for this casket. Crowds were gathered outside of the mayor's mansion, standing in front of the mansion's front door. Jiang Zhanhai and Jiang Chen saw the long parade marching towards them. A cruel smile appeared on both their faces in response. You see this, Dad? By bringing such a long parade for a simple wedding, Mu Rong Zhan not only wants to turn us into a laughingstock, he also wants to press us down. Jiang Chen said, "Oomph. Let us see who will become the laughingstock later." Jiang Zhenhai zipli. Ha, Brother Jiang, I come to fetch the bridegroom. As he prepared himself, Mu Rong Zhan said with a loud voice, shouting even louder when he mentioned fetch the bridegroom. Of course, my son is ready. Chener. Go get your elder brother. Jiang Zhanhai replied with a smile. Please hold on, Uncle Mu Rong. I'll get my brother to come here now. Cupping his fists and bowing slightly towards Mu Rong Zhan, Jiang Chen turned around and left. Mu Rong Zhan, wearing a red robe, looked happy, whereas Mu Rong Xiaoro, wearing a phoenix coronet and a red scarf over her robe, had a shy expression on her face. Point one, would stop eating for 3 days after looking at her face. Most people would never dare take a second look at her face. My lady, you must be sent from God to torture someone. It was hard to imagine how a man could live his life after marrying Mu Rong Xiaoro. Moments later, a loud shout sounded out from the mayor's mansion as Jiang Chen walked to the front door with a huge black casket carried on his shoulder. Bang! Jiang Chen simply threw the casket in front of the door as if it was nothing special, which made a huge sound. The front of the casket was facing the parade, and a huge word could be clearly seen on it. Deceased. The crowds were all looking at the casket that shouldn't be there, and suddenly they all became quiet. What were they doing? Bringing a casket during a wedding ceremony. This was very ominous. What was the mayor thinking? Mu Rong Zhan's expression instantly changed. He looked at Jiang Zhanhai and asked loudly, Brother Jiang, what is the meaning of this? I'm sorry to him, my brother passed away yesterday due to an illness. Therefore, Miss Mu Rong can only marry my brother's corpse to make sure he was presentable. I asked someone to make this casket for him, though, and of course he's wearing a bridegroom suit in there. Jiang Chen said out loud, ensuring everyone to heard him clearly. What? The crowds exploded with noise immediately. They had never seen anything like this before. Mu Rong's family had come to fetch the bridegroom. But instead they were greeted with a dead-bodied, "It does not matter if Jiang Rulong was truly dead or alive," as this was a clear act to ruin their reputation. Vicious fashion. Especially when Mu Rong's family came in such a huge parade, a single casket would send their reputation down the drain. Jiang Zhenhai, you are carrying your joke too far. Mu Rongzhan couldn't hold his anger anymore. Uncle Mu Rong is of the Mu Rong family. How can you say that we are joking? You came here to fetch the bridegroom, but you never mentioned anything about him being dead or alive. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the surrounding people felt like blood was rushing out from their mouth. What kind of explanation was this? Jiang Zhenhai, you and your son, don't try to fool me. Jiang Rulong is a 9th-level Qi Jing master. He was alive and kicking yesterday. There's no way for him to die so quickly. Mu Rongzhan said coldly. The body in the casket is Jiang Rulong, and if you don't believe me, then you can open it up and check it out for yourself. After all, he is one of your family members. Speaking indifferently, Jiang Chen kept his friendly tone whilst Jiang Zhenhai just stood by his side, keeping silent and letting his son handle everything. Jiang Zhenhai was very satisfied with his son's performance. Facing a person like Mu Rongzhan and still being able to speak normally, even arguing with him, that was not something an ordinary man can do. One must know that Mu Rongzhan and Jiang Zhenhai were at the same level, the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. Fuck, we came here to fetch the bridegroom, but the mayor gave us a casket. This is an insult to us. A young man from the Mu Rong family cursed out loud. Haha, well said, my friend. Speaking of which, it is your family that insulted our family first. Take a good look, everyone. Look at this Mu Rong Shao rose-faced. I ask this how you will show your sincerity to our family. I want to ask all the men here if I would give this ugly girl to you and tell you to marry her, all for free. Would any of you feel insulted? Those who are willing to marry her, come forward now. As Jiang Chen said, he laughed out loud. He exposed everything in broad daylight. There was no need for him to be generous towards the enemy. Furthermore, I have a great doubt whether or not this ugly girl is really your daughter. Jiang Chen said with a cruel smile. Very good, you have a sharp tongue. People told me that Jiang Chen is just a useless fool in Fragrant Sky City, but I never knew you had such a deep and subtle mind. Jiang Zhenhai, I will remember what happened today. From now on, my family and your family are enemies. Mu Rongzhan was boiling with anger. As he started looking at Jiang Chen differently, that Mu Rongzhan was a brilliant man. So he knew now that Jiang Chen suggesting Jiang Rulong marrying into their family, and all that had occurred today, were all planned by Jiang Chen. They had insulted Mu Rong's family in the harshest way possible at such a young age. Jiang Chen had achieved all of this. Mu Rongzhan couldn't help but secretly admire Jiang Chen a little bit in his heart. Good, I don't care if we are enemies or not, but Mu Rong, please bring along my brother. And don't forget to pay me the price of this casket. I paid for it myself, and it was quite expensive. Jiang Chen said loudly. The Jiang family's members were all stunned by their young master's performance. It felt as if he were a stranger to them. The useless fool they all once knew would never have the guts to anger with Mu Rongzhan. And why did the eldest young master suddenly die? Was it because he didn't want to marry Miss Mu Rong? But none of this mattered anymore. In fact, the young master was the only one the mayor cared about. Too shameless, too despicable, too talented. The young master Zhang's family had sent Mu Rong's family reputation down the drain. The once-long parade of Mu Rong's family had now become the laughingstock of Fragrant Sky City. Good, very good. Jiang Zhenhai, you and your son just wait. It won't be long before your family is unable to stay in this city. Let's go. Mu Rongzhan was extremely angry at the moment that he was a wise man, but today a young man had embarrassed him in public. This was not only about his reputation, but he was also insulted in broad daylight. Kicking a horse, he left in a hurry. Mu Rongzhan didn't want to stay here anymore, and he was too embarrassed to stay together with the parade. Jiang Chen, a true hero would never use such despicable methods. If you dare to fight alone, I, Mu Rongying, will beat you until your dad can't recognize you anymore. A young man said as he got down from his horse, pointing his finger towards Jiang Chen. Mu Rongying was a talented young man from the Mu Rong family, and although Mu Rongzhan just left, He didn't want to let them go so easily. They had nothing to lose now, so if he could fight Jiang Chen and win, they will at least gain some honor back by showing them that the geniuses in Mu Rong's family were much better than this fool in Jiang's family. That's right, Jiang Chen, do you dare to accept the challenge? Shouted another young man from Mu Rong's family with a sneer on his face. Jiang Chen was a useless fool, and everyone knew of this fact. Although he made the Mu Rong family publicly embarrassed with his despicable methods, they were confident that anyone from the Mu Rong family could easily beat him. You want to fight me? I will gladly accept your offer, but I will not fight for nothing. That we need to have something to wager upon. A small smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Even Jiang Zhenhai, who stood next to him, started laughing, and one knew about Jiang Chen's real skills better than himself. A 9th-level Qi Jing master like Jiang Rulong was no match for Jiang Chen, and this Mu Rongyin was only at the 8th-level Qi Jing. He had no chance of winning. All right, what do you want to bet on? Mu Rongyin was thrilled upon finding out that Jiang Chen was willing to accept the challenge. We will bet with this casket. If I lose, then I will hang this coffin on the mayor's mansion front door for 3 days. If you lose, then I want you to carry this casket back with the sedan chair you brought here. If you can't do this, then all of you from the Mu Rong family are bastards. Jiang Chen spoke loudly on purpose. Jiang Zhenhai gave a thumb up secretly. Jiang Chen was really cruel by doing this. There were so many people here, so Mu Rongyin couldn't refuse to fulfill the bet. If they really do carry the casket back with a sedan chair, however, then they would definitely become the biggest laughingstock in town. On the other hand, if they refuse to do so, then they would admit to being bastards, and no matter the result, they would only be insulted further. Jiang Zhenhai didn't think that Jiang Chen had done anything bad. Since both families were enemies, they didn't need to be generous. All right, it's a deal. Mu Rongyin answered without any hesitation that he didn't even listen clearly to what the bet was about. In his mind, fighting Jiang Chen was like stomping an ant, so it didn't matter what the bet was. Brothering, the bet seems a bit too big. Shouldn't we reconsider this? A young man came forward and whispered to Mu Rongyin. Don't worry, this fool is just at the 1st-level Qi Jing realm. Fighting him is like beating a dead dog. Just wait and witness how he will hang the casket in front of the mayor's mansion. Mu Rongyin didn't even consider Jiang Chen to be a serious opponent. Looking at this event unfold, the crowd started becoming noisy yet again. They thought that after Mu Rongzhan left, things would quiet down. But now, the young men from both families started fighting, and their bet was the reputation of their families. Both parties looked confident, but people paid the most attention to Jiang Chen, wondering how this useless fool was going to fight against Mu Rongyin, who was an 8th-level Qi Jing master. Chapter 8, The 6 Solar Fingers. Chapter 8, The 6 Solar Fingers. With a grim smile, Mu Rongyin stood in close proximity to Jiang Chen. Are you ready, Mu Rongyin? If not, I will give you more time to prepare. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You must be joking. What do I have to prepare when fighting someone like you? Mu Rongyin replied with a snide laugh. Slap. Immediately after Mu Rongyin spoke, a loud sound was heard by everyone. The crowd saw Jiang Chen slapping Mu Rongying's face, and the tall Mu Rongyin immediately falling onto the ground, his face kissing the dirt. Silence. Absolute silence. The crowd first focused on Mu Rongyin, who was struggling to get up from the ground, before they turned their shocked expressions towards Jiang Chen. Fuck, who was the one that said that the young master from the Jiang family is just a 1st-level Qi Jing useless fool? With just a single slap, he made Mu Rongyin fall to the ground. He can't even get up. How? Is this a useless fool? Awesome. So Jiang Chen has been hiding his true power all this time. Is this really our young master? Why does it feel like he has changed into someone else? At this point in time, no matter who it was, no one could believe what they were seeing. They all knew Jiang Chen as well, but the outcome was something no one had predicted. There was only one person who was still calm, and that was his father, Jiang Zhenhai. Impossible, this can't be happening. How could you beat me? The person who received the biggest shock of all was Mu Rongyin, who was laying on the floor, feeling dizzy. The slap from Jiang Chen had made him feel weak. All the yuan power in his body was in a mess right now that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Brother Ing. Two young men from Mu Rong family hurried to Mu Rongying's side and helped him up, a scared look plastered on their faces. Recalling the bet between himself and Jiang Chen, Mu Rongying felt like killing himself. Without the bet, he would just lose his own reputation, but now he had just caused the entire Mu Rong family's reputation to suffer even more than it already had. Jiang Chen. Calling the guard whose name was similar to his, without looking back, the guard named Jiang Chen arrived in a hurry and stopped in front of Jiang Chen. "Young master, what's your wish?" Ever since Jiang Chen had given him the 10 gold coins, he had considered Jiang Chen to be a very kind-hearted and in his heart. Jiang Chen was someone he revered, so it was only natural for him to act respectfully in front of Jiang Chen. "Help me move this casket belonging to eldest brother onto the sedan chair belonging to the Mu Rong family. Then follow them to their mansion. If the casket doesn't arrive at the mansion, then all the members from the Mu Rong family will be known as bastards," he said loudly, for everyone to hear. Blur. After vomiting blood from his mouth, Mu Rongying almost fainted on the spot. He would rather kill himself. He knew had gone too far this time. With so many people around, he couldn't refuse to fulfill the bet. Mu Rongying was in a dilemma at this moment, that if he brought the casket back, then Mu Rongzhan would skin him alive. But if he refused to carry it back, everyone would think that the entire Mu Rong family were bastards, and no matter what he did, Mu Rongzhan would still skin him alive. "Yes, young master." Jiang Chen didn't care about anything other than making his young master happy. After this incident, he would follow every single order that Jiang Chen gave, never considering the ability to refuse. With a deep low shout, Jiang Chen carried the heavy casket alone. With him being at the 6th level of the Qi Jing realm, carrying the casket alone was a piece of cake. "Move away." Without saying or asking anything further, Jiang Chen carried the casket onto the sedan chair. Miss Mu Rong Xiao Ro was in tears upon seeing her husband sleeping in the casket. "Looks like this fat girl is not only an eating machine, there's also something wrong with her mind. A girl like this definitely cannot be Mu Rongzhan's daughter. Mu Rongying, you are done fetching the bridegroom. Now get lost and continue your wedding ceremony. We don't welcome anyone from the Mu Rong family. You, who have lost to me, don't ever let me see your face again. If I do, then I will beat you every time I see you. Now get lost." Waving his hands as if he were chasing away some flies, Jiang Chen refused to show any approbation. Raising his head and shouting towards the sky, a stream of blood shot out from Mu Rongying's mouth. Following that, he closed his eyes and fainted on the spot. "What should we do now?" a young man asked. "We'll just leave for now. Staying here won't do us any good. Bring the casket along, that if master wants to blame someone, then Mu Rongying will be the one to receive it all," another guy said. Finally, the Mu Rong parade returned home with nothing to show but a casket. Everyone's spirits were at rock bottom compared to how they felt when they marched towards the mayor's mansion earlier. The useless fool of the Jiang family had become famous after that fight. Everyone was surprised by his ability, while the Mu Rong family's reputation had been sent down the drain. They completely lost this fight between the two families, and the person who had defeated them was just a 15-year-old young man. Rumors and discussion could be heard anywhere in Fragrant Sky City. The conflict between the two families had risen to another level. There was no doubt that peaceful days would be hard to come by for as long as the mayor and Mu Rong family's conflicts were left unresolved. Jiang Zhenhai had become very busy ever since he destroyed the Jiang family's relationship with the Mu Rong family. The Jiang family owned many properties, mansions, elixir shops, commerce chambers. Many of these were managed by Jiang Rulong, but now he was dead and Jiang Zhenhai would have to manage everything by himself. This was a world where those who possessed great strength would gain respect, and those with more strength would be the ones in charge. For every single great warrior, cultivation talent and combat talent were equally essential. Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which provided him with more strength than anyone else, but the cultivation skill was just the foundation. In order to become someone great, he would need a good combat skill. Just like cultivation skills, the combat skills in the Sane Origin universe were divided into 4 categories: Mortal, Earth, Heaven, and Saint. Each level was also dived into 3 levels: Low, Middle, and Late. Qi Jing was just a foundation level. Only those who had reached the Qi High level could practice combat skills. But Jiang Chen was different from the others. That he had experience practicing several combat skills, and the dragon transformation cultivation gave him the yuan power to exceed those who were at the Qi Jing level. The warriors at the Qi Jing level could not practice combat skills because they didn't have enough yuan power, and without enough yuan power, they wouldn't be able to support the combat skill. But it was that it was a different story for Jiang Chen. In his past life, the most powerful combat skill he had was the 9 solar energy combat skill, which was a saint-level combat skill he created himself. It was a very powerful combat skill that absorbed solar energy from his surroundings and provided great benefits for those who practiced it. In order to practice this combat skill, however, one required a strong body and a huge amount of qi, which was very difficult to achieve. In his past life, Jiang Chen was cultivating with the Xian Yuan skill, which gave him a huge amount of vital energy qi. But even with that, he still couldn't use the solar energy skill to its full potential. This was how powerful the solar energy's combat skill could be. The dragon transformation cultivating skill was far more powerful than the Xian Yuan skill. For every dragon mark formed, he would gain a colossal amount of vital energy qi within his body. With that, there was no doubt that he could practice the 9 solar energy skill to its full potential. Too bad I'm just at the Qi Jing level. The 9 solar energy skill is the strongest combat skill in this world. It can be categorized into the upper saint levels, and even someone who had reached the divine core level couldn't practice it. He thought to himself with a smile on his face. There was no doubt that the 9 solar energy skill was very powerful, but he was just too weak to practice it right now. I can't practice the 9 solar energies combat skill for now, but I can practice the 6 solar fingers combat skill, which is derived from the solar energy skill. That it is also the foundation for the 9 solar energy skill, and its power is comparable to a high earth combat skill. Jiang Chen thought to himself with a smile on his face. There were no combat skills in Fragrant Sky City that had reached the earth level, and none could compare to the 6 solar fingers combat skill, a high earth level skill. There were 6 styles in the 6 solar fingers combat skill, from the most basic 1 solar finger to the most powerful, the 6 solar fingers. The power gradually rose with each finger. The first one was able to demolish stones, while the last one was able to demolish mountains. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen never left his house, too busy training. Jiang Zhenhai was also busy with managing the businesses and had no time to disturb Jiang Chen. During these 3 days, Jiang Chen spent his time cultivating the dragon transformation skill and practicing the 6 solar fingers combat skill together. When it was noon, he would practice the 6 solar fingers and absorbed all the solar energy around him. The combination of the dragon transformation cultivation and the 6 solar fingers filled his body with vital energy qi. Jiang Chen, in just 3 days, managed to reach the peak of the Qi Jing level. Just one more step was needed to break through to the Qi High level. The dragon mark inside his body had become even more visible, and he was now able to punch with a force of 8,000 pounds, far more powerful than those who had already broken through to the Qi High level. In the garden, Jiang Chen stood wearing a white robe, shouting as he struck with one of his fingers and released a golden ray that could be seen dashing out from his fingertip with lightning speed. Bam! The golden ray penetrated into a huge rock, leaving behind a deep hole the width of a finger. The trail of smoke could be seen from the hole. If anyone had witnessed this, they would be shocked by the power of this attack. I can only release a single golden ray. I'm still far away from achieving the real strength of the first solar finger, and with this attack, I almost used up all the yuan power in my body. Jiang Chen was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. He could feel his body becoming weak after attacking, and the attack just now was a lesser version of the real first solar finger. Although it looked powerful, if it were to be compared to the real power of the first solar finger, he needed a lot more practice. Nonetheless, its power was still great. The 6 solar fingers was a high earth level combat skill, and it was just a foundation. Using just one of the 6 solar fingers was not something that someone in the Qi Jing or even the Qi High level could do. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen was able to release even a small amount of power from the actual first solar finger at his level. Grabbing a restoration pill and throwing it into his mouth, Jiang Chen could feel his yuan power replenishing. Restoration pills were something that every warrior needed. In Fragrant Sky City, a single restoration pill costed 100 silver coins. This restoration pill only has 60% effectiveness. There are 40% impurities within it. Rubbish. He thought to himself as he shook his head. The quality of the restoration pills in the mayor's mansion was just too low. For him, a restoration pill with 60% effectiveness was just garbage, and after he consumed it, he would need to waste his energy discarding the impurities in it. At least he had 1,000 methods of doing so easily. Knock, knock, knock. Without even looking, Jiang Chen knew that it must be Jiang Zhenhai. He hurried over to the door, only to see a worried look on Jiang Zhenhai's face. "Chener, you have improved yet again." Sensing Jiang Chen's qi, Jiang Zhenhai managed to calm down a little. In just 3 days, Jiang Chen brought his qi to the peak of the 9th level Qi Jing realm. His improvement speed was just too unbelievable. Chapter 9. Young Master wants to concoct pills? Stop fooling around. Chapter 9. Young Master wants to concoct pills? Stop fooling around. "Dad, you looked worried. What's happening?" Jiang Chen asked. "Come, we will talk inside," Jiang Zhenhai said as he walked into Jiang Chen's room. Inside the room, father and son sat face to face with each other. "Chener, you should know that even though our family owns a lot of businesses in Fragrant Sky City, what produces the most money is the pill concocting business," Jiang Zhenhai said while looking at Jiang Chen. "Yes, I know," Jiang Chen replied and nodded his head. Nothing was more important for a warrior than an ample supply of pills in Fragrant Sky City. No matter if it was the Jiang family or the Murong family, selling pills was what gave them the most money. "Our pill concocting business has been greatly affected by the Murong family, and we are now in deep trouble," Jiang Zhenhai said with a frown on his face. "Dad, what's going on exactly?" Jiang Chen asked. "The Murong family has hired a pill concocting master who can produce restoration pills with 70% effectiveness, whereas all the pill souls in our pill shops are only 60%. Once they start selling their new pills, our pill shop will lose all of its business. This is only the beginning. If this situation is prolonged, then our pill business will have to shut down. Once the Murong family is able to monopolize the entire restoration pill supply in Fragrant Sky City, our family will struggle to even survive," Jiang Zhenhai said. "So that's what it is." Jiang Chen now understood why his dad looked so worried. The pill business was in trouble. However, Jiang Chen did not worry at all. He even felt happy about this because he was once the greatest saint. Not only was he a great fighter, he also had vast experience with many other things such as concocting pills. He once concocted a saint-level pill with 90% effectiveness. A restoration pill was just a basic pill. He could easily concoct a dozen of them with 100% effectiveness. With his experience, he could easily force the Murong family out of the pill business. "Dad, don't worry. I will make a visit to the pill shop tomorrow," Jiang Chen said. And Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head, even though he had no idea why Jiang Chen would want to go visit the pill shop. However, he knew that Jiang Chen was not a useless fool anymore. If he could provide a helping hand, then that would be great. "Dad, take a look at this cultivation skill. See if it fits you," Jiang Chen said as he handed over a golden-colored paper to Jiang Zhenhai. Cultivation skill. Feeling surprised, Jiang Zhenhai took the paper and looked at it curiously. Xian Yuan cultivation skill. Reading every single word on the script, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes grew bigger and bigger. After reading a few more words, Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with excitement. His hands were shaking as he finished reading the script, as if the small piece of paper weighed over 1,000 pounds. "Listener, how did you obtain such a miraculous cultivation skill?" Jiang Zhenhai was very excited. The script didn't say anything about what level this cultivation skill was, but he was not an idiot. He could clearly tell that this skill was far more powerful than his current cultivation skill, which was only mortal level. This Xian Yuan skill couldn't be compared to anything in Fragrant Sky City. Even the famous clans in the Qi province wouldn't have anything similar to this. This script was written by Jiang Chen. In his past life, he had managed to reach the saint level with this cultivation skill, but now he had the dragon transformation skill, so he didn't need the Xian Yuan cultivation skill anymore. Giving it to Jiang Zhenhai was the appropriate decision. "Dad, a great master gave me that skill. If you like it, then you can start cultivating using that skill," Jiang Chen said. If Jiang Zhenhai started cultivating with the Xian Yuan skill, then there would be no problem for him to break through to the mortal core level in less than 2 months. Jiang Zhenhai knew Jiang Chen too well. He never doubted him. Jiang Chen told him that a great master had saved him and helped him absorb all the elixirs stored within his body and made him who he was today. Besides, this skill was just too powerful for someone like Jiang Chen to possess. Of course, if Jiang Zhenhai knew that the skill that he was currently holding in his hand was a saint-level skill, then he would have died from happiness. That was why Jiang Chen purposely chose to exclude the level of the skill in the script. Jiang Zhenhai was lost in his own thoughts. Studying the Xian Yuan cultivation skill, he was attracted to this miraculous script and couldn't pull himself away from it. However, his eyebrows were frowning that he was covered in sweat, and it looked like he was going to collapse. All of this from less than 1 minute of studying the skill. Shaking his head and calling out to his father, Jiang Chen awakened Jiang Zhenhai, who was lost in his own thoughts. Jiang Zhenhai was only at the late Qihai realm and had limited talent. He was going too fast with this saint-level cultivation skill. Blowing air out of his mouth, Jiang Zhenhai stopped cultivating and realized he was exhausted. Chener, this cultivation skill is too abstruse. Your dad has limited talent, so it was too hard for me to stop cultivating. Wiping the sweat of his forehead with his arm, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were full of shock. Dad, it takes time and effort to cultivate a powerful skill. You can study it slowly when you leave, but don't go too fast. Jiang Chen reminded his dad, seriously. He said, laughing with a feeling of gratitude that in Jiang Zhenhai's eyes, Jiang Chen was rapidly improving with each passing day, and he really admired this. After sending the joyful Jiang Zhenhai away, Jiang Chen started cultivating the dragon transformation skill again. This skill was more abstruse than the Xian Yuan skill. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a saint's experiences, then he would not be able to achieve the results he had with the dragon transformation skill. Early next morning, Jiang Chen changed into some clean white robes and left the mayor's mansion. He was holding a fan in his hand, looking handsome with a smile on his face and a pair of sparkling eyes. The pill shop was the most important business for the Jiang family, and it was not far from the mayor's mansion. Jiang Chen walked slowly, and after 15 minutes, he arrived at the front door of the pill shop. It was a classical building that resembled any other ordinary pill shop. The strong aroma of pills could be smelt from the front door. Imagine if one could cultivate in the pill shop. The aroma that arose from the pills could be absorbed, which would provide great assistance in cultivation. You are here, young master. Oh, talented and handsome young master. Your looks are so gorgeous. You don't appear to be mortal. You must be an angel from the heavens. The two guards who stood outside of the pill shop kept praising Jiang Chen while bowing and saluting. In the past, they would greet the young master like this as well, except their eyes would have been filled with disgust. But the young master was different now. He had transformed into a different person. He managed to argue and fight with the Mu Rong family, and had defeated Mu Rongying, who was an 8th level Qi Jing warrior, with a single slap. His performance had made everyone's jaw drop to the ground. So the young master has been hiding his true colors all this time. He is a genius. This was what all the guards and servants of the Jiang family now thought. And not bad flattery. Go claim 10 silver coins from the treasury later, but remember, don't flatter me anymore. With one hand behind his back and another hand holding the fan, Jiang Chen walked into the pill shop. All hail, young master. Both guards shouted loudly, while looking towards Jiang Chen with worshipful gazes. What the? We can earn just from flattering. The young master is a good man. The pill shop was the most important property belonging to the Jiang family, but there weren't too many guards around. This was mainly because the person in charge of this pill shop was Zhou Beizhan, who was not only an alchemist, but also a mid-level Qihai practitioner. Secondly, the pill shop wasn't too far away from the mayor's mansion, so if anything happened then the mayor's mansion could immediately send help. In the pill shop's meeting room were 3 old men sitting there looking depressed and clueless. The 3 old men, who appeared to be about 50-something years old, were all wearing gray robes. One of them was fat and another one skinny. They were both at the low Qihai level. The man in the middle, with an average body and a goatee, was the person in charge of this pill shop, Zhou Beizhan, master in the middle Qihai level, and Jiang Zhenhai's best friend. 1 could tell his relationship with Jiang Zhenhai was good because he was appointed to be in charge of the pill shop. Uncle Zhou, having a depressed look on your face doesn't suit you. Jiang Chen walked into the meeting room. The trio stood up immediately upon seeing Jiang Chen come in. "Young master, why are you here?" Zhou Beizhen asked with a smile on his face. The alchemist never would have talked to Jiang Chen in the past, but after seeing what happened 3 days ago, they all changed their minds. "Uncle Zhou, Dad told me that the Mu Rong family has hired an alchemist who can concoct restoration pills with 70% effectiveness, forcing us to soon go out of business." Jiang Chen found a chair and sat down casually, smiling and looking towards the trio. "Young master knows about this as well. We haven't been able to sell any of our restoration pills in the last couple of days. Our ability is limited and we are unable to concoct restoration pills with 70% effectiveness." Zhou Beizhen replied with a bitter smile. "Don't give up, Uncle Zhou. I will introduce you to an alchemist. He can definitely concoct restoration pills with more than 70% of effectiveness." Jiang Chen smiled. "What? Young master knows someone like this?" Zhou Beizhen suddenly felt very happy. "Where is this alchemist? If he is willing to help us, then we must not show any disrespect." The fat old man said seriously. "This person is seemingly far away, but he is actually right before your eyes." Folding the fan in his hand, Jiang Chen stood up. "What? Young master, you are not referring to yourself, are you?" The fat old man felt amazed while staring at Jiang Chen. The other two had a similar reaction. "That's right, I am that alchemist." Jiang Chen nodded his head. "Huh." Right after Jiang Chen replied, the trio laughed out loud. This young lass must be making fun of them to cheer them up from their depressed state. The young master could only be considered an expert in consuming pills, since the mayor had been feeding him numerous pills all these years. He was just one large pill, although he had changed dramatically compared to the last time they saw him. Him saying that he can concoct pills must be a joke. "Young master wants to concoct pills? Stop fooling around. You're good at consuming pills, but concocting pills, forget it," Zhou Beizhen said with a look of disbelief. "Uncle Zhou, don't look down on me. There's an old saying that one will become a doctor after being frequently sick. For me, it's different. One will only become a good alchemist upon consuming a lot of pills," Jiang Chen said seriously. The trio laughed out loud again. If consuming lots of pills could make someone an alchemist, then everyone in the sane origin universe would be an alchemist. "You better leave now. Don't disturb us from finding a solution. Looks like you guys won't believe me unless I show you my ability. Let's go. Bring me to the furnace." Rolling his sleeves up, Jiang Chen acted like he was going to do something big. The trio looked at Jiang Chen. It didn't seem like he was making fun of them. Did he really become an alchemist after consuming so many pills? Chapter 10. This isn't a genius. Chapter 10. This isn't a genius. Become an alchemist by eating a lot of pills? That's impossible. The trio still couldn't believe Jiang Chen despite the serious look on his face. "All right, let's have a look at young master's alchemy skills," Zhou Beizhen said with a chuckle while leading Jiang Chen all the way to the furnace. They all had the time to accompany the young master now, since there was nothing to be done with the pill business at the moment. The furnace was located nearby, in the middle of the pill shop where the walls were constructed with thick, heavy stone. No one except alchemists were permitted into this room. "Young master, the furnace and the fire are ready, and the ingredients to make 3 restoration pills are ready also," Zhou Beizhen said with a smile. "Okay, you guys just wait outside. I will concoct the pills alone." Jiang Chen walked into the furnace room as he finished talking, closing the heavy stone door behind him. "Sir, do you believe that the young master really knows how to concoct pills?" The skinny old man asked. "Do you think I am a fool? The strength of the soul is what's vital when becoming an alchemist. The young master has changed a lot, turning from a useless fool into a genius. But if you try to tell me that he can't arouse the strength of his soul, then I'll gladly bet that's impossible," Zhou Beizhen said. A soul was something that cannot be seen and cannot be touched, but it was vital to everyone, and it was where the source of alchemy was drawn from. Everyone had a soul, and in order to become an alchemist, one had to arouse the strength of their soul. To unleash strength from something that couldn't be seen or touched was a difficult job, and the reason why there weren't many alchemists in the Saint Origin universe. Jiang Chen was an excellent alchemist in his past life. Even though he died 100 years ago with his soul taking severe damage, he had merged with another soul upon being reborn, allowing him to unleash strength greater than people at a similar level. In the furnace room, Standing in front of the bronze furnace, Jiang Chen shook his head. Such a poor, low-quality furnace. I'll need to retrieve the ground fire myself. This is rather troublesome and inefficient. The construction of the furnace room and placement of the furnace needed precise measurements. For example, the bronze furnace in front of him was placed there because the location made it easier to retrieve the ground fire. However, the bronze furnace in front of him could only retrieve ground fire from beneath the surface, which was far from the quality of fire at the earth core. This ground fire was only a slight improvement over normal fire. Even beast flames would be an improvement. The strength of both the soul and the fire was vital for an alchemist. Using a furnace and ground fire was only a method that low-class alchemists use. In his past life, Jiang Chen could control 3 types of fire. He didn't even need a furnace. But this wasn't then. If he wanted to concoct pills at his current level, then he would need to use a furnace. There were enough ingredients at the side of the furnace to make at least 3 restoration pills. That was more than what Jiang Chen needed. Jiang Chen estimated that he could create at least 10 restoration pills with the ingredients someone would require for just 1. Waving his hand, an invisible yuan power grabbed a portion of ingredients and sent it into the furnace. The first step when concocting pills was getting rid of the impurities. If the trio who were waiting outside the room could see what Jiang Chen was doing right now, their jaws would immediately drop. The first step when concocting pills was the hardest one, which was why so many pills could not reach their full potential. To get rid of the impurities, one must slowly take their time. People would rarely be able to get rid of all of the impurities when all of the ingredients were gathered together in the furnace. It required precise control. Jiang Chen unleashed a strong force of soul power and sent it into the furnace, forming different signs with his hands concurrently, sending the force into the furnace and the fire beneath it. The whole process was smooth, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. In just a few minutes, all the impurities within the ingredients were gone. What left was the essence of the ingredients. The next step was to form the pill. It was an easy job for Jiang Chen, as restoration pills were just mortal-level pills. He could do it with his eyes closed. A couple of minutes later, he completed forming the pills. With a low shout, Jiang Chen sent some of his yuan power into the furnace, using his hands to grab onto the restoration pills that were flying out from the furnace. The restoration pills in Jiang Chen's hands were smooth and perfectly round, glowing at the same time. There was not even a hint of impurity within the pills. They were 100% effectiveness pills. Only portion of the ingredients were needed for 10 restoration pills. Jiang Chen was satisfied with this outcome. 100% effective restoration pills in less than 20 minutes, and the success rate was 100%. If any of the alchemists in Fragrant Sky City knew about this, then they would be scared to death. An ordinary alchemist would never be able to produce a pill without any impurities, and their success rate would be low as well. Normally, they would yield nothing from a portion of the ingredients, but for Jiang Chen this was definitely not the case. Making pills with 100% effectiveness when concocting for the first time, they will be scared to death. I should make some damaged pills and cover for this. Smiling and waving his hand, Jiang Chen sent a second portion of ingredients into the furnace. A few minutes later, Pom! Aya! An explosive sound accompanied by a surprised shout could be heard, making Zhou Bijun and the others first shocked before they started laughed. Ha! The furnace exploded. That's normal. When I started concocting pills, I made the furnace explode more than 100 times. Let's go and check it out. The trio pushed open the stone door and saw Jiang Chen standing there looking depressed. Young master, don't be discouraged. That it is normal for the furnace to explode, but in my opinion, young master shouldn't waste energy on concocting pills. The fat old man was comforting Jiang Chen. Young master, we know you're worried about the pill shop, but concocting pills is not something you can do easily. Zhou Beijun gave Jiang Chen's shoulder a pat. Uncle Zhou, I produced some restoration pills, even though the furnace blew up. Jiang Chen said, young master must be joking. Once the furnace explodes, all the ingredients turn into ashes. There's nothing left. It's impossible to have produced any pills. The skinny old man teased. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen opened his palm, showing 3 white pills the size of a thumbnail. The trio were stunned, and the smiles on their faces froze. For someone as experienced as them, They could easily tell that the pills on top of Jiang Chen's palm were recently concocted. The pills were still giving off a warm feeling, a sign that they just came out of the furnace. No way. You produced pills even though the furnace exploded? The trio had their eyes wide open. Each one of them took a pill and examined it carefully. Restoration pills were a kind of energy pill that all warriors needed when they cultivate. The restoration pills that Jiang Chen produced had a smooth and rounded surface, shining with color and warmth, and possessed very little impurities, proving the effectiveness was not low. This is a 70% effectiveness pill. The fat, old man shouted. This really is a 70% effectiveness pill, one grade higher than what we produce. But how can this be possible? The skinny old man had a look of disbelief on his face. He just couldn't accept what he was looking at. Young master, this pill, you really produced this all by yourself. Zhou Beizhen still didn't dare to believe it. Yes, I did. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Young master, have you concocted any pills before this? No, never. Young master, is this really your first time concocting pills? Yes, it is. Young master, can I ask, what is your current level? 9th level, Qi Jing realm. The trio almost vomited blood, staring at Jiang Chen with eyes that are growing larger and larger with each passing. Tears were falling down their faces. It felt like they had wasted their entire lives. What the fuck? Someone at the 9th level Qi Jing realm's first time concocted a pill, and the result is 70% effectiveness. Is there anything more shocking than this? The pills they produced were nothing compared to his. The power of the soul was very important when concocting pills, but their cultivation level was also very important. The process of concocting a pill was something that would drain one's yuan power, that it was impossible for someone to become an alchemist before reaching the Qi high level, because he wouldn't have enough yuan power to go through the whole process. Yet, Jiang Chen produced a restoration pill with 70% effectiveness during his first attempt at concocting. This was more than the trio could bear. Young master, I just want to know, how did you do it? Zhou Beizhen asked. The other two old men looked at Jiang Chen, eager to know as well. How did Jiang Chen do it? I told you, when you eat a lot of pills, you will naturally know how to concoct them. What the fuck? The trio vomited blood. Uncle Zhou, I am feeling pretty good right now. I'm ready to concoct one more time. The explosion just now gave me some insights. I feel like I can easily make pills with 100% effectiveness now. Without saying more, Jiang Chen chased them out of the furnace room. Mixed expressions were seen on the faces of the trio outside the furnace room. Initially, they were thinking that Jiang Chen came here just for fun, but beyond their expectations, Jiang Chen had actually produced a pill with 70% effectiveness. Sir, I always used to say there are no geniuses in this world. I was wrong. The fat old man said. You're not alone. The Jiang family's ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds for the mayor to have such a good son. He must be proud. Zhou Zhenbei said. Do you think young master really can produce a pill with 100% effectiveness? The skinny old man inquired. Impossible. No matter how talented he is, 100% effectiveness must be a joke. Both Zhou Beizhen and the fat old man shook their heads at the same time. What is a pill with 100% effectiveness? That was a pill without any impurities. The trio knew about this too well. There were different levels for the alchemists in the Saint origin continent: mortal, earth, heaven, and saint level. The level of an alchemist was not determined by the quality of the pills they produce. Their level was determined by the strength of their soul and their cultivation level. The quality of a pill was determined by the high precision that came from an alchemist's control. It was very difficult to produce a pill with 100% effectiveness, even for an earth-level alchemist, not to mention a beginner like Jiang Chen. After spending another half hour in the furnace room, Jiang Chen pushed the heavy stone door open and stepped out. Young master, you are done? Zhou Beizhen asked curiously. Yes, I am indeed a genius, possessed with a God-given talent that no one else has. I managed to produce a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness on my second attempt. Jiang Chen said while throwing 3 pills towards the trio. The trio took the pills and examined them carefully before dramatically turning their heads to look at each other. 100% effectiveness pills, my God. This color, the strength of the pill, this really is a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. The fat old man shouted out, while the skinny man was rolling his eyes, feeling dizzy and struggling just to not fall on the ground. They couldn't accept this. This was just too unbelievable. This isn't a genius. There are no words to describe this kind of talent. Chapter 11. The ancestor's tomb must have exploded. Chapter 11. The ancestor's tomb must have exploded. This was unbearable. This cannot be accepted. Young master's appearance had struck us heavily. I've been wasting my life for so long, the fat old man said as he punched his own chest and stepped hard on the floor, while the skinny old man almost started crying out loud. They all had one single thought in their heads. They had been wasting their entire lives as alchemists. Zhou Beizhen couldn't hold himself back either. His eyes refused to stop glaring at the restoration pill with 100% effectiveness laying on his palm. He was bursting with excitement, as an alchemist himself. This was the first time he had ever seen a pill with 100% effectiveness. Uncle Zhou, cried out if you want to, Jiang Chen said seriously. The trio almost fell down to the ground, and their only thought right now was to strangle this brat. They managed to calm themselves down after a few more minutes. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed as well, and currently they understood one thing. Geniuses definitely existed, but you just can't use common sense to find them. Besides being shocked, Zhou Beizhen and the other two felt happy and relieved as well. Jiang Zhenhaisher was lucky to have a son like Jiang Chen, since Jiang Chen managed to produce restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Their pill shop wouldn't be the one to suffer. Uncle Zhou, please get me some more ingredients, Jiang Chen said. What? You still want to concoct pills? Zhou Beizhen felt even more shocked now. The yuan power and soul power both drained quickly when an alchemist concocted pills. Although the restoration pill was a basic pill, making it with 100% effectiveness would surely drain a person's power much faster than a regular restoration pill. However, it seemed like Jiang Chen hadn't lost any energy after creating those pills. This was unheard of. I will do whatever I can in order to save this shop, Jiang Chen said while patting his chest. However, there was also another reason behind why he wanted to concoct pills. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Thus, his need of yuan qi pills was monstrous. Yuan qi pills were one of the things he would need the most on his cultivation path. Restoration pills were just one of the yuan qi pills. Above those were earth restoration pills and heaven restoration pills that, in the real world of cultivation, restoration pills were one of the most basic currencies. Only a small city like Tianxian would use money to buy restoration pills. These restoration pills were so basic that Jiang Chen had treated them like trash in his past life. But now he had to prepare some for himself. Jiang Chen went back in the furnace room with a smile on his face and an energetic look to others. Concocting pills would drain their soul power incredibly fast, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of running out of soul power. When I died on the St. Cliff hundreds of years ago, my soul was seriously damaged. But now, I have two souls merged into one, and the soul power I can unleash is just equal to that of someone at the mortal core level. But I do have the skill mighty soul derivation giving me an unlimited supply of soul power, so I won't have to worry about draining my soul power, he thought to himself with a smile. The experiences and memories of his past life regarding cultivation and skills were the biggest treasures he owned. In the Saint Origin universe, skills that could train one's soul were hard to find, and it would definitely impossible to find one here in Fragrant Sky City. Even the ones that were of the lowest level. That was why most of the alchemists here couldn't produce pills with high effectiveness. The mighty soul derivation skill was the most powerful skill that could train one's soul in this world. That IT provided unlimited soul power for those who practiced it. Therefore, you would never run out of soul power when concocting pills. Jiang Chen was currently cultivating the mighty dragon transformation skill. Not only can it form a dragon mark in his body, but it will also make his body stronger, eventually allowing him to reach a stage where he can transform into a dragon. The combination of the dragon transformation skill and the mighty soul derivation skill ended up training Jiang Chen's chi, body, and soul at the same time. That IT would take him at least 20 years before he could become a saint again, but by then he would have already surpassed his previous self. Maybe then he can break through yet again and become a god. Zhou Beizhen stood outside of the furnace room and took a deep breath before talking to the fat old man. Su, you two stay here and look after the young master. Don't let anyone else know that the young master can concoct pills. I will pay a visit to the mayor. Jiang Chen had become a genius alchemist. This was good news. He had to inform Jiang Zhenhai at once. Mayor's mansion. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't stop training after Jiang Chen gave him the Xian Yuan cultivation skill. He had limited talent when it came to cultivation, so it wasn't easy for him to cultivate with this abstruse skill. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be great if Jiang Zhenhai could touch the foundation of this skill within 1 month. Knock, knock, knock. The continuous knocking distracted Jiang Zhenhai's training. He coughed lightly and said, "Come in." The door opened up, and Zhou Beizhen came walking in. Jiang Zhenhai had a bad feeling when he saw Zhou Beizhen that he had been focusing too much on his own cultivation, making him forget about the pill business. Now Zhou Beizhen came to look for him. There must be some bad news. "Zhou, the pill shop is done for, right?" Jiang Zhenhai asked with a frown on his face. "Mayor, I have good news for you. There's a genius who came into our workshop, and he can produce restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Those pills with 70% effectiveness that the Mu Rong family is selling is just trash compared to these new pills." Zhou Beizhen said with a smile. "What? Pills with 100% effectiveness? Zhou, is this for real?" Jiang Zhenhai jumped up from his seat immediately. "Of course this is real. And this alchemist, Mayor, knows this person." Zhou Beizhen purposely hid the true identity of the alchemist. "I know him. Who is it?" Jiang Zhenhai was stunned. He searched through all the information in his brain, but he failed to remember meeting someone who could produce pills with 100% effectiveness. "This person is over at our workshop right now. Follow me and you'll find out who it is," Zhou Beizhen said. "Let's go." Jiang Zhenhai was extremely interested in finding out who this person was. This matter was related to the existence of their pill shop, so it was only obvious that he showed so much concern for it. Pill shop, the furnace room, dash. Jiang Chen kept on concocting restoration pills, and he didn't stop until it was evening. He had produced more than 100 restoration pills. If anyone knew about this, then they would be scared to death. However, most of these pills went into Jiang Chen's own pocket. Jiang Chen felt tired at this moment, but it wasn't because of constantly using his soul power. With the might of the soul derivation skill, he would never have to worry about running out of soul power. There were 2 reasons for why he was feeling tired. First, the drainage of his Yuan power. Concocting pills will use both soul power and Yuan power. Even if the dragon transformation skill was powerful, the first dragon mark wasn't fully formed yet. He couldn't use Yuan power nonstop for hours. Secondly, when concentrating on the same thing for hours, the body will naturally tire. Although cultivating the dragon transformation skill makes my body stronger and the soul derivation skill provides me with unlimited soul power, this body is just too weak. Looks like I'll need to find a way to improve this body from the roots. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The problem was clear. It was his body. The body had stored a lot of pills and elixirs for over a decade and had been trained with the dragon transformation skill. His roots, however, were still too weak. If I can concoct a tiger restoration pill, then it will help not only increase the strength of my roots, it will change into something better. But my body can't stand the power of a high-level tiger restoration pill, and I can't concoct it with my current strength. I think I'll just concoct the lowest quality tiger restoration pill. Tiger restoration pills was what strengthens one's roots, and that was what he needed right now. There's a pen and paper in the furnace room in preparation to write down all the ingredients required to make a tiger restoration pill. The ingredients were not hard to find, especially for a big family like the Jiang family. He could easily obtain what he wanted. There were only a few ingredients that were difficult to find, but he can substitute them with different ingredients. But there was one ingredient that cannot be substituted with anything: the soul of a tiger demon. If I can get the soul of a tiger demon who's at the mortal core level, then that would be perfect, but they're incredibly rare in Fragrant Sky City. I'll just replace it with the soul of a tiger demon at the Qihai level. Jiang Chen thought. The most powerful warrior in Fragrant Sky City was only at the peak of Qihai level. It will be impossible to find a mortal core level tiger demon. He can only ask for a lower grade replacement, using a tiger demon soul of Qihai level. After writing down all the ingredient needed to create a tiger restoration pill, he walked out of the furnace room. Jiang Zhenhai and the others had been waiting outside the furnace room for a long time, but they didn't dare show any impatience. Jiang Chen kept asking the trio who the alchemist was, but Zhou Beizhen and the others just smiled and kept their mouths shut, wanting to surprise him. Jiang Chen saw Jiang Chen walking out of the furnace room, and he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. "Dad, why are you here?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. Jiang Zhenhai's appearance was not unexpected. Zhou Beizhen was a good friend of his dad, so he would naturally go tell Jiang Zhenhai about the good news. Blinking his eyes in disbelief, Jiang Zhenhai turned towards the trio who were smiling and said, "Zhou, don't tell me the genius who you said can produce pills with 100% effectiveness is Chen'er." "Yes, that's right. The genius is young master. Isn't this a surprise?" Zhou Beizhen replied with a big smile on his face. "Impossible. This is nonsense. This boy sure knows how to eat pills like an expert, but he will never know how to concoct pills. You guys must be making fun of me. Mayor, the young master, is a genius. The restoration pills with 100% effectiveness I just showed you were produced by him." "Dad, shouldn't you be happy that I am an alchemist?" Jiang Chen teased his dad. "This is for real, huh?" Jiang Zhenhai was lost in his own thoughts. After a couple of seconds, he started laughing out loud with tears flowing down his face. He walked towards Jiang Chen and gave him a strong hug. He was incredibly happy, and he was thanking the gods for turning his son into some genius. He only had one son, and all the troubles caused by him over the last decade had made him depressed. "Mayor, the young master is such a genius. The tomb of your ancestor must have lots of green smoke flying out of it. TL, ancestor must have done a lot of good deeds before passing away, giving good luck to the newer generations." Zhou Beizhen teased with smile. "Only green smoke. The ancestor's tomb must have exploded." Jiang Zhenhai was thrilled and could barely hold himself. All parents wish to see their children achieve greatness. "Dad, Uncle Zhou, here's 20 restoration pills with 100% effectiveness." Jiang Chen took out 20 restoration pills as he spoke. "So many of them." The trio shouted in disbelief. In only a few hours, he had managed to produce 20 restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Was this really his first time concocting pills? "Haha, perfect. I want to see how Mu Rong's pill shop is going to survive," Jiang Zhenhai said as he started laughing out loud. Chapter 12. The Massive Influence of 100% Effectiveness Pills. Chapter 12. The Massive Influence of 100% Effectiveness Pills. Everyone was excited and thrilled. Not only did the Jiang family have a genius alchemist, he had also saved the pill business. There was no way for them to not be excited about that. "We'll start selling the 100% effectiveness pills tomorrow, sending the final blow to the Mu Rong family's pill shop," the fat old man said. "But only the young master can produce restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. There's a very high demand for restoration pills in Fragrant Sky City, especially for those big families. Young master alone won't be able to fulfill the demand," Zhou Beizhen said with a frown on his face. "From now on, 3 of us will not be needed here. This is a hard blow." The skinny old man spread his hands, showing his helplessness in saving the pill business. For the first time since he became a respected alchemist, he felt worthless. If the pill shop started selling restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, there was not much they can do to help. Jiang Chen, who stood aside, suddenly had an idea. "Synthetic pills." "Synthetic pills?" The trio looked at Jiang Chen simultaneously. They couldn't figure out what Jiang Chen meant. Concocting pills is a very complex process, but synthetic ones are very simple. "That I don't want to hide this from you, but I know one method that can create synthetic pills. Give me 2 60% effectiveness pills that I can combine them into 100% effectiveness pills easily. You will continue concocting pills, and I will synthesize them. Furthermore, we're not only selling restoration pills in this shop. There's one other pill I will need you guys to concoct," Jiang Chen said. This was a perfect idea. Producing synthetic pills was an impossible task for ordinary alchemists. But for Jiang Chen, who was once the greatest saint, pills such as restoration pills can be easily synthesized without much effort. "What? Combine 2 60% effectiveness pills into a 100% effectiveness pill. How can this be possible?" The fat old man felt like vomiting blood again. He had never heard of this method before. "I know this comes as a shock, you guys, But this method really does exist. To tell you frankly, I did eat a lot of pills and gain a lot of experience in concocting pills as a result, but I was also taught by a great teacher. Here's a skill that can help you train your soul. It should provide great help. Jiang Chen had written down a simple skill on a piece of paper that can train one's soul. It can't compare with a mighty soul derivation skill, but it's still better than an ordinary soul training skill. Jiang Chen handed over the piece of paper to Zhou Beizhan. Soul training skill. Zhou Beizhan's voice was shaking as he spoke. As an alchemist, he knew better than anyone else how rare soul training skill is. The soul and soul power were the most important things for an alchemist, and the reason why they can't concoct high-level pills was mainly because they don't have enough. Soul-powered, if they managed to obtain a soul training skill, it would definitely provide great assistance. The two others looked thrilled as well. The trio stood next to each other and stared at the script. The more they read, the more excited they became. When they finished reading, they turned their heads. Jiang Zhenhai was not an alchemist, so he couldn't understand the value of a soul training skill. But looking at the trio's expressions, he felt shocked as well. Obviously, the script Jiang Chen gave them was another priceless skill. It was something they could only acquire in their dreams. What actually happened at Chener? Did he really meet a great master? Jiang Zhenhai had been surprised by Jiang Chen so many times. First his cultivation level, then Jiang Chen's great way of dealing with enemies, the Xian Yuan skill, and the soul training skill. He was even able to concoct pills with 100% effectiveness. All the changes had made Jiang Zhenhai surprised. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't hold his excitement. Jiang Chen was his son, and he was obviously proud to have such a great son. Zhou Beizhan and the other two old men knelt down. For them, it felt like that piece of paper in their hands weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by the trio's reaction. The skills he had given them was not something ordinary. The soul training skill may be nothing to him, but even the most famous clans in the Qi province would fight to get it. Zhou, what are you guys doing? Get up quickly. Jiang Zhenhai never expected the trio to react so extremely. Young master, we will never forget your kindness for the rest of our lives. Zhou Beizhan said seriously. Uncle Zhou, get up quickly. This is just an ordinary soul training skill. Jiang Chen said with a smile, helping the trio get up. Hearing Jiang Chen tell them that this was just an ordinary soul training skill, the trio almost fainted. The young master must be pretending he doesn't know just how extraordinary this skill was. It was so rare that the trio had only heard of it. They just now witnessed it for the first time in their lives. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the trio's reaction. Even though they are loyal to Jiang Zhenhai, the human heart had always been unpredictable. You had to give them something so that they will remain loyal. Jiang Chen would leave the fragrant Sky City sooner or later. His ambition was the whole Saint Origin universe. Before he left, he wanted to stabilize everything here. He wanted to help Jiang Zhenhai by people's loyalties. The soul training skill was one of the means to make Zhou Beizhan and other old men stay loyal to Jiang Zhenhai. The pill business was the main source of income for the Jiang family. Zhou Beizhan and the other two old men were the alchemists here. Therefore, Jiang Chen gave them the soul training skill. With this soul training skill, I will have more concentrated soul-powered. IT will just get stronger and stronger. I believe I will soon be able to concoct higher-level pills. That's right. With the help of this soul training skill, it can even raise our yuan power, making us achieve higher levels in cultivation. The fat and skinny old men both said. There will be more rewards waiting for you in future as long as you guys stay loyal to the Jiang family. Jiang Chen promised them. Don't worry, young master. From now on, our lives are in yours and the mayor's hands. The fat old man said without hesitation. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head. Jiang Chen had used a great tactic to get their loyalty. Spread the news. Tell everyone that starting from tomorrow, our pill shop will sell restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen said while smiling. Haha, that's great. I wonder how the Mu Rong family will react after we start selling pills with 100% effectiveness tomorrow. The skinny old man started laughing out loud. Chenar, in my opinion, those synthetic pills can be valuable. Jiang Zhenhai said. Of course, we will place a sign with our prices at the front door tomorrow. A single restoration pill with 100% effectiveness will be 4 gold coins at the same time. We will promote that we can turn useless pills into precious ones. 2 pills with 60% effectiveness and 3 gold coins can be exchanged for a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen said while laughing. Young master, a restoration pill with 60% effectiveness is worth 1 gold coin. Is it alright to sell restoration pills with 100% effectiveness for 4 gold coins? These people will have bought pills with 60% effectiveness for 1 gold coin, so they will end up paying 5 gold coins for one. 100% effectiveness restoration pill. Zhou Beijian said with a frown on his face. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Once we start selling the restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, no one will want those 60% effectiveness restoration pills. There are many rich families in Fragrant Sky City able to afford the high prices, especially for someone who still has 60% effectiveness pills with them that I'm sure they will come and exchange with us. Jiang Chen said. Haha. You're so brilliant, young master, using their 60% effectiveness pills and synthesizing them, then selling them back to him to get a profit of 3 gold coins. You are a business genius as well. The fat old man said to Jiang Chen while giving him a thumbs up. More importantly, we won't exchange with the restoration pills that the Mu Rong family produced. I want no one to buy any pills from them. Jiang Chen said with a cruel look on his face. Jiang Zhenhai and Trio looked at each other. They all had cruel smiles on their faces. With Jiang Chen's idea, no one will buy anything from the Mu Rong family's pill shop, and sooner or later they will have lost their entire pill business in Fragrant Sky City. One more thing, don't tell anyone that I am the alchemist. Just tell them we hired a new master alchemist. Jiang Chen said that IT was wise to never let your opponent know what you got. All right, Joe, you are the master of the pill shop, that I will let you handle everything related to selling the pills. Jiang Zhenhai said. Rest assured, Mayor, Zhou Beijian said with a smile. He was very confident in these 100% effectiveness restoration pills. Oh, Dad, please help me gather all the ingredients listed here. Jiang Chen took out the list of ingredients required to concoct the Tiger Restoration Pill and handed it over to Jiang Zhenhai. He was thinking about asking Zhou Beijian to help him gather the ingredients, but since his dad was here, he would just ask him to help gather them. A frown appeared on Jiang Zhenhai's face after looking at the ingredients on the list. I can find all the ingredients listed here, but soul of a tiger demon at the Qi high level is going to be hard to find. Beast demons usually had a great amount of Qi and a strong body. If they fought against a human at the same level, then the human would usually lose. The Qi high level tiger demon was very strong and difficult to defeat. Although Zhang's family possessed many kinds of beast demons, a tiger demon at the Qi high level was just too rare. You can't get it? Try your best and get me one. It must be the soul of a tiger demon. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. He knew that his dad wasn't lying to him. The soul of a Qi high level tiger demon was incredibly rare, and if they really can't find it, then he will have to start searching for alternatives. All right, I'll get one for you for sure. Jiang Zhenhai kept the ingredients list and left the pill shop. At the dawn of the next day, a chaotic scene appeared in Fragrant Sky City, all because of a notice by the mayor. Restoration pills with 100% effectiveness for sale today. 100% effectiveness restoration pill. Just by the name, it will cause chaos in Tianxian City. In just an hour after the notice was published, the news had spread to everywhere in Fragrant Sky City. Mayor wants to sell 100% effectiveness restoration pills. Is this for real? I don't think this is fake news. The mayor would never release a fake announcement. That if they did, then their reputation would suffer. That a few days ago, the Mu Rong family started selling restoration pills with 70% effectiveness. And today, the mayor's pill shop just started selling restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. The competition between the two families is getting fiercer. I've never seen a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness before. That I heard that not only does it contain strong powers, there's not even a slightest bit of impurities in them as well. Every warrior dreams of having one. Let's go and take a look at if this is real. Maybe we will have the chance to see who created those pills. With just a single announcement from the mayor, the entire Fragrant Sky City was sent into chaos. Almost everyone hurried over to the mayor's pill shop. Of course, not even one of them could afford a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness costing 4 gold coins, but they can still witness it. The intense competition between the mayor's family and Mu Rong's family was also a reason why the public was interested. At the front entrance of the pill show, huge crowds had gathered, and the lively atmosphere could be compared to what happened when the Mu Rong family came to fetch the bridegroom a couple of days ago. The attraction of restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. Chapter 13. Money sent to our doorstep. Chapter 13. Money sent to our doorstep. Without waiting too long, a long wooden table was placed in front of the pill shop. The fat old man sat down next to it with a peaceful look on his face. Jiang Chen placed the big signboard near the entrance. For those who want to buy restoration pills, read this carefully. Jiang Chen held a huge amount of respect towards his young master, and he immediately volunteered himself when he heard that the pill shop was going to sell restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen gave him this task to help with the launch. The crowds became quiet once Jiang Chen placed the sign. They were all staring at the sign and its big black letters. 100% effectiveness restoration pill, 4 gold coins each. 260% effectiveness restoration pills plus 3 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. Limited to 3 pills per person every day. The signboard clearly stated the rules when buying restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Buying restoration pills required money, and when you spend the money, you still had to follow their terms. This was the first time anything like this had happened in Fragrant Sky City. However, the restoration pills were just too attractive. People wouldn't complain even with a buying condition. Most of the people thought that this was a good decision. Limiting the quantity of what one could buy daily prevented the rich families from buying them all. A single restoration pill with 100% effectiveness is worth 4 gold coins. That's 4 times as much as the previous price of a restoration pill. The price should be considered fair. These are restoration pills with 100% effectiveness after all. Their value can't be compared with restoration pills that have a 60% effectiveness. It's already difficult to cultivate, plus it's so time-consuming getting rid of the impurities in restoration pills. Furthermore, we can't completely get rid of those impurities. Instead, those impurities are storing up in our bodies. But if we had restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, we wouldn't have to worry about those impurities. I'm just curious about whether or not the Jiang family really do possess these restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. I hope they're not making fun of us all. Wow. The Jiang family wants to buy back the restoration pills with 60% effectiveness, but the price is just too expensive. I spent 2 gold coins on buying 2 restoration pills with 60% effectiveness, and if I wanted to exchange them for a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness, then I would need to add another 3 gold coins, making it a total of 5 gold coins. That's more expensive than just buying a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness directly. This isn't right at all, this is highway robbery. But if the restoration pills with 100% effectiveness really do exist, I would rather spend more and sell my restoration pill with 60% effectiveness. Crowds were discussing amongst themselves in front of the shop entrance. The trade rules had successfully attracted a large amount of attention. It was pricey, but if the Jiang family really could provide restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, who would be stupid enough to use restoration pills with 60% effectiveness? Are there really any restoration pills with 100% effectiveness here? Someone shouted. The crowd was still having doubts about this. Stop hesitating. Queue up if you want to buy. If not, just get lost. Jiang Chen stood on the stairs and pointed his finger towards the crowd. He had an arrogant look on his face. I want to buy a pill. Here's 400 silver coins. A fat man wearing fancy clothes walked up and threw a fat chunk of silver coins onto the table. This man was one of the richest people in Fragrant Sky City, and he was a 7th level Qi Jing master, just 1 step away from reaching the 8th level. If he managed to get a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness, then there was a huge chance he would be able to break through. 4 gold coins were not a small amount. A normal family in Fragrant Sky City would not be able to afford it. There is a saying that on the path of cultivation, talent wasn't everything that mattered. Money was equally important when cultivating. If a person wasn't talented in cultivation and had no money, then it would be arduous and difficult for him to achieve anything on the path of cultivation. All right, here's your restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. Hold it properly. Zhou Beijun handed over a palm-sized box to the fat man. The fat man took the box and opened it. taking the pill out. A very powerful pill. The color is warm and translucent. The 70% effectiveness restoration pill I bought from the Mu Rong family can't compare with this. This really is a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. 4 gold coins is incredibly cheap. The fat man shouted with a look of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowds saw the pill in his hand and noticed its color. It was something they had never seen before. They knew this pill was an excellent one. Wow, this really is a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. Although the price is 4 times higher than before, the quality has been raised by 30% with no impurities in it. The mayor is so generous to sell it at this price. I want to buy one, even if I have to sell everything I own. I'm a 5th level Qi Jing warrior. If I can get a restoration pill with 100% effectiveness, then I will be able to reach level 6 in no time, and I'll be able to get a decent job. A restoration pill with 100% effectiveness. I have never seen one of these before. The crowds were roaring. It had been confirmed that the 100% pills were not a hoax. Everyone was excited. For a cultivator at the Qi Jing level, a 100% effectiveness pill was a priceless treasure. Plus, they wouldn't be able to get one even if they had the money. Give me one. I will sell all my belongings to buy one. I want one too. The fat old man couldn't help but laugh. The pills were excellent, and the crowd was interested. The demand was huge, and they would run out of stock soon. They were guaranteed to make a profit. Shit. They are using the restoration pills with 100% effectiveness to aid their cultivation. The 70% effectiveness pills that we can produce is rubbish. I should just trade them. A man walked up and pulled out 2 70% effectiveness restoration pills together with 3 gold coins. He wanted to trade them for a 100% effectiveness restoration pill. We don't trade with pills from the Mu Rong family. The fat old man said without any hesitation. There were unique and different logos on the pills sold by the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family, so it was very easy to differentiate them. In addition, only the Mu Rong family was selling 70% effectiveness restoration pills. What? Won't accept the trade? The man felt annoyed, but he recalled the intense relationship between 2 families. Everyone listened carefully. We won't accept any pills from the Mu Rong family. If you have pills from the Mu Rong family, then you will not be able to trade with us. Jiang Chen shouted out loud. Oh God! Yesterday, I bought 10 restoration pills from the Mu Rong family. The Jiang family and the Mu Rong family are enemies. It's only logical that they don't want to accept pills from the Mu Rong family. Fuck! I won't buy any pills from the Mu Rong family's pill shop anymore. Fuck! Everyone is going to use 100% effectiveness pills to aid their cultivation. I won't use anything less than that. If I had known about this earlier, then I would have never bought anything from the Mu Rong family. I'm in deep shit now. Many people expressed their remorse and were regretting the fact that they bought pills from the Mu Rong family. As for the condition that the Jiang family wouldn't accept trades involving pills from the Mu Rong family, they didn't really feel offended considering they all knew about the intense rivalry between the 2 families. For the next 3 days, the Jiang family's pill shop was performing incredibly. The restoration pills with 100% effectiveness were just too good. The demand was so large that they had run out of stock several times. This was mainly thanks to the rich families that kept finding ways to buy more 100% pills. Zhou Beizhen and the skinny old man were extremely occupied as well. They were concocting pills as well as cultivating the soul training skill that Jiang Chen gave them. As for Jiang Chen, he just needed to combine the 60% effectiveness pills into 100% effectiveness pills. This was an easy task for him, much easier than drinking water. These synthetic pills were being sold for 4 gold coins, while the pills that were traded in were mostly ones that they had previously sold. Now, they were combining these into 100% effectiveness pills. This was akin to growing money trees. During these 3 days, the once popular Mu Rong pill shop hadn't seen a single customer. The pill business in Fragrant Sky City had been monopolized by the Jiang family. Even the people once loyal to the Mu Rong family had turned to the Jiang family. Humans were very realistic. If they can get 100% effectiveness pills, then they wouldn't settle for anything less. Just imagine that while everyone else was using 100% effectiveness pills to aid their cultivation, you were still using something inferior like 60% effectiveness pills. You would no doubt be left behind very soon. At dawn of the fourth day, there was still a gigantic queue at the entrance of the pill shop, and it had become even longer than the previous 3 days. Jiang Chen took some time off after producing a stockpile of 100% pills and making sure that there were enough pills for everyone. At the entrance of the pill shop, he placed 2 tables down and sat cross-legged between them. Zhou Beizhen and the skinny old man sat down beside him, while Jiang Chen stood behind Jiang Chen like a loyal bodyguard. "Young master, our business has been blazing during these last 3 days," Jiang Chen said with a joyful look on his face. "And not bad." Jiang Chen nodded his head. He had expected all of this. After an hour of witnessing the intense sales and trades of the pills, Jiang Chen started yawning and began to feel bored. At this moment, 2 men wearing black clothes and bamboo hats that covered half of their face came up to the counter. These men immediately attracted Jiang Chen's attention. "I want 3 restoration pills. Here's 12 gold coins." A bag containing 12 gold coins was tossed onto the table. The voice underneath the bamboo hat was loud and arrogant. One could tell that he was a young man. Jiang Chen could immediately tell that this man was a 9th level Qi Jing master, and the other one was at the early Qi high level. "Take off your bamboo hat," Jiang Chen said with a lazy voice. "I came here to buy restoration pills. Why do you care about my bamboo hat?" The man said again, but this time the arrogance in his voice had increased. "Because of the situation within Fragrant Sky City, if you need to hide your identity and buy our pills, I bet you are from the Mu Rong family," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He could easily tell who they were because of the fact that they were hiding their own identities. Buying pills was not something one should be ashamed of, unless they were from the Mu Rong family. Many people laid their sights on the 2 men. Upon hearing Mu Rong family, Zhou Beizhen and the other also glanced towards them. "Umph." The young man let out a cold humph. As he was about to take off his hat, the man behind him stopped the young man. "Uncle Hui, there's no need to further disguise ourselves. We've already been recognized," the young man said as he took off his bamboo hat. He was a handsome young man, and it looked like he was about 17 to 18 years old, with an arrogant look plastered onto his face. The man standing behind the youngster's side, he took off his bamboo hat as well. It looked like he was a 50-year-old man, and a strong Qi could be sensed from him. He was a strong cultivator at the early Qi high level. Jiang Chen looked at the young man. It was rare to see a young man capable of reaching the 9th Qi Jing level at his age. He looked familiar as well. Hence Jiang Chen searched through his memories and found details regarding this young man. This was the most talented man in the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong Hao. He reached the peak of the 9th level Qi Jing when he was 19 years old and was close to breaking through to the Qi high level. A person like this had the qualifications to act arrogant, but it was too bad. He was facing the wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Humph. Mu Rong Hao, you must have come here to cause havoc." Zhou Beizhen let out a cold grunt and grabbed the golden coins on the table, pretending to throw them away. But he was stopped by Jiang Chen. "Uncle Zhou, why would you want to throw away the money that was sent to our doorstep?" Chapter 14. Only one strike needed. Chapter 14. Only one strike needed. "Jiang Chen, take the money and give us the pills now," Mu Rong Hao said with an arrogant tone. During the last 3 days, the Jiang family's pill shop had been bustling and lively, but the Mu Rong family's pill shop was the opposite. He couldn't stand the thought of this, so he decided to check out things himself and buy a few restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, but he never thought that he would be recognized immediately. But as the #1 genius in the Mu Rong family, as well as the most talented youth in Tianxiang City, his arrogance was also amongst the top. "Our family's pills are sold to humans, not animals. I will keep the money, but you better scram while I'm still in a good mood," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Jiang Chen, who did you say was an animal?" Mu Rong Hao said with an enraged expression that he was the #1 genius in the Mu Rong family, and no one had ever shown any disrespect towards him. That a few days ago, when he heard that Jiang Chen had beaten Mu Rong Ying, he had decided that he would find an opportunity to meet Jiang Chen, but he never expected to meet him under these circumstances. "My young master is scolding you. Even a moron would know what he means. Your ears must be full of shit." Jiang Chen, who stood next to Jiang Chen, expressed his pride in the young master as he pointed at Mu Ronghao and spoke. Jiang Chen never would have dared talk to this number one genius in Tianxiang City in this manner, but the young master had scolded Mu Ronghao and called him an animal. It was only natural for him to follow his young master's lead. Useless slave, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Mu Ronghao raised his voice. A small smile appeared in Jiang Chen's heart upon hearing this. Mu Ronghao was too young and arrogant. He had totally forgotten where he was at. It seemed like he had also forgotten that the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family had become enemies. Shut up. Jiang Chen slammed his palms onto the table and stood up from his chair. This dog from the Mu Rong family really doesn't know any manners. How dare he come to our territory and bark? He should have just stayed in his own den. Guards, take this man down. All the guards from the pill shop rushed out, surrounding Mu Ronghao and the old man at the Qi-Hai level upon hearing Jiang Chen speak. All the people behind them simultaneously backed off. They came here to witness the sale of the restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, but they never expected to witness another good show. Who wants to touch my young master? The old man at the Qi-Hai level raised his voice. How dare you act so arrogantly when you're only at the Qi-Hai level? Mu Ronghao's dog doesn't know any manners. He also doesn't know what's going to happen when he acts like this. Uncle Zhou, please cripple this old dog for me. Jiang Chen showed his domineering attitude. Yes, young master, Zhou Beijian said. He jumped up from behind the table, and a strong qi belonging to the Qi-Hai level was unleashed from his body. Many people felt the pressure from this field, turning their expressions sickly and pale. This Mu Ronghao fellow was too arrogant. Today he finally met an opponent. Young Master Jiang Chen isn't a useless fool like before. That's right, the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family are mortal enemies. Yet this Mu Ronghao still dared to come to the Jiang family's pill shop. He is just looking for trouble. Many people started discussing amongst themselves. Most of them had seen how Jiang Chen behaved a few days ago. He even dared to insult the Mu Rong family's leader, and he was just a young man. Jiang Chen, no point in acting like a bully. If you have the guts, then fight me alone. Let's see who the number one genius amongst the youth in Tianxiang City is. Mu Ronghao grunted coldly as he spoke to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen realized that since he beat Mu Rong a few days ago and ruined the Mu Rong family's reputation, it was obvious that Mu Ronghao wanted to gain their reputation back by defeating Jiang Chen. Of course, this was something that can be forgiven. The fact was the number one genius from the Mu Rong family had wanted to meet Jiang Chen, who suddenly rose in status and proved that he was the number one genius in Tianxiang City. Even if Jiang Chen hadn't provoked him, he still would have found a way to fight with Jiang Chen. Guts? Of course I have the guts. I don't care who the strongest amongst the young ones is. But if you want to fight me, then I will naturally grant this wish. Everybody else back off. Jiang Chen said as he started walking towards Mu Ronghao. Today he wanted the so-called genius to regret coming here, and he would leave a deep wound in the Mu Rong family. This was what they sent to his doorstep. He won't let go of this chance easily. Young master, how dare these two men come here and cause trouble? Let me teach them a lesson, Zhou Beijian said. Uncle Zhou, he said he wanted to fight me. So if I stay back, then others will only laugh at me. Jiang Chen said with a smile that he knew that Zhou Beijian was worried, mainly because Mu Ronghao was the most talented genius in Mu Rong's family, having reached the peak of Qi Jing. Although Mu Rongying was defeated, it doesn't mean that he will be able to defeat Mu Ronghao as well. If that's the case, then young master, please be careful, Zhou Beijian said as he nodded his head. He looked at the confidence on Jiang Chen's face and recalled his performance during the last few days. All he did was produce astonishing results. Everyone step aside, Jiang Chen said as he waved to the crowds. All the guards that were previously surrounded the two from the Mu Rong family cleared the way for them to fight. Zhou Beijian stepped back as well. The old man at the Qi-Hai level had a worried look on his face as he furrowed his brow. His expression was that of an anxious man. He regretted letting Mu Ronghao follow him today. If anything were to happen to Mu Ronghao, then there would be no way for him to explain to Mu Rongjian. Uncle Hui, you stand back as well. Just take a look at how I teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Mu Ronghao folded his fan, and a grim smile emerged on his face. Please be careful, young master. The old man whispered before stepping aside. His face was showing signs of alertness. Who will win this fight? I'm guessing Mu Ronghao will win. He's already at the peak of Qi Jing, and he's just one step away from reaching the Qi High level. I don't think there are a lot of people in the Qi Jing level who can defeat him, and he's a famous genius in Tianxiang City. Jiang Chen defeated Mu Rongying, but he used to be a useless fool before that. I'm not sure what his current level is, but he's definitely not at the Qi High level. I don't think Mu Ronghao will win. This Jiang Chen has been mysterious lately, and even Mu Rongzhan was insulted by him. His true ability must be great as well. You saw what happened that day. Mu Rongying, who is an 8th level Qi Jing cultivator, was defeated with a single slap. Many people were talking amongst themselves. The Mu Rong family's reputation had been sent down the drain a couple of days ago by Jiang Chen. Since then, people had started treating him like a genius. It's not often you see two geniuses fighting. Jiang Chen, show me what you've got. Oh, and don't come complaining later saying that I am bullying you. I will let you have the first move. Mu Ronghao said arrogantly. If you want to let me have the first move, then you might as well give me 10 moves. If you can't afford to let me have 10 moves, then don't mention anything like that. Jiang Chen said as he started laughing. This only provoked Mu Ronghao even further. You're only good at talking. Let's see what you've got. Moving his body, Mu Ronghao unleashed his qi, releasing a powerful yuan force that could be felt in the surroundings like a wave. Mu Ronghao really is a genius. He got such a powerful yuan force, even though he is only at the 9th level Qi Jing. A normal 9th level Qi Jing would be no match for him. I wonder if our young master will be able to handle him. Zhou Beizhen was worried about Jiang Chen, but when he turned around to look at Jiang Chen, he could see a confident smile on his face. Zhou Beizhen was wondering why Jiang Chen was so confident. Mu Ronghao, hold on first. There's no point in fighting when there's nothing at stake. Let's have a bet. Jiang Chen said with an evil smile on his face. All right, what should we bet? Mu Ronghao is very confident in himself. If you win, then I will let you leave here without any harm. But if you lose, you'll have to leave something behind. Don't worry. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you both. Jiang Chen said with a big smile on his face. This bet doesn't seem to be fair. If I win, I get nothing. Mu Ronghao said. What a joke. Do you honestly believe that I can't crush you? And that old man immediately with a single order? I've given you a chance. You should be grateful for that. Jiang Chen said without showing any mercy. All right, at least I got the chance to teach you a lesson. Mu Ronghai said, and immediately afterwards he threw a punch towards Jiang Chen, believing that Jiang Chen was no match for him. Bang! Mu Ronghao's attack was powerful and accompanied by a loud bang. His fist was sparkling. This was the power punch that belongs to the Mu Rong family, a high mortal level combat skill with strong attack power. Too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was standing still and waiting for Mu Ronghao's fist to approach him, so he could force back the punch with lightning speed. Bang! Jiang Chen and Mu Ronghao's fists collided, creating a thundering boom and a scene that shocked everyone who was watching. Crack! A scream along with a bone-cracking sound could be heard, and following that, a human figure was sent flying. Obviously, wasn't Jiang Chen who was sent flying, it was the overconfident Mu Rong. Mu Ronghao landed on the ground 3 feet away from his original position. Both his legs shaking, he was using all his strength to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Everyone were staring at Mu Ronghao. They were all stunned from looking at Mu Ronghao's twisted arm. Jiang Chen's powerful punch had crushed all the bones in his arm and completely destroyed it. Jiang Chen stood still in his original position with his hands behind his back, smiling like an innocent young man and like it wasn't him who had just sent out that powerful punch. Impossible! This is impossible. How can he have such a powerful punch? Mu Ronghao was covered in sweat. His complexion was pale like white paper as he stared at Jiang Chen, who acted like nothing just happened. This sent an extreme shock down his spine. He wasn't the only one. The crowds were shocked as well. He defeated Mu Ronghao with a single move. This was completely different from when he had defeated Mu Rongying. Zhou Beizhen and the guards were looking towards Jiang Chen, their young master. This was unbelievable. Obviously, they were having a hard time adapting to the changes of their young master. The skinny old man and the fat old man shook their heads. This young master was a never-before-seen weirdo. Not only was he good at concocting pills, his combat strength was also incredibly powerful. Young master sure knows how to hide his true self. He has hid his true self for more than a decade. This must have been very difficult for him. All the people from the Jiang family were admiring Jiang Chen. Sparkling stars emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes, like a little girl looking at her idol. Jiang Chen has been hiding his true self all this time. He is the true #1 genius in Fragrant Sky City. He defeated Mu Ronghao with a single punch. If I hadn't witnessed this myself, then I wouldn't believe it. Let's keep watching. There will be more to come. Mu Ronghao was defeated, but this is Jiang Chen. I bet Mu Ronghao's suffering hasn't come to an end yet. Most of the people knew that what was going to happen next. That would be the real show. Chapter 15, Castrated. Chapter 15, Castrated. Indeed, young Master Jiang Chen was going to do something. You're so weak, yet you dare call yourself a genius. Looks like the Mu Rong family doesn't even have a dog that can bite. Oh right, you haven't admitted defeat yet, so accept my next attack. Jiang Chen said with a cruel smile on his face that he pointed his fingers as if it was a sword towards Mu Ronghao's groin, a golden beam emerging from his fingertips with amazing speed. No! The old man from the Mu Rong family at the Qi-Hai level shouted and reacted immediately. He gestured with his hand and unleashed a powerful Yuan force that was supposed to stop Jiang Chen's attack. Pooh! Unfortunately, the Yuan force was shattered, unable to stop Jiang Chen's one solar finger attack. The one solar finger, the 6 solar finger skill, couldn't be stopped by regular Yuan force. The old man at the early Qi-Hai level couldn't stop it even if he had used all his power. Pooh! Another pooh sound was heard, but this time the sound came from between Mu Ronghao's legs. Many people could see the golden beam that Jiang Chen had unleashed piercing right into the center of Mu Ronghao's groin. Mu Ronghao could feel a cold sensation between his legs as he looked down and saw his torn pants. Blood began to seep out, and then a bloody mutilated object dropped down from within his pants. He could see that moment. Mu Ronghao could finally feel the horrible pain coming from his groin. Ah! Following that painful cry, Mu Ronghao fell down to the ground and held his groin with the one functional hand he had left. He then started thrashing and rolling on the ground violently. Ah! A terrifying howl could be heard. It didn't sound anything like a human. Blood rushed out nonstop from his groin as many people saw the bloody and mutilated object on the ground. HSSS. Everyone who saw the object on the ground gasped at this cruel scene. Those who had that object between their legs could feel a chilling sensation between their legs, instantly tightening them up. Gone, he was gone. Finished. He was completely finished. The noisy surroundings immediately turned into dead silence. Only the terrified cry from Mu Ronghao could be heard. Everyone's expressions turned pale while looking at the blood between Mu Ronghao's legs. Even Zhou Beizhen and the rest of the Jiang family felt cold in their hearts. This was too cruel. If a man lost his thing, was he still be considered a man? How was he going to live in the future? This was much worse than losing an arm or a leg. He was completely finished. Young master, the old man at the Qi-Hai level shouted out loud as he dashed towards Mu Ronghao. His face was full of anxiety, for he had no idea how to treat Mu Ronghao's wound. Save me, the pain. Mu Ronghao cried nonstop from the intense pain within his body. The old man was covered in sweat as Jiang Chen had destroyed Mu Ronghao, which was equivalent to destroying the hope of the Mu Rong family. He had no idea how he was going to explain this to the chief of the Mu Rong family when he returned. The old man hurriedly grabbed a pill from his storage bag and fed it to Mu Ronghao. This pill could help stop the bleeding and ease the pain temporarily, but the thing that had been cut off could never be restored. The old man turned around and looked at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen, this isn't over. Our Mu Rong family will not let you go easily for this. After saying that, he picked up the wounded Mu Ronghao and tried to leave. Stop right there. Jiang Chen shouted, Old dog, did I allow you to leave? Look carefully who this place belongs to. A lot of people were shocked at Jiang Chen's words. He was not going to let this end easily. Mu Ronghao had been ruined. He can't even be a man anymore. Yet Jiang Chen still won't let them go. He really had a ruthless tactic. Ruthless? Jiang Chen didn't feel that way. He was once the greatest saint in the world. The amount of people he has killed was enough to form a mountain. Jiang Chen had some simple rules that if his relationship with someone was hostile, that person would be an enemy. You can never show a merciful heart when facing your enemy. We made a deal earlier. If you lose, then you would have to leave something behind. That if you leave like this, then I would be too ashamed to show my face. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This was too shameless. You chopped off someone's dick. What else do you want them to leave behind? Young man, don't go too far. My young master has been wounded. Do you not think that this is enough? The old man was enraged. If it weren't for the other powerful Chi-Hai warriors beside Jiang Chen, he would have already run over to Jiang Chen and torn him to pieces. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my young master like that? Zhou Beijun shouted. This man was only at the early Chi-Hai level, yet he dared come over to the pill shop and disrespect the young master right in front of Zhou Beijun. This was a great insult. Jiang Chen raised his hand, signaling Zhou Beijun to stop worrying. It's not up to you to decide when it's been enough. I am the one who decides. That thing was dropped during our fight just now. Therefore, it doesn't count towards our deal. And now, Mu Ronghao lost the battle. According to our agreement, he has to leave something behind. Hey, Jiang Chen. Young master, what's your order? Jiang Chen replied in a toady manner. Help me break both of Mu Ronghao's leg, then strip off all his clothes. Jiang Chen said with a grim smile. The Mu Rong family had offended Jiang Chen. They could only curse their ancestors for their luck to have run out now. What? Mu Ronghao and the old man both shouted at the same time that Mu Ronghao was now even more terrified. All his arrogance had vanished. He would have a hard time living without his dick, but if both his legs were broken and he was stripped naked, then he would rather die right now. Jiang Chen, how dare you? The old man said angrily. This was pure humiliation. With the number one genius from the Mu Rong family having his legs broken and being stripped naked in front of the public, the Mu Rong family's reputation would disappear. How dare I, old dog? Do you think he's the only one to be stripped? Uncle Zhou, take this old dog down. Break both of his legs and strip him off his clothes as well. Jiang Chen never showed any mercy, and he wasn't afraid of taking matters to another level. Destroying the Mu Rong family was his priority now that he had been reborn. He wanted to let everyone in Fragrant Sky City witness the fall of the Mu Rong family. As you wish. Zhou Beijun cruelly smiled as he dashed towards the old man. He had always disliked the old man, and he also knew that Jiang Chen wanted to insult and humiliate the Mu Rong family in order to establish more authority for the Jiang family. One man was middle Chi-Hai, while the other was just early Chi-Hai level. They were an entire level apart. The old man was no match for Zhou Beijun, and under his might the old man was beaten to the ground with just a single blow, unable to move at all. Young master, I have taken him down. Zhou Beijun looked at Jiang Chen. Just a clown. How dare you make noise in front of me? Uncle Zhou, slap him. Jiang Chen behaved like a king who controlled life and destiny itself as he gave out orders. Slap, slap. Zhou Beijun followed Jiang Chen's orders. He didn't show any mercy either. He slapped with both of his palms, creating a crystal clear slapping sound in just a short amount of time. The old man's face had swollen up to the size of a pig's head, and a few teeth had fallen out. The old man tried to speak, but he couldn't. All the people around were shivering. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a demon lord. This is too brutal. Mu Ronghao appearing today was a foolish decision. This was all because he met Jiang Chen. Will he really break both of their legs? If he does, then the Mu Rong family's remaining reputation will go down the drain. I think young master Jiang Chen would do anything. His tactics are just too frightening. The surrounding spectators were unable to stop their sighing. Coming to the Jiang family's pill shop was a stupid decision by the two from the Mu Rong family. Young master, have a seat. Jiang Chen pulled out a bamboo chair and placed it behind of Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a praiseful expression as he sat on the bamboo chair and crossed his legs. TL, how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Jiang Chen, do as I have said and break both of Mu Ronghao's legs, then strip him of his clothes. Jiang Chen said, as you wish. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face as he grabbed a steel bar and started walking towards Mu Ronghao. Mu Ronghao was still rolling on the ground from all the pain. He no longer had the strength to even cry anymore. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was coming towards him with a large steel bar, and almost fainted just from the fear alone. Jiang Chen didn't care about this at all. For him, Jiang Chen's orders were the ultimate commands. He raised the steel bar high into the air, aimed it at Mu Ronghao's legs, and swung hard. Crack, crack! Both legs were immediately broken. Mu Ronghao let out a bestial scream before both of his eyes rolled up and closed. He fainted on the spot. Young master, the old man, who was currently being suppressed by Zhou Beijun, had started bleeding that he knew that because of today, the number one genius from the Mu Rong family was completely done. He would be better off dead than to continue living. Young master, should I still strip him? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the bamboo chair, waiting for his next command. Never mind that. He has already fainted. I want the old dog's legs to be broken as well. After Jiang Chen spoke, the old man tried even harder to fight back, but under Zhou Beijun's power he had no way to escape. Young master, this old dog has offended you. Why not just kill him? Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, you are just too cruel. We can't just simply kill people. I have a merciful soul that I care about this world too much. Just break both his legs and strip him. That should be enough. Jiang Chen said, as if it was nothing serious. The crowd felt like fainting. The old man even spat out some blood. This youngster called himself merciful. The way you torture people was more terrifying than just killing them directly. Young master, if we break both his legs, we will need to send him back. Isn't that too troublesome? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Yes, you've got a point there. The IT seems too cruel to break both his legs. Just castrate him. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before replying to Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the old man with the pale expression. My young master has a merciful soul and cares about this world too much. He wants you to become a eunuch instead. Bang! The old man at the early Qi high level shut his eyes and fainted on the spot. The surrounding spectators wanted to faint as well, while all the guard from the Jiang family were laughing. Their young master was too evil. Making someone a eunuch was crueler than breaking both their legs. Useless. You fainted too easily. It doesn't matter if you fainted because, no matter if you're dead or alive, I still want to castrate you. Jiang Chen pointed his fingers and unleashed another golden beam, aiming it at the old man's groin. Who? The old man was now a eunuch. Chapter 16. Young Lord Lee. Chapter 16. Young Lord Lee. Everyone was shocked by what happened. The scene was just too brutal, and Jiang Chen was like a young demon lord. People would undoubtedly suffer if they were deceived by his innocent face. Few people could withstand the pain of their dick being cut off. Even if they just fainted, it would be because of the intense pain. The old man cried out in agony. His whole body was cramping as he fainted yet again. Young master, this old dog fainted. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen. Strip all his clothes, break both his legs, and throw him to a place where he can't disturb us anymore before cleaning up the mess here, so we can continue selling our pills. Jiang Chen said casually, but deep inside of his eyes there was a cold, cruel look. It no matter this life or the previous one, anyone who wanted to be his enemy would not have a good ending. A few guards of the Jiang family gathered around, stripping both Mu Ronghao and the old man. Then Jiang Chen broke the old man's legs with a steel bar and carried both of them out of the workshop. Terrible. This is really terrible. Those two were completely destroyed. This is all because the number one genius from the Mu Rong family was just too arrogant. The Mu Rong family and the Jiang family are enemies now. IT wouldn't matter too much if they came here to take a look, but they started provoking the Jiang family. Isn't that the same as asking for this to happen? Jiang Chen isn't someone who will treat you good. The Mu Rong family's reputation has truly reached rock bottom during these last days. Today, their number one genius and an early Qi high level warrior had their dicks cut off, and both their legs were broken before they were stripped naked and thrown away. This young master Jiang Chen has slapped the Mu Rong family's face yet again, and this slap is not a light one. That's right, and now the Jiang family has an alchemist who can concoct restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. The Mu Rong family has suffered yet another powerful blow. Jiang Chen is indeed the number one genius in Fragrant Sky City. In the future, if we wish to buy or trade something, we should go to the Jiang family. The Mu Rong family is simply no match for them. The crowd were discussing amongst themselves concerning the fight between the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family. They can only watch as they were ineligible to join in and fight as well. As for the horrible things that happened to Mu Rong Hao and the old man at the early Qi high level, the crowds felt like Jiang Chen possessed brutal tactics, but almost all of them could clearly understand these tactics. The feud between both families was now irreconcilable. Continue selling pills. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked back into the pill shop with both hands behind his back. Looking at the strong view of his back, everyone was terrified. This young man, he was just like a devil. Young master has clearly distinguished kindness and hatred, courage and mercy, and possesses a deep, subtle mind. He will become someone big in the future. The Mu Rong family is definitely not young master's match. Zhou Beijun thought to himself. What happened today changed his attitude towards Jiang Chen. He had acted in a way no 15-year-old boy was capable of. Evening at the Mu Rong family dash. Looking at Mu Rong Hao and the old man at the Qi high level who were lying motionless on the ground, fire almost bursted out of Mu Rong Zhan's eyes. A middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s was checking Mu Rong Hao's wounds. He furrowed his brows upon look at his groins, and then shook his head. Is there any way to fix this? Mu Rong Zhan asked. One of young Master Hao's arms has been completely shattered, and both his legs are broken, but the most serious wound is the one in his pants. It has been completely destroyed. After saying this, the middle-aged man went back to the sides. Bang! Mu Rong Zhan smashed the wooden table with his palm. The hard table immediately turned into ash while small bits of wood flew around the room. All the people in the hall remained silent, not daring to make a sound. Everyone was staring at both Mu Rong Hao and the old man. They felt a chill run down their spines. At one of the corners in the hall sat a very handsome young man in white clothing. He looked to be in his 20s that the seductive woman was sitting on his lap. This woman was wearing exposing cloth, and her body was very sexy. Everyone could tell that she was a beautiful young woman. The young man didn't bother paying attention to what was happening in the hall. His eyes were glued to the alluring woman's boobs, and he was touching her all over. Chief, that young lad Jiang Chen was too cruel. We can't let this matter go so easily. Someone said with an enraged expression. Jiang Chen hadn't only caused the Mu Rong family to lose a genius. It was also a gigantic slap in the Mu Rong family's face. Just look at how Mu Rong Hao is right now. It was better to kill him now than letting him stay alive in this torture. Jiang Chen already proved that Mu Rong Hao was no match for him, but he even went as far as to insult them like this. That useless brat, I will chop him into pieces. Everyone listen carefully. Gather all the combat units in the family and get ready for war with the Jiang family. Only one of us will survive, and I intend to destroy both Jiang Zhanhai and his son. Mu Rong Zhan was angry like never before. His family reputation had been thrashed by the same person over and over again. The Mu Rong family had become the laughingstock of Fragrant Sky City. If he doesn't do anything now, there would be no place for them in Fragrant Sky City within the foreseeable future. Wait, a voice sounded out. It was the young man who had been sitting in the corner and enjoying the seductive woman, and he pushed the woman lightly to the side and slowly stood up. A lot of people in the hall showed a look of disgust when they saw this young man, but because of the young man's status and strength, they were forced to hide this feeling of disgust. Young Lord Lee, I will not let go of this matter easily. And now, there's an alchemist who can concoct 100% effectiveness pills among the Jiang family. He has beaten the alchemist you brought here. I will fight with Jiang Zhanhai. Let's see who the true overlord of the Fragrant Sky City is. Mu Rong Zhan was still very angry, but when he talked to young Lord Lee, his attitude became more polite. Even as one of the two overlords of the Fragrant Sky City, he did not dare to offend this young Lord Lee. The young man's name was Li Changhong, the young master of the Red City's Li family. He was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the early Qi high level. He was truly talented. Within the Qi province, there were 28 cities, all different sizes, and the Red City was the most powerful one. The Fragrant Sky City was not something that can compare to Red City. Mu Rong family. Let me ask you, if you were to go to war against the Jiang family, how certain of victory would you be? Li Changhong asked. This Mu Rongzhan furrowed his brows. Frankly speaking, the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family were about equal in strength. But if they really fought each other, it would only result in both families losing a lot of power. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had humiliated the Mu Rong family 2 times recently, so the Jiang family had more spirit than the Mu Rong family. If they really were to fight, their chances of victory would not be more than 30%. If I'm right, your chance of victory is not more than 30%. Even if you get lucky and win in the end, you will simply be too weak to survive. That's why being reckless will only cause you great pain. Li Changhong said. Some of the people in the hall who were irrational due to the anger nodded their heads. Although this young man was disgustingly lustful, he still had a brilliant mind. What is young Lord Li suggesting we do? We can't let go of a matter like this. Mu Rongzhan won't let this go easily. Don't worry, Chief. Since I have promised to help you, I will fulfill it and get rid of the Jiang family. When that happens, the entire mayor's mansion will definitely be yours. Li Changhong said with a smug grin. Within these 28 cities, the mayor's mansion was just a representative position. There's no actual meaning to a family. Whoever has enough power is the one who will control the whole city. What is young Lord Li's idea? Mu Rongzhan was a clever man. He understood that what Li Changhong said was correct. He was too angry just now, and he had almost caused the entire Mu Rong family to plunge into a situation of no return. If you want to destroy the Jiang family from the roots, you will need to start with the pill shop. As for that Jiang Chen, I don't even consider him a threat. Li Changhong said with a confident look on his face. Don't look down on him, young Lord Li. He has a deep, subtle mind, and he is a cruel, merciless man too. He doesn't act his age. Mu Rongzhan immediately showed his deep hatred towards Jiang Chen when he spoke. It's too easy to get rid of this little Jiang Chen. Li Changhong laughed. Jiang Zhanhai treats Jiang Chen like a treasure. If Jiang Chen dies, the Jiang family will receive a huge blow, but that little bastard is hiding in the mayor's mansion all the time that it will be very difficult for us to get rid of him. Mu Rongzhan said. Jiang Chen is not a threat at all. I will think of a way to get rid of him personally. What's important now is to send someone to watch the Jiang family's pill shop carefully to find out the identity of the alchemist who can produce restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Then, we can ask him to work for me. That would be great, Li Changrong said with a smile on his face. All he really cared about was the alchemist. If he could get an alchemist who can concoct restoration pills with 100% effectiveness to help him, his status in the Li family would be raised to another level. You're right, young Lord Li, but that Jiang Chen is really a serious threat. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Mu Rongzhan treated Jiang Chen like a thorn in his heart. He needed to get rid of him. Furthermore, he sensed something dangerous from Jiang Chen. This kind of feeling was not something that Jiang Zhanhai could give him. Don't worry, Chief. I have a solution for this, that I will kill Jiang Chen once I manage to get my hands on that alchemist. Then the Mu Rong family will be able to control all of Fragrant Sky City. Li Changhong said, as he hugged that seductive woman and kissed her on the lips right in front of everyone. Young Lord Li, rest assured, if you can help us get rid of the Jiang family, then those women will all belong to the young lord completely. Mu Rongzhan said with a smile on his face. These 8 women were different from ordinary prostitutes. They were hand-picked by the Mu Rong family. These girls all came from poor families, but not only were they all very beautiful, they knew how to sing, dance, and play musical instruments. They even knew how to draw. Most importantly, these 8 women couldn't even be compared to normal prostitutes. They were the true miraculous creations of heaven. Everyone knew that the young Lord Li Changhong of the Red City was a lustful man. In fact, the reason he came all the way to Fragrant Sky City and offered his help was because of these 8 girls. Haha, Chief, you know me too well, Li Changhong said as he started laughing out loud. In the Jiang family's pill shop, Jiang Zhanhai had gathered all the ingredients required for the Tiger Restoration Pill and brought them to Jiang Chen. Chener, I heard you destroyed Mu Rong Hao. You did a great job, but Mu Rong Hao is the #1 genius in the Mu Rong family. They will not let go of this matter so easily now that you have completely destroyed him. Jiang Zhanhai said, no matter what Mu Rongzhan does, I will accept his challenge and beat him. Jiang Chen replied casually. A smile emerged on Jiang Zhenhai's smile as he looked at the confident grin on his son's face. All right, I brought all the ingredients you wanted, Jiang Zhenhai said. Chapter 17, The First Dragon Mark. Chapter 17, The First Dragon Mark. We could only find one tiger demon soul within our trading inventory, but it was only at the early Qi High level that I was afraid it would influence the effectiveness of your pill, so I sent a guy to Red City and bought a tiger demon soul at the peak Qi High level. IT was placed it in the pill workshop. Jiang Zhenhai said. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. There's no need for you to thank me, Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. Pill workshop dash. Beside the furnace, there was an assortment of herbs. Jiang Chen examined them and saw 1,000 leaves grass, 100 soul wood, sprouting bluegrass, etc. These were all ingredients needed to concoct a tiger restoration pill, and there was a red box there as well. Inside the box, there was a demon soul the size of a fist. IT looked like a crystal and was emitting a weak glow. Jiang Chen could feel the energy inside with just a single glance. It's the demon soul of a fiery tiger, and the fire core inside is pure and undamaged. This is an unexpected bonus. Jiang Chen was both happy and surprised. He could tell the origin of this demon soul with just a single look. The fiery tiger was just a normal demon beast, but it was still a rare tiger species that IT doesn't have a special bloodline, but it possessed a very special fire. The fire of a fiery tiger wasn't very strong, but it was much stronger than the fire normally used to concoct pills. Furthermore, once you absorb this fire, you can then adjust its temperature by using your soul power. IT was very difficult and risky for a normal alchemist to absorb external fire without a specific method, but for Jiang Chen, absorbing the fiery tiger's fire was just too easy and simple. Cool me. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the demon's soul, and it immediately flew into the air before falling onto his palm. Jiang Chen then folded his hands in a complicated pattern. Under the effect of the complicated pattern, a red fire core was extracted from the demon's soul. Jiang Chen opened up his mouth and swallowed the fire core. Once the fire core was absorbed, it will merge with the soul's core and the yuan power within the body, allowing the person to produce as much fire as their soul power and yuan power allowed. Jiang Chen could feel a burning sensation in him when the fire core entered his body, so he immediately sent his soul power in a huge wave and suppressed the fire core. The fire core was merging with incredible speed thanks to the dragon transformation skill and the mighty soul derivation skill. Jiang Chen abandoned the original method used to absorb the fire core and instead relied solely on the dragon transformation and the mighty soul derivation skills. The dragon transformation skill could absorb any special bloodline in the world. A normal fire core was nothing difficult for IT. In addition, there was help from the mighty soul derivation skill as well. Jiang Chen flipped his hand, and after waiting a few minutes, a fiery red flame appeared within his palm. Jiang Chen sent out more and more yuan power, and the flame kept growing larger in response. My first dragon mark is even more condensed and vivid than before. If I absorb all the energy in this fire soul, I can reach the early Qi High level, but building a foundation is more important than that. I should first focus on laying down my foundation. Jiang Chen's cultivation experience couldn't be compared with anyone. He clearly understood that building a foundation before breaking into the next level was much more important. When using a demon soul to concoct the tiger restoration pill, a majority of its essence would be wasted, but Jiang Chen didn't feel bad about that. Instead of using the essence to increase his qi level, he would rather use it to build a greater foundation and purify his body. Reaching the qi high level wasn't a big priority for him at the moment. I will be able to concoct pills much faster with this fire. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with the mighty soul derivation skill and the fiery tiger fire. He wouldn't even need to use a furnace. The mighty soul derivation skill wouldn't only train one's soul. It was also a method to concoct pills. Ooh! A huge wave of soul power was unleashed from his body. Jiang Chen then shook his hand, sending fire out of his palm and forming a flame sea. The soul power and the flame sea started merging, making crackling sounds. Jiang Chen casually waved his hands, throwing the ingredients into the flame sea one by one. discarding the furnace and using such a miraculous method of concocting pills. If Zhou Beizhen and the others saw this, then they would kneel down in respect. Remove the impurities, melt the pill, and form the pill. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the entire process of concocting pills. Thus his technique was brilliant. The fiery tiger flame made the temperature in the room 2 times higher than before. Along with that, it only took Jiang Chen an hour to produce the tiger restoration pill because of the mighty soul derivation skill. Jiang Chen then withdrew all of his qi, soul power, and fire, only leaving the freshly formed pill that laid in his palm. The tiger restoration pill radiated warmth. It felt as if there was a small fire in his hand. The pill was transparent and was glowing brightly. This was because it was a 100% effectiveness pill, a perfect pill. This tiger restoration pill has reached the mortal level. It is perfect for me to consume under my current situation. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the tiger restoration pill he concocted. A mortal pill could only be concocted by an alchemist who had reached the mortal core level, and even then it was very difficult to reach 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen could concoct a mortal tiger restoration pill while he was only a 9th level Qi Jing cultivator. If anyone knew about this, their jaws would immediately drop to the ground. The Mortal Restoration Pill was a basic Yuan power pill that was different from other pills in the Martial Sky Continent. There were Mortal Restoration Pills, Earth Restoration Pills, Heaven Restoration Pills, and Saint Restoration Pills. These kinds of pills are important for all cultivators who wanted to become stronger. These 4 types of pills can be classified into 4 simple levels: Mortal, Earth, Heaven, and Saint. Unlike battle skills that can again be categorized in a low, middle, and high, these types of restoration pills have no tiers within. It's also incredibly easy to concoct these types of pills. Any alchemist can do it as long as they have enough soul power and yuan power. This tiger restoration pill will strengthen my foundation and improve my roots. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the tiger restoration pill. The huge amount of power within the pill started spreading, making his body shiver. Dragon transformation skill. Help me absorb this. Jiang Chen sat down cross-legged and immediately started cultivating his dragon transformation skill. This mighty skill was very powerful because not only could it absorb the surrounding yuan power with incredible speed, it could also absorb energies within pills and elixirs with great speed. With help from the dragon transformation skill, the energy within the tiger restoration pill started being absorbed by his body, bit by bit. The ingredients that helped strengthen his foundation entered Jiang Chen's whole body, penetrating into the deepest parts of his body. The energy within the pill was also still being absorbed by the dragon mark within in the dantian. A humming sound could be heard from Jiang Chen's body, as if there was a strong vibration reverberating inside of his body. Jiang Chen shut off his 6 senses and completely focused all of his energy on cultivating the dragon transformation skill and absorbing the pill. After an hour, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. 2 bright lights were unleashed from his eyes, making the air in front of him ripple. The tiger restoration pill had been completely absorbed, and Jiang Chen had changed completely. What was missing in the yuan source of his body was now there, and his weak body had become almost perfect with the help of the dragon transformation skill and the tiger restoration pill. Also, because of the tiger restoration pill's energy, the red dragon mark within his dantian had fully condensed, making it look pure red. The first dragon mark has formed completely. With 10,000 pounds of force from the dragon mark alone, I am able to punch with a force of 10,000 pounds despite being only a level 9 Qi Jing cultivator, and even more if we count the strength I get from being at the 9th Qi Jing level. This dragon transformation skill is truly powerful. My potential is much better now than it was in my past life. Jiang Chen started laughing out loud. He then raised his arm and struck the air. A roaring dragon-like sound echoed through the room. A punch with a force of 10,000 pounds was truly incredible. And he didn't even use his full strength. He only used the strength of the dragon mark alone. A normal early Qi high level couldn't strike a punch with a force of 10,000 pounds. Only those who are at the middle Qi high level could exceed this. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could fight a normal person at the middle Qi high level. Jiang Chen stored all his yuan power within the dragon mark and then shook it slightly, making the yuan power disperse like smoke before it began spreading around in his body. More potential makes leveling up even more difficult. I will need to gather more energy, and then I will finally break into the Chi-Hai realm. By then I should be able to form another dragon mark. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had kept quite a number of mortal restoration pills for himself. There were even a few dozen with 100% effectiveness, enough for him to break through to the Chi-Hai level. The first dragon mark was fully condensed. Jiang Chen's chi and blood were very strong while his body was sturdy like a human-shaped beast. After stretching his body, he left the furnace room. The whole pill shop was quiet. Zhou Beizhen and the rest were concocting pills in their own rooms. The three old men had been cultivating like crazy after receiving the soul training skill from Jiang Chen. They even forgot to eat at times. Jiang Chen then went back to his home and sat down. Afterwards, Jiang Chen came running over with a face filled with panic. Jiang Chen, what's wrong? What happened? Jiang Chen picked up a teacup from his table and took a sip. Young master, there are two men outside who wish to see the Grand Master of our pill shop. Jiang Chen said. Grand Master? What Grand Master? Jiang Chen said with an annoyed expression on his face. The Grand Master who can concoct restoration pills with 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen replied. Only Jiang Zhenhai and the three old men knew that Jiang Chen was that alchemist. Everyone else thought that there was some other experienced great master of alchemy in the Jiang family. Even Jiang Chen thought so. Who are those people? Jiang Chen asked. A young man and an old man. The young man was extremely arrogant. He said he came from Red City. Jiang Chen replied. From Red City? Lead them to the main hall and tell them that the Grand Master will be there in a moment. Jiang Chen said. Red City was a big city, and it was not something that the small heavenly fragrant city can compare to. Obviously, he was curious to see who came from Red City. A short while after Jiang Chen changed his clothes, he put on a big black robe and a bamboo hat on his head. Jiang Chen walked into the main hall, and through the bamboo hat he could see Jiang Chen leading the two men into the main hall. There was one young man in white clothing, about 20 years old, with an arrogant expression on his face, accompanied by another man who looked about 50 years old. What made Jiang Chen surprised was the skill level of these two men. The young man was at the early Chi-Hai level. He truly lived up to the reputation of someone from Red City. As for the old man, he could feel a weak soul power from him, that he should be an alchemist. His skill wasn't mediocre either. He had reached the middle Chi-Hai level. Leave us alone, Jiang Chen said to Jiang Chen. His voice was hoarse, so Jiang Chen couldn't recognize him. Jiang Chen looked at the Grand Master with a curious expression for a moment before he respectfully left. Why didn't young master come together with Grand Master? Jiang Chen stood guard and scratched his head with a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 18. A Written Challenge. Chapter 18. A Written Challenge. Jiang Chen walked towards them and sat down on a chair. He looked at them casually, but remained silent. Seeing this, the young man smiled. He didn't feel offended at all. An alchemist who can concoct pills with 100% effectiveness certainly had the right to behave arrogantly. I am Li Changhong from Red City's Li family. I pay my respects to Grand Master. Li Changhong cupped his hands, showing respect to Jiang Chen. Red City's Li family. Jiang Chen was surprised. The Li family was a big family in Red City. Their status in Red City was comparable to the Jiang family's status within Fragrant Sky City. However, Jiang Chen had no idea that Li Changhong was currently helping the Mu Rong family in their war against the Jiang family. He also had no idea that the old man standing next to Li Changhong was the alchemist who could concoct 70% effectiveness pills. Likewise, Li Changhong did not know that the Grand Master who can concoct 100% effectiveness pills was Jiang Chen, who he wanted to kill. Grand Master, this tiny fragrant sky city is too small for a man with your abilities. You should come with me to Red City, where I can promise you a high position within the Li family. You must know this little Jiang family isn't even qualified to throw out my family's garbage. It truly is a waste for a great grandmaster like you to stay here. Li Changhong spoke without hiding anything. With this speech, Jiang Chen's feelings towards Li Changhong immediately changed from neutral to disgust. Get lost from here, Jiang Chen said coldly, without showing any respect. What did you just say? The smile on Li Changhong's face froze. He never would have thought that after mentioning his name, The man in front of him would become so rude. He wondered why this grandmaster became angry when he was respectful and polite. Don't do this the hard way. Why, master talking to you so politely is the best thing that will ever happen to you. In the 28 cities, there is not a single person who dares talk to my master like this. The old man at the mid-Chi level was very angry. Grandmaster, I invited you with all my sincerity, Li Changhong said with an angry expression. Get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen, send them out. Jiang Chen said coldly as he turned around and left. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family were already at war, he would have already killed him. Jiang Chen left the hall immediately. Jiang Chen, who stood outside, was startled. The Grand Master has an unpredictable temper. Wait, the Grand Master knows my name? Jiang Chen left, leaving Li Changhong with a shocked expression that he never had to deal with something like this before, but someone in this tiny, fragrant sky city dared to act like this. Young master, why not just kill that man right away? The old man said cruelly. He thinks he is talented, so he dared disrespect me. Wait until I destroy the Jiang family and take over his pill shop. Then we will see how he responds. Li Changhong let out a snort. Sir, please leave. You are not welcome here. Jiang Chen did just what the Grandmaster told him to do. Li Changhong gazed angrily at Jiang Chen before leaving the hall in anger. Young Lord Li, how is everything? Did you meet with that Grandmaster? Mu Rongzhan asked Li Changhong. That man is stupid. Wait until I destroy the Jiang family. Then I will have him repay me for how he acted today. Chief Mu Rong, I will help you get rid of that Jiang Chen now. Li Changhong said. Hearing that, Mu Rongzhan immediately gathered his spirit. Right now, all he could do was dream about killing Jiang Chen, but he didn't know how. Jiang Chen stays in their mansion all day. How do you plan to kill him? Mu Rongzhan asked. I will kill him with my own hands. It's that simple. Li Changhong said with a smile on his face. He then started whispering something into Mu Rongzhan's ears. Mu Rongzhan's eyes instantly brightened. He raised his thumb to Li Changhong and said, This method is incredibly brilliant. If we succeed, then we can kill Jiang Chen easily. Once Jiang Chen is dead, Jiang Zhanhai will lose his spirit. Then the Jiang family will be no threat to us. At noon, Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill inside his room. He had returned to the mayor's mansion last night, putting aside the pill shop. Suddenly, he heard a knock on his door. Come in. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows at the interruption. The door opened, and Jiang Chen came in, young master. Jiang Chen, if you can't provide a good reason for disturbing me, I will break your leg for sure. Jiang Chen hated it when someone disturbed him while he was cultivating. Jiang Chen was scared and immediately said, Young master, I didn't want to disturb you purposely, but master wishes to see you. He asked for you to go to the meeting hall immediately. My dad is looking for me. Do you know why? Jiang Chen asked. Under normal circumstances, if Jiang Zhanhai wanted to talk to him, then he will come by himself or ask a servant to inform him. It was rare for him to ask Jiang Chen in the meeting hall. Something bad must have happened. Something terrible. Young master, I heard the Mu Rong family sent a written challenge. Right now, all the visiting guests and elders are gathering in the meeting hall. Jiang Chen did not dare to hide anything. A written challenge? I will have a look. Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes before he walked out of his mansion toward the meeting hall. The Mu Rong family sending a written challenge was something he had not expected at all. If it was done because of Mu Rong Hao, they would have sent it yesterday instead of today. Inside the Jiang family's meeting hall, Jiang Zhanhai was sitting in the main seat, and next to him were 10 Qihai warriors. Zhou Beizhan, one of them, in Jiang Zhanhai's right hand was a written challenge. Dad, everyone. Jiang Chen walked into the hall. He looked handsome with a face as white as jade, eyes bright like sparkling stars, and a sturdy body. Everyone could tell that he was a man amongst men, and all the Qihai level visiting guests and elders looked at this young man and nodded their heads in approval. At one point in time, none of these people would even bother look at this useless young master a second time. But recently, he had changed dramatically, transforming into someone completely different. Even Mu Rongzhan was insulted by him, plus the number one genius in the Mu Rong family was destroyed by him as well. Furthermore, he greeted them with respect and courtesy. A young genius like this, everyone liked him, and everyone wanted to praise him. "Chener, you are here." When Jiang Zhenhai saw Jiang Chen, he finally started relaxing. "Dad, I heard the Mu Rong family sent us a written challenge. What's going on?" Jiang Chen asked. "Here's the written challenge. Take a look yourself." Jiang Zhenhai passed the written challenge to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at the written challenge. It mentioned that in order to resolve the feud between the two families, there will be a fight in 3 days. The Jiang family and the Mu Rong family will both send a young man to fight in the center public square of Fragrant Sky City, and the bet is not small. Each family had to bet their pill shop as a reward, and whoever lost will have to hand it over to the other. They even used the pill shop as the bet. They're betting everything they have. Jiang Chen started laughing, throwing the written challenge aside casually. The bet on the written challenge was really big. Even though the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family had lots of businesses, what really supported their finance was the pill shop, even the herbs and materials in their trade. Business were also used on the pill shop. There were only 2 pill shops in Fragrant Sky City, and none of them could afford to lose one. Losing one meant losing their wealth source, and Mu Rongzhan dared use this as a bet. Looked like he was really serious about this. "Chener, don't you think there are problems with this written challenge?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. "Indeed, there's a problem." Jiang Chen smiled. "The number 1 genius in the Mu Rong family has been destroyed by me. I can say that there is no one else in their family who can defeat me, unless someone in their young generation broke through to the Qi realm. Only then will they have the guts to make such a decision." Young Master is right. He destroyed Mu Ronghao yesterday. Mu Rongzhan is not a fool. He clearly understands the young master's true strength, but under such circumstances he still dares to send us a written challenge, even using the pill shop as the bet. "I smell something fishy here," Zhou Beizhen said. "I guess he must have some hidden motive, just like what young Master Jiang Chen said. Maybe there's someone from the Mu Rong family's young generation who has reached the Qi level." Another man said, "Sure, what do you think? This written challenge, shall we accept it or not? It is obvious who Mu Rongzhan's target is." Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen. No one in the meeting hall was stupid. It was very obvious that this written challenge's target was Jiang Chen. Mu Rongzhan's hate towards Jiang Chen had exceeded his hatred towards Jiang Zhenhai. He even wanted to kill Jiang Chen in his dreams. With this written challenge, not only will he be able to kill Jiang Chen, he will also be able to destroy the Jiang family's pill shop. Mu Rongzhan's motive was very clear. We will accept this challenge. If my guess is correct, then this written challenge has already been sent out to everyone in Fragrant Sky City. Everyone is waiting to witness this. If we don't accept, people will think that we are afraid of the Mu Rong family. Then the Mu Rong family will use this to humiliate us. That we'll lose all of our dignity. Jiang Chen smiled casually without showing a single sign of anxiety. "And if Mu Rongzhan wants to play, then we will play with him. I also want to see what it is he's hiding from us." "Chener, we need to be more careful," Jiang Zhenhai said worriedly as he furrowed his brows. "Dad, don't worry. I know what to do. Furthermore, this written challenge was sent to us. They didn't write my name on it, but if I deny this challenge, then I will become the biggest joke in Fragrant Sky City." Jiang Chen used to be the greatest saint in the world, and he had never backed down from a challenge. He wasn't planning on doing so for the first time now. Chapter 19. You are a disgusting poser. Chapter 19. You are a disgusting poser. Young Master Chen was born with God-given talent. He can surely defeat the Mu Rong family. Someone said, "I still can't figure out what that cunning old fox Mu Rongzhan is up to. But if there's someone in their young generation who has reached the Qi level, Chener, do you think you could win?" Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. Not only him, the rest of the people in the hall all looked at him. The gap between a 9th-level Qi Jing warrior and an early Qi warrior was not small. Furthermore, this challenge was not only related to Jiang Chen's safety, it also involved the Jiang family's pill shop. They had to take everything into serious consideration. "Dad, don't worry, I wouldn't accept the challenge if I wasn't confident. So my answer is still the same, that if Mu Rongzhan wants to play with us, then we will accept it and play with him." Jiang Chen closed his eyes slightly as he stood with confidence. With his ability, defeating someone at the early Qi level would not be a problem. Even a mid-Chi warrior would not be any threat to him. He wasn't scared that the Mu Rong family would play some dirty tricks on him. He was afraid they wouldn't do anything at all, because then it wouldn't be any fun. All right, I will accept their written challenge, that we will accept. Jiang Zhan's high spirit was bolstered. He had complete faith in his son that he had seen with his own eyes that Jiang Chen killed Jiang Rulong with a single strike, and yesterday Jiang Chen had destroyed the #1 genius from the Mu Rong family. He simply cannot be compared with any other young man. Not only this, the Jiang family also had to accept this written challenge from Mu Rongzhan, because if they refused, that meant telling people indirectly they were afraid of the Mu Rong family. They will lose their dignity. Just as Jiang Chen expected, the news had been spread around everywhere in Fragrant Sky City. Everyone was talking about the written challenge. We can witness another good show this time. The Mu Rong family has challenged the Jiang family with a fight between the youngest geniuses from both families, right in the center of Fragrant Sky City. That's right, I also heard that their bet is their pill shop. The Mu Rong family is going all out on this one. It is very obvious that the Mu Rong family's target is Jiang Chen. The sudden rise of Jiang Chen has become a great threat to the Mu Rong family, so they're trying to use this opportunity to get rid of him and defeat the Jiang family once and for all. But what I don't understand is that even Mu Rong is not a match for Jiang Chen they have any other geniuses in their young generation who can fight Jiang Chen. Has Mu Rongzhan gone nuts? That's impossible. Mu Rongzhan is a cunning old fox. He won't go nuts so easily. There must be something behind this. We'll just have to wait and see. Many people were discussing this, all wondering what Mu Rongzhan was planning to do. Because according to the facts known by everyone, there was no one else in the Mu Rong family's young generation who can fight with Jiang Chen. Mu Rongzhan must be hiding something. Do you think the Jiang family will accept it? Of course they will. With Jiang Chen's temper, he will surely accept it, and they have to accept it now that everyone in the city knows about it. They will become the city's laughing stock if they refuse. The Jiang family has replied to the written challenge. Jiang Chen accepted it. Now we will have a good show. I knew they would accept it. I am just wondering who the Mu Rong family will send to fight Jiang Chen in 3 days they really have someone ever greater than Mu Rong in their family. Everyone in Fragrant Sky City was paying attention to the fight between the two tigers. Everyone knew that the situation in Fragrant Sky City will change sooner or later. There will be a loser for sure, and the battle in 3 days will play a major role in deciding their fates. 3 days passed very quickly. And today was the day where lots of stuff would happen in Fragrant Sky City, especially at the square platform in the city center. The people from the Mu Rong family had arrived early, led by Mu Rongzhan. More than 20 Mu Rong members appeared next to the fighting stage. Mu Rongzhan looked refreshed and relaxed. He seemed very confident in this fight. Next to him stood a handsome young man wearing white clothes, Li Changhong. Many people had their eyes on Li Changhong. They had never seen him before, so they were wondering who that person was. Who is that young man? I have never seen him before, but he seems to be qualified to stand next to Mu Rongzhan. I don't know, but I'm sure he isn't from the Mu Rong family. People were discussing amongst themselves. Why isn't the Jiang family here yet? Is it because they are too scared? Mu Rongying said with a cold humph. He was slapped by Jiang Chen right in front of the Jiang family's main entrance, and he had even insulted him further by making them carry the casket, serving to provoke Mu Rongzhan even more and almost making him go crazy. Mu Rongying had always kept this in mind. Whenever he thought about Jiang Chen, he would become incensed. Look, the Jiang family is here. The one wearing a black robe is young Master Jiang Chen. This young master was once the most useless trash in Fragrant Sky City, but who could have known he was hiding his true colors all this time? That's right, look at his imposing appearance and that handsome face, that he truly is a talented man. The recent matters in Fragrant Sky City were all related to this young master. He had become a man of the moment, and no matter where he went, he was certain to become the center of attention. The people formed the Jiang family arrived and stood in front of the Mu Rong family. Jiang Zhenhai, who will represent your family and participate in this fight? Mu Rongzhan smiled coldly. It will be my genius son, of course. Jiang Zhenhai replied with a cold smile on his face that at the same time, Jiang Chen was looking at Li Changhong. Seeing him stand together with the Mu Rong family, he was able to figure out everything that was happening. Li Changhong noticed the staring Jiang Chen. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, the person who had become a main attraction in Fragrant Sky City recently. I wonder who will represent the Mu Rong family. That I am afraid that there is no one capable in your family. Jiang Zhenhai said in a ridiculing tone. Mu Rongzhan's expression turned cold. Jiang Zhenhai's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, making him feel dreadful, but at the same time it raised his hatred towards Jiang Chen to a new limit. This is not something you need to worry about. There is someone who will represent Mu Rong family. Mu Rongzhan said with a cold humph. Instantly after he spoke, Li Changhong jumped onto the fighting stage, sending out the chi of an early Chi-Hai warrior. He looked towards Jiang Chen with a disgusted look on his face. Jiang Chen, come onto the stage and face your death. Who is this guy? He is not someone from Mu Rong's family. Where did the Mu Rong family find this young man? He is an early Chi-Hai level warrior. No wonder they were confident enough to invite the Jiang family. But this isn't right. The crowds were discussing amongst themselves, talking about why a stranger was representing the Mu Rong family in the fight. Mu Rongzhan, he isn't from your family, that he is not qualified to participate in this duel. Jiang Zhenhai's expression changed dramatically. He thought there was no youngster in the Mu Rong family who had reached the Chi-Hai level, but they had invited someone who wasn't from their family to represent them, and this man had clearly been at the Chi-Hai level for some time. His foundation was solid. Those who haven't reached the Chi-Hai level just can't compare. This was too risky. Jiang Zhenhai, you should have read the written challenge carefully. I only mentioned that both our families had to find someone who can represent us in the duel, but I never said that the person has to be from our own families. If you can find another genius who is also at Chi-Hai level, I will not be against it. Mu Rongzhan smiled coldly. This is too despicable. Too despicable. This is unfair. All the people from the Jiang family were angry. Mu Rongzhan was too cunning. How could he make an excuse like this? I will accept the challenge. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. People could not tell what he was thinking. Dad, there's no point in arguing. I will accept the challenge. Our family cannot be looked down on. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Other people had no idea who Li Changhong was, but he knew now. He finally understood what their plan was. His only regret was that he didn't kill Li Changhong earlier when they first met. Li Changhong was trying to kill him and take over the Jiang family's pill shop. Then he would be in control of the alchemist grandmaster while totally destroying the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's eyes were cruel. He didn't care who the enemy was, and no matter what their status was, he would show no mercy, even if he was a young lord of the Red City's Li family. If someone dared to offend Jiang Chen, there was only one ending. Jiang Chen jumped up to the fighting stage, landing right in front of Li Changhong. I have to make this clear. Today's duel will be a duel of death. Two people step onto the stage, but only one person leaves, and the losing family has to hand over their pill shop to the other family without any hesitation. This was clearly written on the challenge. Mu Rongzhan placed his hand on his beard and said this out loud. He had a happy expression on his face, as if everything was under his control. In fact, he was truly confident, because no one knew how strong Li Changhong truly was. He was the Li family's young lord, so he possessed a lot of skills. If he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Mu Rongzhan, you're just too despicable. Jiang Zhenhai had an angry expression on his face. He was worried about Jiang Chen's safety, but he couldn't deny anything Mu Rongzhan had said. Because it was all written on the challenge letter that they had accepted, he had to follow the conditions on it. Mu Rongzhan is really insidious. He set a trap and lured the Jiang family right into it. That's right, he shouldn't be doing this at all. But look at the young master Jiang Chen. He isn't worried at all. Maybe he can defeat him. It's hard to say. His opponent is an early Chi-Hai level warrior, not a Chi-Jing warrior. A lot of people pitted Jiang Chen because all of this was a trap set up by the Mu Rong family, and now the Jiang family couldn't back down. What Mu Rongzhan said is right. Since I'm standing on the stage, there will only be one person alive when the fight ends. That I believe someone is ready to meet his doom. Jiang Chen said in a mocking manner. Ha, what an innocent young man. Killing will be easier than killing an ant. Li Changhong started laughing out loud. He never took Jiang Chen seriously at all. Jiang Chen smiled mockingly. He had never held positive thoughts of Li Changhong. Chapter 20. A Poser's Destiny is to Die. Chapter 20. A Poser's Destiny is to Die. Umph. You are a weakling. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant. I can easily kill you with a single strike. Li Changhong's body started shaking. He sent out his qi and punched forcefully towards Jiang Chen. The punch was so strong that it made a thundering sound in the air. There was a bright light coming from his fist, and it looked like Jiang Chen was about to be defeated by this single punch. Too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. The dragon mark within his dantian started shaking, his bones crackling. Jiang Chen punched out towards Li Changhong. His fist, stronger than iron, collided with Li Changhong's fist. Bang! Both fists met, the surrounding air trembling. The energy from the collision exploded outwards, sending it in all directions, but the next scene was something no one expected. Glop, glop, glop. Li Changhong was forced to take 3 steps back, every step heavy. His arm was aching, and he could feel a tingling sensation, his qi and blood a mess. What? Li Changhong shouted in disbelief. He looked at Jiang Chen, who hadn't retreated a single step since their fight begun. His mind was filled with shock and disbelief. This was not something he expected. He felt like he had God-given talent since he had become a Chi-Hai warrior while only 20 years old. An ordinary early Chi-Hai warrior could compare with him. And he could feel that Jiang Chen still hadn't formed his Qi when they collided. Jiang Chen was only a 9th level Qi Jing warrior, but with just one punch he had forced him to step back. His mind was in shock trying to comprehend the situation. Qi Jing was the first realm in the 5 foundation realms. When a warrior was in the Qi Jing realm, his yuan power will be scattered all around his body, and when he reached the Qi Hai level, his yuan power will be gathered in one spot. When one formed a Qi Si in the dantian, he can gather all the yuan power in one place. This was the main difference between the Qi Jing realm and the Qi Hai realm. But Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which stored his yuan power in the dragon mark. So his yuan power had already gathered in one place. How is this possible? The smile on Mu Rongzhan's face suddenly disappeared. Awesome! Even an early Qi-Hai warrior had to step back because of his punch. Just how strong is he? That punch was too powerful that I can feel that Jiang Chen still hasn't shown his true powers. This young man is a beast. He can suppress an early Qi-Hai warrior while only at the Qi Jing level. How is this possible? If he is defeated, then the Mu Rong family will be destroyed. Many people were shocked. What Jiang Chen had done was out of everyone's expectations. His strength too mighty, he stood on the fighting stage like an unmovable mountain. Good, very good. Jiang Zhenhai started laughing out loud. The worried look in his eyes was gone. With a son like this, his ancestor's tomb must be on fire. No, it must be exploding. You're so weak. I only used 70% of my strength. Jiang Chen's words were full of disdain. Such an expression was a huge insult to Li Changhong, who was arrogant before the fight. Jiang Chen's insults and expression were like a needle poking directly into Li Changhong's heart, a huge strike to his dignity. Li Changhong regained his posture. Both his palms held against each other. He forcefully pointed out a finger to form a huge finger with a faded golden color that emerged and flew towards Jiang Chen. This was the bright yellow finger combat skill, lower mortal level. Jiang Chen smiled. This bright yellow finger combat skill cannot be compared with his 6 solar finger skill that was just trash compared to Jiang Chen's skill. Alright, playtime is over. Jiang Chen started his attack. His blood and qi were as strong as a dragon. That dragon-like green veins appeared on his palm, and bright light emitted from his fist as well. He attacked the bright yellow finger with a simple punch. With Jiang Chen's true ability, he didn't even need to use any combat skills to deal with Li Changhong. Bang! Energy dispersed in all directions. Jiang Chen's fist destroyed everything, the bright yellow fingers shattering into bits of yellow sparkle and disappearing. The collision sent Li Changhong 2 steps back again, and then he started vomiting blood. This was not an equal fight. Li Changhong was being crushed by Jiang Chen. Show! Jiang Chen moved as swift as a dragon, and in a split second, he appeared in front of Li Changhong. Using both of his hands like an iron pincer, he grabbed both of Li Changhong's shoulders and raised him up high. I will let you feel what it's like to be a human sandbag. Jiang Chen flung both his arms out, throwing Li Changhong onto the hard surface of the fighting stage with tremendous force. The sound of bones cracking accompanied the shock wave, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Ah! Li Changhong screamed out in pain. The crowd watching the fight were startled. An early Qihai warrior was defeated like this. But things had not come to an end. Who asked you to be a poser? Jiang Chen grabbed Li Changhong again and raised him up in the air, throwing him once more onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A horrible sound resonated from every smash, making the crowd terrified. Although most of them had seen Jiang Chen's cruel side before, they still couldn't help but feel frightened by this scene. Li Changhong screamed non-stop, his blood everywhere. He had become a toy in Jiang Chen's hands, and he had already lost his ability to fight back. With this torturing method, even an iron-willed man would be turned into trash. Li Changhong's luck was terrible. Stop! A shout was heard from the Mu Rong family's side, and an old man jumped onto the stage. Little bastard, stop now. How dare you touch Red City's Li family, young lord? The old man was enraged. He didn't expect Li Changhong to be defeated like this. When he realized that Li Changhong was losing, Li Changhong had already been tortured heavily. What? Li family from Red City? Is the young lord of Red City Li's family? Oh no, this time Jiang Chen has run into huge trouble. Many people were shocked when they heard him say Red City's Li family. Some of them didn't know who the Li family was, but they all knew about Red City. Red City cannot be compared with Fragrant Sky City, and now that Jiang Chen had tortured their young lord, problems will occur. When everyone thought that Jiang Chen would stop. Old fool, do you not know the rules of this death match? Get lost. Jiang Chen scolded him while stepping hard on Li Changhong's face, which was caked in blood. Arrogant, wild, overbearing. Even after knowing his opponent was from Red City's Li family, he still acted unrestrained, stepping on his enemy's face and even scolding a mid-Qihai warrior. Regardless of how this ended, Jiang Chen's behavior had made everyone start respecting him, some with blood boiling with respect. He was a talented man. No one else had such courage and behavior. Jiang Zhenhai shouted out with a shocked expression. He never imagined that Li Changhong was the young lord from Red City's Li family. Jiang Zhenhai knew how strong the Li family was, and they couldn't afford to offend someone like that. Jiang Zhenhai prepared to jump onto the fighting stage. That mid-Qihai warrior was a huge threat for Jiang Chen. Dad, what happens today is because of my own decisions that one from the Jiang family can interfere. We have to obey the rules of this death match. Don't be like this disgusting trash dog who can't afford to lose. Jiang Chen said out loud, acting and looking like a real king. Fuck, this is what a man is. He is really overbearing. A man should act like that. If I could be like him for just a moment, then it will be worth it, even if it costs my life. That's right. Who made the rules for this? Don't tell me you want to remove the rules now that you are losing. Many people were influenced by Jiang Chen's spirit and started shouting. Yes, the Li family from Red City was very powerful and strong, and they couldn't afford to offend them, but they still voiced out their opinions. Today's challenge was initiated by the Mu Rong family, and they had even invited someone who's not from their family to represent them. This was something despicable, and now they wanted to break the rules of the death match. They really had no dignity at all. Old man, get lost, or I will crush his head right now. Jiang Chen shouted to the old man. Little bastard, how dare you? The old man was furious. He was from the Li family, and no one dared speak to him like that. If this was any other person, he would have slapped the man in front of him and killed him, but the young lord of his family was under that man's feet. How dare I? I will crush him now and let you be a witness. Jiang Chen never took threats from anyone. This old man wasn't worth a fart in his eyes. With everyone watching him, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a bright light, wielding it like a sharp sword and cutting towards Li Changhong underneath his feet. Crack! The brain exploded. His head exploded, blood spilling onto the fighting stage. Li Changhong's body shook a few times before it stopped moving completely. Wah! His actions swept through the crowd like a storm. The facial expression of those who stood close to the stage turned pale, almost starting to puke as they saw Li Changhong's brain explode. This was too violent, too bloody, Many people couldn't bear to see this type of scene. No one expected Jiang Chen to kill him so easily. Looking at how he behaved now, Jiang Chen would kill anyone who opposed him, even the Son of God. What? Looking at what happened, the old man and Mu Rongzhan both shouted, terrified. There was going to be a huge problem now that Li Changhong was dead. Little bastard, I will tear you apart while you're still alive. The old man went into a frenzy. His young master's head was crushed in front of so many people, he will not be able to answer any questions when he returned to the Li family. He had to kill Jiang Chen now. Tear me apart while I'm still alive? Let's see about that. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He was not backing off even when facing a mid-Chi-Hai warrior. The dragon mark in his dantian started wobbling. He pointed his finger as if it was a sword. He was going to unleash a full-powered 6 solar finger. Show! A bright gold finger-shaped light shot out from his finger like a peerlessly sharp sword capable of slicing through anything. Its destination was the old man. Chapter 21. The rising wind forebodes the coming storm. Chapter 21. The rising wind forebodes the coming storm. Bang! The 6 solar fingers was an earth combat skill. Even if it was just the 1 solar finger, its power was frightening. The air burned, and smoke was emerging from the ground accompanied by loud, thundering sounds. What? The old man, currently raging, suddenly shouted. He could feel a strong sense of danger from deep inside his heart. The speed of a single solar finger was too fast, and he couldn't avoid in this dangerous situation. He could only hope to defend himself with a palm attack. Crack! Under the impact of the 1 solar finger, that palm attack had the fragility of tofu and was destroyed instantly. Bang! The 1 solar finger collided with the old man's body, and a stream of blood came out of his shoulder. Everyone saw that his arm had been torn off. The old man was screaming in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He was terrified. If he had reacted any slower and had not turned his body around, that finger attack wouldn't have just taken his arm. It would have killed him. What combat skill is that? Even the air was vibrating. This combat skill is just too frightening. I've never seen anything like this before. What else is Jiang Chen hiding? He is only a 9th level Qi Jing warrior, but he can wound a middle Qi-Hai warrior. This is unbelievable. He is a freak. Don't tell me he was a saint in his previous life. Many people were shocked, their faces pale. This was too frightening. What happened just now was something they had thought to be impossible. Even Zhang Zhanhai was shocked. His mouth was wide open. The combat skill Jiang Chen had unleashed just now was not a skill from the Jiang family. Their stronger combat skill was only a mortal level 1, but the one Jiang Chen just used had surpassed the level of a mortal combat skill. Jiang Chen's body was shaking as well. His facial expression was pale, and he was having a difficult time standing. Using a high earth combat skill was just too hard with his current power. IT had consumed all of Jiang Chen's yuan power, and the dragon mark in his dantian had even started fading. Last time when he fought Mu Ronghao, he had only used a fraction of the 1 solar finger's power, but this time he used its full power. Jiang Chen grabbed a mortal restoration pill and consumed it, immediately circulating his dragon transformation skill to quickly restore his strength. Jiang Zhanhai was the only one to react. He jumped onto the stage and walked over to Jiang Chen. Dad, kill him. A cold expression could be seen on Jiang Chen's face, and his voice was as cold as his expression. Jiang Zhanhai looked at the old man who had lost his arm with a cruel and firm look in his eyes. They had offended the Red City's Li family, but since Jiang Chen wanted him to do it, he will support him till the very end. All right. Jiang Zhanhai let out his high level Qi, and with one step he approached the old man. The old man was wounded seriously and couldn't move a single step. Jiang Zhanhai slapped the old man's head, immediately sending him to meet his maker. Why? Finally, the crowd started making noise, all their shock exploding out at once. Everyone could predict that a messy situation was coming to Fragrant Sky City, overwhelming all of Fragrant Sky City's history. Too cruel, too brutal. Everyone had their gazes on the 15-year-old youngster. Courageous, merciless, he was only 15 years old. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, then no one would have believed it. His vision as cold as ice. His expression as calm as water. His mind as subtle as ocean. His courage uncomparable. He made everyone believe he was a kind person, But once provoked, he would frighten everyone, and no one knew how this person could change so quickly, and no one knew that within this youngster's body there was a 1,000-year-old soul old enough to be their ancestor. Everyone from the Mu Rong family's faces had turned pale. They had just comprehended the situation, and they could see that their guests were now lying dead on the ground. They had sent out the written challenge with full confidence, coming to this place with high spirits, but none of them had expected this kind of conclusion. Jiang Chen, hi, Jiang Chen, do you know who you just killed? He is the young lord from Red City's Lee family. Mu Rongzhan shouted out with a flushed face that he was somewhat happy. Jiang Chen had killed Li Changhong, and the Li family will definitely not take this defeat lying down. The Jiang family will definitely suffer once the Li family exacted revenge. Jiang Chen gazed at Mu Rongzhan calmly. Then he waved his hand and released 2 fiery tiger flames on a Li Changhong and the old man's body. The fire from the fiery tiger demon was very powerful. Both corpses were instantly covered by a sea of flame. Now even Mu Rongzhan couldn't bear it. He took a deep breath. This young man was too cruel and unpredictable. How could he burn their bodies after killing them? This only served to further offend the Li family. Very good. Young man Jiang Chen, you win it, let's go. Mu Rongzhan wanted to do a good deed by bringing their bodies back to the Li family, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so heartless to even burn their bodies. Stop there, Jiang Zhenhai shouted. Mu Rongzhan, how can you leave like this? I doubt you've forgotten about our bet. From today onwards, your pill shop will be ours. All of the Mu Rong family's faces ashened. The pill shop was the most important shop for the Mu Rong family. Although their business had been terrible lately, they can't hand it to someone else. More importantly, this was a matter that involved their reputation. But the written challenge was sent by them, and the bet was decided by themselves too. It was impossible for them to deny this claim in front of so many people. Don't worry, I won't forget about this. Mu Rongzhan let out a cold humph. He led all of his family members and left. Just like the day when they left the mayor's mansion, they looked crestfallen. The Mu Rong family came with the mentality that they would win today, and he had even planned all of the strategies beforehand, but they never thought this would be the result. On the fighting stage, Jiang Chen ate another moral restoration pill, and with the help of the dragon transformation skill, his Yuan power was now fully restored. His current strength was nowhere close enough to use the 6 solar finger, and even the 1 solar finger consumed all his power. Chen, are you all right? Jiang Zhenhai expressed his concern. I'm all right, Dad, let's go. Jiang Chen jumped down from the stage and calmly started walking towards the mayor's mansion, the rest of the Jiang family members following him. There were no joyful expressions on their faces. They all looked worried. They couldn't stop worrying because today Jiang Chen had killed the young lord from Red City's Li family. This news will soon reach Red City, and the Li family will not let things lay easily, that if they want revenge, how would the Jiang family defend themselves? Young Master Jiang Chen is too powerful. He can defeat a Qi-Hai warrior while only being a 9th-level Qi-Jing warrior. He is truly a remarkable genius. Although the Jiang family has won this match, a greater challenge awaits them. I believe it won't be long until Red City's Li family comes here. Huge trouble is coming to Fragrant Sky City. I wonder who will be the last one standing. The rising wind forebode the coming storm. With one trouble gone, another comes as the strongest city amongst the 18 cities in this territory. Red City rarely cared about what happened in other cities, but as time, they will surely act. Mu Rong family dash. Chief, are we really going to hand over the pill shop? That's the root of our income. Someone asked. Of course, but it won't matter. Mu Rong Tian. Go to Red City immediately and inform the Li family that their young lord was killed. Mu Rongzhan looked at an old man. All right, I will leave right now. Mu Rong Tian clasped his fist and left immediately. Just watch, it won't be long before the Jiang family will disappear completely from Fragrant Sky City. When that happens, the pill shop will be ours, and the Mu Rong family will be the ones in charge. Mu Rongzhan smiled coldly. This method of killing someone with someone else's hands was truly brutal. On the other side, Jiang family, Mayor, the Li family will definitely seek revenge. We need to prepare, Zhou Beizhen said. Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure out how to face the strong Lee family. He looked towards Jiang Chen. "Leave everything to me." Jiang Chen only said these 4 words. "Leave everything to me." His attitude was similar to that of a serene king. His face as calm as still water, yet full of confidence. His calm aura made it seem like even if the sky were to fall down, he would still be able to remain calm. Everyone was looking at each other. They had no idea why their young master was so confident, even though his opponent was Red City's Lee family. However, this young master had performed miracles before. Jiang Chen's confidence had influenced the rest of them. He was like a born king, making the people around him demonstrate their respect unknowingly. Everyone had the mutual feeling that as long as young Master Jiang Chen was present, all their problems would be solved. At this time, even Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help himself, also treating Jiang Chen as his pillar. "I believe in what our young master said. He must have a solution for this, that we only need to take care of our own matters. And the first thing we need to do is take over the Mu Rong family's pill shop." Zhou Beizhen said. "No need." Jiang Chen said calmly. "I need to cultivate. No one is allowed to disturb me. Also, Dad, please gather all of our Jiang family's forces." "Gather all our forces?" "Sure. What do you want to do?" Jiang Zhenhai was startled, and the rest were also puzzled. "I don't know what Red City's Lee family will do, but I do know that tonight, the Mu Rong family will disappear from Fragrant Sky City." Finishing his words, Jiang Chen turned around and walked back to his own mansion. He never liked to drag things out. He was pretty sure that Mu Rongzhan will use the Li family to defeat the Jiang family, thus enjoying victory without paying a price. Since this was their intention, Jiang Chen will destroy the Mu Rong family before they could do anything that in Jiang Chen's mind. An enemy was for him to destroy. "Do you mean we will have an all-out war with the Mu Rong family tonight?" Zhou Beizhen stared at Jiang Chen's back, asking with a puzzled expression on his face. "Do as Chun'er said. Gather all the forces of our Jiang family." Jiang Zhenhai raised his spirits. Fragrant Sky City was going to experience something it never had before. Mu Rongzhan was an old cunning fox, but he would never think that Jiang Zhenhai would attack him at this hour. Chapter 22, Forming the Qi Si. Mu Rongzhan's eyes were flickering. He was anticipating the arrival of the Li family. The Jiang family will meet their doom once the Li family arrived. And then, Fragrant Sky City will belong to his Mu Rong family. "Power, your revenge is almost here. That little bastard Jiang Chen will have a miserable ending." Mu Rongzhan's expression was ruthless. He hated Jiang Chen to the core, and he wished he could devour his flesh. Because of the incident when fetching the bridegroom and the most recent death match, the Mu Rong family's honor had been ruined by Jiang Chen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could defeat young Lord Li, who was at the early Qi Hai stage, while only being a 9th-level Qi Jing warrior. His potential was like a needle in Mu Rongzhan's heart, and if he allowed this genius to continue growing, it will only take a few years before the Mu Rong family was forced out of the city. Thank God Jiang Chen offended the Li family, giving Mu Rongzhan an opportunity to kill with someone else's hand. As for now, he just needed to wait. Then he will pick the ripe fruits without doing anything. Contrary to the calm Mu Rong family, the Jiang family was very busy. The Jiang family's core members were being led by Jiang Zhenhai and Zhou Beizhen. They were gathering all of their forces and waiting for Jiang Chen's command to defeat the Mu Rong family. Jiang Chen had become famous. His reputation was even greater than Jiang Zhenhai, who currently even treats Jiang Chen like their commander. While the whole Jiang family was busy preparing, there was one place that was very quiet: Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Zhenhai had said that no one was allowed to come within 100 feet of Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Chen was cultivating in his home, benefiting a lot from his battle with Li Changhong. Although Li Changhong's skills never posed a threat to him, Jiang Chen was still a Qi Jing warrior. Jiang Chen had reached the peak of the Qi Jing realm, and he was only one step away from forming his Qi Si in his Dantian and thus reaching the Qi Hai realm. What he needed was an opportunity. He had used all of his powers in the fight today, and he had also used the single solar finger which consumed all of his power. This was what permitted him to break through the bottleneck, finally allowing him to reach the Qi Hai level. Qi Jing was a foundation level that every single warrior needed to go through. Qi Jing allowed warriors to sense and understand the Qi power in this world, and absorb that Qi power into their bodies to create Yuan power to cultivate with. However, the Yuan within a Qi Jing warrior was not concentrated. It was scattered throughout the body. When a warrior reached the 9th Qi Jing level, he could attempt to form a Qi Si within their Dantian. Once the Qi Si was formed, all of the Yuan power within the body will gather and concentrate in their Qi Si. Jiang Chen sat on a big, green rock with his legs crossed. The blood-colored dragon mark within his Dantian was vibrating, making the Yuan power in his body restless. It is time. Qi Si, open up right now. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he shouted, and the dragon morse started vibrating even more than before. It unleashed waves of red light, which were actually his qi and blood. Buzz! His Dantian started buzzing. Because of the vibration of the dragon mark, his strong Yuan power had become like snakes bashing around in his Dantian. The Yuan power and the dragon mark were like tools working in synchronization within his Dantian. Soon, they opened a crack in his Dantian. Whoosh! When the crack appeared, the Yuan power immediately rushed through it. The dragon mark, like the general who was leading millions of troops, led all of the Yuan power through the crack forcefully. Slowly the crack widened, and an empty space opened up. Streams of Yuan power formed an invisible typhoon, sucking in all of the surrounding qi. Whoosh! Jiang Chen was like a bottomless hole, because no matter how much qi he absorbed, it was not enough to fill him. As he absorbed more and more of the surrounding qi, the invisible typhoon exponentially grew, eventually causing the airflow above the mayor's mansion to change as well. Vortexes of wind formed above the mayor's mansion as all of the Yuan power was heading towards Jiang Chen's home, consolidating into a gigantic whirlwind. What happened? Why did the wind suddenly become so strong? The surrounding qi is being depleted from the air. Look, that's the direction of Young Master's home. It looks like Young Master is about to break through to the Qi High level. That's right, Young Master entered closed door training earlier. I can't believe he is reaching the Qi High level so fast. He is just amazing. Young Master is only 15 years old, a 15-year-old Qi High warrior. This is insane. It's the first time I've ever witnessed something like this. Everyone in the mayor's mansion was excited. The change in the atmosphere was easily sensed by Jiang Zhenhai and Zhou Beizhen, who were talking. They were both at the Qi High level, and they knew this change was a result of someone advancing to the Qi High realm. Young Masters breaking through. Haha, this is great. A 15-year-old Qi High warrior. Even that genius in Red City can't compare with him. Young Master is truly a remarkable talent. Ah, good, this is just great. My ancestors' tombs must have exploded. A 15-year-old Qi High warrior. This shocked everyone. Tears started flowing down Jiang Zhenhai's face. It didn't take long before all the qi in the surroundings was absorbed by Jiang Chen. It is far from enough to form the Qi Si. I still need the mortal restoration pill. Jiang Chen took 3 mortal restoration pills out and ate them. And with the help of his dragon transformation skill, the pure energy of the mortal restoration pills started rushing towards his Dantian. The cultivation and development at the Qi High realm determined the potential success of a warrior, and Jiang Chen desired nothing but the best foundation. Buzz! Following the consumption of the mortal restoration pills, another bloody red dragon mark started forming slowly within Jiang Chen's Qi Si. This was his second dragon mark. The energy from the 3 mortal restoration pills were consumed fast, but Jiang Chen had a feeling that his Qi Si was like an unrepentant and unsolvable bottomless chasm. A normal warrior only needs to depend on the qi in the atmosphere to form their Qi Si, and even those geniuses with great potential will just need 1 or 2 mortal restoration pills. I have used 3 pills, but it is still far from enough. Looks like this dragon transformation skill is really powerful. This is good news for me. As the more it consumes, the better my potential will be. Jiang Chen said to himself as he grabbed another 3 mortal restoration pills. Luckily, he had prepared a lot of pills before this. If he hadn't, then he would be in a lot of trouble. The more qi consumed, the greater the potential. But this really made Jiang Chen speechless, because if this was the amount of qi he needed to consume while only trying to break through to the qi high realm, it was hard to imagine how much qi he will need to consume in the future when forming his mortal core, heavenly core, and divine core. How much qi and pills will he need? Cultivating with the dragon transformation skill was like burning money. The greater his potential was, the more money he will have to spend. In just an hour, Jiang Chen had consumed 10 mortal restoration pills before he finally broke through. The qi in the atmosphere had returned to normal. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Inside Jiang Chen's dantian was a bright qi sea, and within the sea of qi, his yuan power flowed like water in the river. 2 vividly blood-red dragon marks floated in the middle of his qi sea, and next to the 2 dragon marks was a faded 3rd dragon mark. With a single thought, all the yuan power in Jiang Chen's qi sea flowed into the dragon marks fluidly, and with another thought, the yuan power flowed out from them and was circulated into every part of his body. The 3rd dragon mark is 50% done. This is much more than I had expected. Right now, I have the strength of 25,000 Gene. TL. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it as Gene. Jiang Chen smiled. His strength and yuan power were now equal to a normal high qi high warrior. Although it still can't compare with the absolute peak experts like Jiang Zhenhai and Mu Rongzhan. If he combined all of his skills, then even if they cooperated together, they couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. Not only was the dragon mark concentrating his qi and blood, the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill will also help Jiang Chen enhance his body. If he reached the maximum level of cultivation, Jiang Chen's body will be as formidable as a real dragon. Wait, I can use divine sense. Jiang Chen was surprised. He discovered that he could use divine sense. With a thought, an invisible force was unleashed from his mind, scanning the whole compound. With this invisible mind force, he can have complete control of everything, even the grass and flowers around him. A normal warrior unlocks his divine sense when he forms his mortal core. Only then can he use his divine sense. I never expected that I would unlock my divine sense just as I formed my qi sea. The dragon transformation skill is truly remarkable. Jiang Chen was surprised. As the once greatest saint in the world, no one was more experienced in cultivation than him. It must be because of the dragon transformation skill that he could use his divine sense at the qi high level. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the dragon transformation skill was an extraordinary skill. This skill was an invincible skill inherited from an ancient era. No ordinary skill can compare with it. After breaking through to the qi high level, Jiang Chen didn't exit from his home. Instead, he raised his head and looked up towards the sky. It was noon, and the sun was shining bright. The surroundings are filled with solar power right now. It's perfect for me to cultivate the 6 solar fingers. I can absorb the solar power in the surroundings, and it will provide great benefits to my body as well. Jiang Chen pointed his finger as if it was a sword and started training the 6 solar fingers. Immediately, rays of solar power flowed into his finger and then his body. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a strong yang body. The dragon marks in his body were one of the most powerful yang powers in the world. If he can absorb more solar power, then he will reap huge benefits. Buzz! The golden light on his finger intensified, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Slowly it reached an uncontrollable stage. Go! The friction between the giant golden finger and the air produced fire sparks. Once its speed reached the maximum, it struck a huge green rock as tall as an adult. Chapter 23, Ferocious. Chapter 23, Ferocious. Bang! Followed by a large explosion. The huge, solid green rock shattered into pieces, exploding small shrapnel in all directions. Black smoke emerged out from the green pieces of rock, the air above writhing. Now this is what the single solar finger should be capable of. Looking at the results of the powerful attack, Jiang Chen nodded his head. After breaking through to the qi high realm and forming 2.5 dragon marks, the single solar finger had finally shown its true power. With just a single finger, the huge green rock had shattered into pieces. If he used this attack against a person, it wouldn't be difficult to imagine the outcome. And if the person was unaware of the attack, his body will explode into many pieces. The sixth solar finger was a skill derived from 9 divinity solar skill, and it was a high earth tier combat skill. The single solar finger was the first finger skill that was created by Jiang Chen. That was why he can utilize it perfectly even though he was at such a low level. However, it was very difficult for him to unleash the second solar finger attack. But using the single solar finger will still consume a huge amount of yuan power. Unlike before, however, he will not use all of his yuan power. Together with the help of his dragon transformation skill, he can restore his yuan power with incredible speed. The sun was setting and the night had arrived. Jiang Chen changed into black clothes and walked out from his mansion. Tonight will be a sleepless night for Fragrant Sky City. This night, blood shall be spilled. Inside the mansion, there is a large bonfire lightening up the dark sky. There were more than 100 people standing around. Jiang Zhanhai, Zhou Beizhen, and 6 to 7 other Qihai warriors were standing in front of them. They were waiting for Jiang Chen's command. They saw Jiang Chen walking towards them, and everyone turned their gazes towards him. "Chener, you have broken through to the Qihai realm?" Jiang Zhanhai asked with a surprised expression on his face. "That's right, Dad. Is everything ready?" Jiang Chen asked. "We have gathered our combat forces, but the protection forces for our own properties will remain standing guard. Otherwise, the Mu Rong family might attack us from our backs." Jiang Zhanhai told Jiang Chen. All their properties were sought by the Mu Rong family. Both families have been competing with each other for a long time, and if they don't have anyone to guard those properties, then the Mu Rong family could just swoop in and take over. "Young master, what are your plans?" "Zhu Bai Tsin Uskit. We don't need any plan. After midnight today, the Mu Rong family will be completely wiped out. Dad, get 4 Qihai warriors to go attack them. The rest will go attack the Mu Rong family's mansion." Jiang Chen had a ruthless expression on his face. "Young master, we are not much stronger than the Mu Rong family, and their properties will be guarded by Qihai warriors. If we send our Qihai warriors to attack their properties, then it will be difficult for us to attack their base." Zhou Beizhen said. He still had no idea why Jiang Chen would declare war with the Mu Rong family in such a hurry. Considering both families were almost equal in strength, it would only cause losses for both sides. "Zhou Beizhen, from now on you just need to follow my orders and do whatever I say. I'll give you all of the Qihai warriors, and you will conquer all of the Mu Rong family properties. If you can't do it, then don't bother showing your face in front of me in the future." Jiang Chen gazed coldly at Zhou Beizhen. Cold sweat emerged on Zhou Beizhen. After just a single gaze, he had a feeling that he was not facing a 15-year-old young man, but an old demon who had lived for more than 1,000 years. "Yes, young master." Zhou Beizhen bowed and didn't dare have any doubts about Jiang Chen anymore. "Jiang Chen, you'll lead a team and clear Fragrant Sky City. No one is allowed to leave their houses." Jiang Chen was like a commander giving military orders. He didn't want innocents to get hurt, but the properties belonging to both families were scattered all around the city. Once their war started, the whole city will turn into a war zone. If regular people were still outside of their homes, then they will end up suffering, and Jiang Chen does not want that. "Yes, young master." Jiang Chen would do whatever Jiang Chen said. If Jiang Chen said that his farts smell good, then Jiang Chen will take that as a fact. "The rest of you, follow me and my dad. We will attack the Mu Rong family mansion." Jiang Chen had a cruel look on his face. What he just said was a divine sentence. No one dared to disobey. "Let's move now," Jiang Chen shouted out. Jiang Chen led 20 people and left the mayor's mansion, and Zhou Beizhen and the rest of the Qihai warriors left after them. As for how they were going to conquer the properties, Jiang Chen did not care about that. He only gave Zhou Beizhen 2 hours and all of the Qihai warriors, so if Zhou Beizhen still managed to fail, he might as well kill himself. "Dad, this battle will rely on father and son. Both of us will go meet this Mu Rong Zhan." Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Zhanhai and smiled. "Chener, why are you so confident?" Jiang Zhanhai furrowed his brows. Even if the Mu Rong family wasn't prepared for this, they still had 5 Qihai warriors at their base. "Dad, don't tell me you're afraid," Jiang Chen said with a teasing expression. "Afraid? Damn it, you little scumbag. How dare you look down on your dad? Let's go." Jiang Zhanhai said as he gazed at Jiang Chen. But he couldn't hold his temper after being looked down on by his own son. as Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhanhai started leading more than 100 guards towards the Mu Rong family's base. The war for all the properties had begun. Fires could be seen all throughout Fragrant Sky City. The city had turned to chaos. Run quickly. The mayor's family and the Mu Rong family are fighting. Let's go home quickly. We don't want to get caught up in their fight. Damn it, that Jiang Chen is really ferocious. This is the start of an all-out war against the Mu Rong family. The city was a war zone. All the people on the streets had scampered back home, and the shops were closed. Everyone knew that tonight will not be a peaceful night. Tomorrow it won't be the same city as it was today. Mu Rong family's base. Chief, something bad happened. A guard covered in sweat ran into the meeting hall. Tell me, what happened? Mu Rong Zhan asked. Chief, all our properties are being attacked by the Jiang family. We can't hold on much more, the guard said with a fearful expression on his face. What? Jiang Zhanhai is declaring war with me. Mu Rong Zhan stood up from where he sat today. Jiang Zhanhai is like a dog leaping over a wall in desperation. He must be afraid that the Lee family will come for revenge. So he wants to attack us before the Lee family can react. An old Chi-Hai warrior said. This cunning old fox, how dare he do this? Mu Rong Zhan was grinding his teeth in anger. He was planning on just sitting and waiting for the Jiang family to be destroyed by the Lee family, thus claiming the city for himself without suffering any losses. He had never expected the Jiang family to declare war right now, making the Mu Rong family suffer great amounts of damage. Chief, there are a lot of Chi-Hai warriors attacking our properties. That's why we can't hold on, said the guard. Looks like Jiang Zhanhai has sent all his Chi-Hai warriors out. If this is the case, then Mu Rong Zhan will show that I am not someone who could be attacked this easily. The mayor's mansion must be lacking forces right now. Gather all our forces, then we will attack the mayor mansion. Mu Rong Zhan said coldly. His enemies started this war. He can't just sit there and wait for them to kill him. There's quite a number of warriors standing by near their properties. There was a total of 5 Chi-Hai warriors in the Mu Rong family, including Mu Rong Zhan. 15 minutes later, a group of more than 100 people appeared in front of the Mu Rong family base's front entrance. The Mu Rong family warriors had also arrived. Both sides stood there facing their opponents. Jiang Zhanhai, I never thought you'd have the guts to start a war with my family. Stop all the nonsense. Kill them. Jiang Chen's hand held a long sword, light reflecting off of its sharp blade. He walked forwards and fiercely charged towards the Mu Rong family warriors. Kill them, Jiang Zhanhai shouted out loud. All the Jiang family warriors were bred for battle against their enemies. Releasing their killing intent, they followed Jiang Chen, who was running towards their enemies. Haha, Jiang Zhanhai. Only you and your son came here to attack my base. Looks like you really are a desperate dog who is leaping the wall desperately. You must be afraid of the Lee family. Guards, kill them all. Mu Rong Zhan started laughing out loud to him. Jiang Zhanhai and Jiang Chen were only looking for death when only the two of them came to attack him. They didn't bring any of their Chi-Hai warriors along. Both sides were filled with killing intent, and soon they clashed with each other. I will take on Jiang Zhanhai. The rest of you take care of Jiang Chen. Mu Rong Zhan jumped towards Jiang Zhanhai as he spoke to the 4 Chi-Hai warriors. This little boy is not easy to handle. Let me take care of him. An old mid-Chi-Hai stage man said as he charged towards Jiang Chen. All of them had seen what Jiang Chen was capable of. They did not dare take him lightly, especially since he could easily kill Li Changhong. Slash. The old man at the mid-Chi-Hai realm unleashed a sea of Yuan power, hoping to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said coldly. He raised his sword high in the air before swinging it down towards the old man with great speed. Bang! The strike was accompanied by a powerful force of Yuan power, and with a loud bang, it dispersed the sea of Yuan power released by the old man. Clang! The sword was vibrating and unleashing beams of sword light, forming a net that covered the old man. You have broken through to the Chi-Hai realm. Only now did the old man realize Jiang Chen's change. He was terrified by this as earlier today. Jiang Chen was only a 9th level Qi Jing warrior, but now he had become a Chi-Hai warrior. Not only this, Jiang Chen's Qi was incredibly strong, making him terrified to the point of suppression that IT felt. On his weak body, there was a force that could carry a mountain. Under the suppression of the net formed by the sword lights, the old man was having a hard time circulating his chi, and he couldn't even breathe properly. Chop. Fast, incredibly fast, the sword strike resembled a thunderbolt. When the old man sensed the danger of this sword, it was already too late. The mid-Chi warrior had been cut in half by Jiang Chen. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Splash. The blood cascaded out like a waterfall. It was a terrifying scene. A man had been cut in half with all his organs leaking out on the ground, still squirming. The pungent smell of blood and flesh made the people who could smell it feel like vomiting. Everyone who was fighting stopped, turning their eyes towards Jiang Chen and the man who had been cut in half. Those who had never seen anything like this almost vomited on the spot. Actually, everyone present had killed and witnessed fresh blood before, but none of them had seen such a brutal scene before. Chapter 24. I'll give you a chance. Chapter 24. I'll give you a chance. Herc. Finally, someone vomited. Jiang Chen was standing still while holding his sword, blood dripping down from its tip. He showed a calm expression on his face, as if all that had happened was a normal thing for him. It was hard to imagine a 15-year-old young man could have such an attitude, acting so cruelly. People were looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a demon. Mu Rong-ing and the other youngsters from the Mu Rong family's young generation were all pale. They looked at Jiang Chen with mixed feelings. Jiang Chen was a useless fool whom they all despised not long before this. He was just trash amongst Fragrant Sky City's young generation, but now he had changed so much in such a short period of time. This little bastard has broken through to the Chi realm. Mu Rongzhan was shocked, although Jiang Chen breaking through to the Chi realm had surprised him. What had shocked him the most was that Jiang Chen had killed a mid-Chi warrior who couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. Ha! Mu Rongzhan, I wonder who will die today. Jiang Zhenhai started laughing out loud. The strength Jiang Chen had shown was exceeded his expectations, and now he finally realized why Jiang Chen was so confident. He was confident in his own abilities. The three of you, kill him together. Mu Rongzhan ordered 3 Chi warriors to attack Jiang Chen. If it was a 1-versus-1 match, then he would be the only one who could fight Jiang Chen. Kill them all. Jiang Zhenhai shouted out loud, while at the same time unleashing his powerful Yuan power belonging to a late Chi warrior. He then started fighting with Mu Rongzhan, but it seemed like both of them couldn't defeat the other easily. Kill. The warriors from a Jiang family had already resumed their fighting. Jiang Chen killing that mid-Chi warrior had inspired them and raised their spirits. Each of the warriors were like tigers and wolves killing their prey, the prey being the Mu Rong family members. On the other side were the men from the Mu Rong family, whom all had low spirits. Although they had a few more Chi warriors, the cruelty Jiang Chen had shown had left a big impact on their minds. The difference in spirit was very obvious. Let's move together. The 3 Chi warriors surrounded Jiang Chen with a triangle formation. All of them unleashed their Yuan power and were getting ready to use their most powerful combat skills. A grim smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Suddenly Jiang Chen moved. With a slight movement, he disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared in front of an old man, and the sword in his hand had pierced into the old man's head from the front, coming out at the back of the head. The old man's eyes were wide open. He couldn't even see how he died. Take this, the galloping palm. At the same time, a mid-Chi warrior attacked using a palm strike containing all of his power, which came with a thunderous and galloping manner. The other low Chi warrior did not dare neglect Jiang Chen. The superior strength that Jiang Chen had shown had frightened them, and they had to attack at the same time because otherwise they would meet with death. Swoosh! The low Chi warrior unleashed many strikes of golden beams. Every single golden beam was like a sharp sword, forming a golden net that was flying towards Jiang Chen as both warriors attacked simultaneously from the left and right. Their cooperation was flawless. Unfortunately, their opponent was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even pull his sword out of the old man's head, instead choosing to react by casually pointing his finger towards the old man at the low Chi stage. Swoosh! A golden beam shot out from his finger like a golden meteor with extreme speed. Bang, bang, bang. The golden light beam shot out by Jiang Chen clashed with the golden net belonging to the old man and started igniting sparks. However, under Jiang Chen's attack, that golden net couldn't even hold on for a second, and it was completely torn apart. Jab! A jab sound was heard, and the golden beam penetrated the old man's heart. He was now deader than a dead man. On the other side, the galloping palm attack approached Jiang Chen. He shook his dragon mark within his dantian, and a fierce force rushed out and merged with Jiang Chen's fist as he threw a punch towards the old man. Bang! The lights formed by the galloping palm shattered into pieces. Crack! The two fists collided, and no matter how sturdy the old man's body was or how strong he was no match for Jiang Chen. His arm was broken into pieces upon colliding with Jiang Chen's fierce punch. Blood was splashing out of his arm like a fountain, and broken pieces of bones covered with blood had scattered all over the place. Such extreme pain. Even with the mentality of a mid-chi high warrior, the old man couldn't stop himself from screaming and crying in pain. Jiang Chen was like a demon lord from hell. He gripped the old man's neck with his palm and applied powerful force, breaking his neck and stopping the terrible screams instantly. The old man's body fell to the ground. In less than 1 minute, 4 powerful Chi-Hai warriors had been killed by Jiang Chen. None of them could withstand a single strike from him. He had killed them each with a single blow. What? In the middle of his fight with Jiang Zhenhai, Mu Rongzhan shouted out with anger. He had never expected this outcome. That was 4 Chi-Hai warriors, and they were the strength of his family. His heart started bleeding. Kill! The warriors from the Jiang family all shouted like they had been given a drug that raised their spirits. They raised their weapons high into the air, pointing them towards the Mu Rong family warriors. Contrary to this, all the warriors from the Mu Rong family had zombie-like expressions on their faces. How are they going to fight this war now that all their Chi-Hai warriors were dead? Mu Rongzhan was in the middle of a fight with Jiang Zhenhai, and then there was a demon lord waiting for them. On the other side, the Mu Rong family's base grounds had become hell. Blood was shed at every place. Weapons were hammered into each other, and aggressive screams filled the atmosphere. In just a couple of minutes, this had become a one-sided slaughter. The Mu Rong family warriors had no faith in fighting back, and even 2 of the Mu Rong family's young geniuses had been killed. All the Mu Rong family properties were being attacked by Zhou Beizhan, and they couldn't hold on for much longer, whereas the Mu Rong family base was unable to fight back due to Mu Rongzhan being held back by Jiang Zhenhai. The 4 Chi-Hai warriors were killed by Jiang Chen, and the rest of the men had become animals waiting to be slaughtered. In a way, the spirit was always the most important element. Once you lose the spirit to fight, you will have lost the war. I don't want to fight anymore. I surrender. I also surrender. Don't kill me. The men from the Mu Rong family were screaming. Death was something that scared everyone, especially those who had never experienced near-death situations. A situation like this could make someone collapse. Surrender was something viral. Once a man surrendered, there will be 100 more doing the same. No one is going to give up their lives for a lost cause. Although they do not know if their lives will be spared even after surrendering, they do know that surrendering at least gave them a chance to survive. Crash! The fighters from the Jiang family surrounded the ones who surrendered, waiting for Jiang Chen's command. On the other side, Jiang Zhenhai and Mu Rongzhan stopped fighting. Jiang Zhenhai felt like he was dreaming. He had never expected the war to end this quickly. Jiang Chen, let them go. Mu Rongzhan said with red eyes. Mu Rongzhan, there must be some of your descendants amongst these men. With just a single command, all of these men will be dead, and I will attack your base and kill all those who can barely breathe before burning your base to ashes. What do you think? Jiang Chen said casually as if he was talking about the weather. No! Mu Rongzhan screamed out loud. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a frightful man. He had never seen someone so cruel and ferocious. He didn't even dare to doubt what Jiang Chen had said. Jiang Chen had acted in such a calm manner, so he believed that Jiang Chen was able to kill everyone without even blinking an eye, not to mention burning his base to ashes. Jiang Chen, I admit defeat. Let go of my descendants. I'm willing to die for them. Mu Rongzhan closed his eyes painfully. He had never thought that this day would come, and never in his wildest dreams did he expect this day to come so fast. He was still basking in the bright light before this, but in the next minute, he had entered someone's prison. Fragrant Sky City was in chaos. All of the Mu Rong properties would be destroyed, and the battle near the Mu Rong family's base was a slaughter. Mu Rongzhan knew that he had completely lost this war. Of course you have to die, but your death is not enough to spare their lives. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, what do you actually want? Do you really want to kill us all? Mu Rongzhan never thought a man could be this scary. Kill you all? This is a game of life and death. If today's result was reversed, and you were the ones to win, I bet you would do the same to us. We all know that you should eliminate the weeds and burn its roots. Furthermore, you're trying to use the Lee family to destroy our Jiang family. Isn't that the same as trying to kill all of us as well? Jiang Chen said. Ha, you're right. If I had one, then I would kill all of you. Jiang Chen, now you are the winner, but I still want to beg you to spare my descendants. Mu Rongzhan laughed. He knew that all hope was gone. Mu Rongzhan, I know you hate me and want to eat my flesh, so I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, then I will spare their lives. Jiang Chen said. Chener, don't do this. Jiang Zhanhai said hurriedly. In his opinion, they had already won the war, and everything had been settled. There was no need for Jiang Chen to take this risk. And although Jiang Chen can easily kill a mid-Qihai warrior, he had just broken through to the Qihai realm. Jiang Chen smiled. He was not being cocky. He just wanted to fight with Mu Rongzhan. He had just broken through to the Qihai realm, and he needed a high-level warrior to test his own combat skills on. Mu Rongzhan was the perfect candidate for that. Jiang Chen, you really mean it? Mu Rongzhan's eyes brightened, as if he had seen a new hope. The Mu Rong family warriors who were surrounded all felt a hint of hope, hopeful expressions emerging on their faces. Yes, Jiang Chen was indeed frightful, but they were confident in Mu Rongzhan's true ability. Of course. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. On his face was the same confident expression that would never change. All right, let me see your true ability. Mu Rongzhan strengthened his spirit and started laughing in his mind. This young man was filled with youthful vigor and did not know when to stop. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he can kill Jiang Chen in this fight, Jiang Zhanhai will be struck with a heavy blow. Then the situation might turn into his favor. Chapter 25. The Rule of the Cruel. Chapter 25. The Rule of the Cruel. The situation intensified again. The Mu Rong family warriors had regained some of their hope, especially the ones who had given up and surrendered. On the other side, the men from the Jiang family still had a look of excitement on their faces, but it was mixed with some worry. Their young master had shown a strong performance, even when he had just broken through to the Qihai realm. However, Mu Rongzhan was no ordinary Qihai warrior. A man like him was just one step away from the Mortal Core realm, and as one of Fragrant Sky City's tigers, he was not easy to deal with. It could be said that the reason why the Mu Rong family had been able to stand high for all these years was because of Mu Rongzhan. But young Master Jiang Chen had created miracle after miracle. He had never done anything without confidence after transforming. He was the one who initiated the challenge against Mu Rongzhan, so he must be confident in being able to defeat Mu Rongzhan. Bang! Mu Rongzhan unleashed his powerful Yuan power. His strength as a person who was at the peak of the Qihai realm was truly frightening. Mu Rongzhan focused his vision on Jiang Chen, who was standing right in front of him. He was trying to discover Jiang Chen's true skill, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. Jiang Chen's face was still calm, and his eyes did not reveal anything. He was like a steady mountain, and no one could tell how tall it was. His confidence was like a God-given gift which made him absolutely certain in everything he does. Young lad, let me see what gives you such great confidence. Mu Rongzhan began his attack by swinging his sleeves. A whirlwind was formed with his Yuan power, and like a tidal wave it started approaching Jiang Chen. Good. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He needed someone like this to be his opponent. The dragon marks in his dantian vibrated, and immediately a strong force of Yuan power was unleashed. Just the quality of Jiang Chen's Yuan power alone was much stronger than Mu Rongzhan. Hoo-hoo! The wind was strong, and those who were close to them were suffocating. Everyone was shocked because the amount of yuan power Jiang Chen unleashed was equal to that of Mu Rongzhan. Bang! Two waves of yuan power slammed into each other, and the air exploded from the collision. The blast even affected the ground, lifting a large marble tile on the floor. What a man! Mu Rongzhan was shocked. He immediately moved and charged towards Jiang Chen like a lightning bolt. The more Jiang Chen attacked, the more danger he felt. This was a matter of life and death for the Mu Rong family, and it all depended on this fight. If he lost, then everything would be gone. Bang! The air shook as Mu Rongzhan punched. His fist was glowing and crackling. This punch was filled with yuan power, and in just a split second it had closed in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He liked this kind of fight. It could easily determine one's real combat strength. Although Jiang Chen once was the greatest saint in the world, he was far from being that right now. He had to cultivate bit by bit. Everyone at the top had been through countless fights, stepped on thousands of bones, and painted a road with blood in their journey there. Bang! Two bright fists covered in yuan power slammed into each other, sounding like two metal plates slamming into each other as the air around them exploded. Jiang Chen took 2 steps backwards and steadied his body. He looked at Mu Rongzhan and realized that he had only taken 1 step back, but Mu Rongzhan's expression was more shocked than before. Is this bastard a monster? His punch just now contained at least 25,000 gene force. It was almost equal to my full strength. Mu Rongzhan had mixed feelings. He had never seen anyone so forceful. Although he had the upper hand with that punch just now, he was not happy because he couldn't damage Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen was smiling, and his facial expression said that everything was under his control. Yes, he took 2 steps back just now, but he knew that Mu Rongzhan felt worse than him. Mu Rongzhan's only advantage laid in his yuan power, but if they compared the strength of their bodies, he was no match for Jiang Chen, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. In fact, half of Mu Rongzhan's body was numb at the moment. Good. Jiang Zhenhai shouted. Jiang Chen's performance had surprised him as well. Black Hawk Strike. Mu Rongzhan shouted suddenly. He was going to use his most powerful combat skill, and he wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with it. Black Hawk Strike was a middle-tier, mortal-level combat skill. It was known for being a fierce and powerful combat skill, and it was also Mu Rongzhan's most famous skill. Swoosh! Mu Rongzhan jumped up 1 meter into the air and made a sound resembling an eagle. His posture took the shape of an eagle who was about to strike, and together with all his yuan power he struck towards Jiang Chen. In Jiang Chen's eyes, it seemed like a black eagle was diving down towards him. The chief used the Black Hawk Strike. Jiang Chen won't be able to defend himself this time. This is a middle-tier, mortal-level combat skill, and it's truly powerful. That Jiang Chen is only an early Chi-Hai warrior. He has no hope of defending against this attack. We are safe this time. Everyone from the Mu Rong family had happy expressions on their faces. Mu Rongzhan's true skill was not something that could be easily dealt with. Chener, be careful. This is Mu Rongzhan's famous skill. Don't underestimate it. Jiang Chen didn't take what Jiang Zhenhai said into his heart. He still had a calm expression on his face. The dragon marks and yuan power within his dantian boiled, and the force reached his fingers through his body. Golden light covered his finger together with an authentic yuan power, producing audible vibrations, and immediately after that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger out. Swoosh! The air was being cut through, and everyone saw a huge, bright golden finger illuminating the night, flying towards Mu Rongzhan in an unstoppable manner. What? Mu Rongzhan shouted out in disbelief. With his experience, he can easily tell how terrifying this huge golden finger was. This skill was definitely higher than a mortal-level combat skill. The finger had locked him down and sealed the surrounding area, and together with its lightning-fast speed, there was no way for him to evade this attack. He can only respond by attacking. Bring it on. Mu Rongzhan grinded his teeth. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. He infused all of his yuan power into this Black Hawk Strike. He did not believe that a late Chi-Hai warrior could be defeated by a young lad who was only at the early Chi-Hai realm. Bang! A churning golden wave was seen in the middle of the collision, accompanied by a subtle crash. The air was torn apart, Mu Rongzhan's Black Hawk strike shattered into pieces by Jiang Chen's single solar finger attack, as it couldn't even withstand the attack for a second. Bang! Mu Rongzhan fell and crashed onto the ground 30 meters away, the hard stone surface broken by the impact. Wah! Hurt! Mu Rongzhan vomited blood from his mouth. His face was pale, and although the single solar finger hadn't killed him, it had caused him to lose 90% of his strength. Everyone were startled. Even Jiang Zhenhai had his mouth wide open. He, along with all of the other fighters from the Jiang family, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their eyes were filled with admiration towards Jiang Chen. Who would have ever thought that Mu Rongzhan would be defeated like this? The skill Jiang Chen used just now is obviously higher than the mortal level. There's no such high-level skill in Fragrant Sky City. I wonder who actually taught him and gave him such a great skill. Jiang Zhenhai mumbled to himself. He was still not used to Jiang Chen's changes. All of the men from the Mu Rong family were surrounded and lost all of their hope, faces pale. Even Mu Rongzhan was defeated by Jiang Chen. The Mu Rong family had lost their pillars, and they were no longer a match for the Jiang family within Fragrant Sky City. Impossible, this is impossible. Mu Rongzhan held his body up with one arm while holding his chest with the other. He kept shaking his head. He had never imagined that one day he would be defeated by a young lad who was at a lower level than himself. The losers are always in the wrong. Mu Rongzhan, do you have any other words? Jiang Chen walked towards Mu Rongzhan. He placed one of his hands behind his back, and then looked down at Mu Rongzhan, who was lying at the floor coldly, as if he was a king deciding if one should live or die. Ha ha. Funny, this is so funny. Cough, cough. Mu Rongzhan started laughing out loud. He had lost, but he wasn't defeated by his arch-enemy, Jiang Zhenhai. Instead, he was defeated by a useless fool whom he had never bothered looking at. Truly ironic. He had too many complaints about his loss, and he simply can't let them go. But he had to admit he had lost. I lost, but I still want to beg you to let my descendants go, Mu Rongzhan said in a begging manner. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement. Mu Rongzhan can be considered a good man since he still cared about his own family, even while death stood before him. Because of this, Jiang Chen decided to give him a quick death. Bang! Jiang Chen attacked without any sympathy, striking his palm against Mu Rongzhan's. Mu Rongzhan's vision blurred, and he fell straight onto the ground. Finally, one of the two Fragrant Sky City's tigers had died. Jiang Chen killed Mu Rongzhan because he didn't want to give his enemies any chances. As for whether or not he will let his family go, that has nothing to do with Mu Rongzhan anymore. Chief, Dad! All of the men from the Mu Rong family were screaming. Amongst them were two of Mu Rongzhan's children. They looked at Jiang Chen with hatred. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a killer that wouldn't even blink when he killed someone. Jiang Chen still had a calm look on his face. This kind of image wouldn't do him any harm. Cruelty was the best word to describe this world of cultivation. The weak was easy prey for the strong. In Jiang Chen's world, an enemy will always be an enemy. He can only destroy them. If you show your enemies mercy, then you will only experience great pain. So, Jiang Zhenhai sighed. He felt a little lost, because after all these years of fighting with Mu Rongzhan, it had now come to an end. Chener, now that the Mu Rong family is destroyed, what are you going to do with these people? Jiang Zhenhai asked. The warriors from the Mu Rong family looked at Jiang Chen. Their destinies were in the hands of this little demon lord whose words will decide their fate. Those whose surname is Mu Rong will have their cultivation base destroyed, while the rest will break one of their own arms and be chased out of Fragrant Sky City, never being allowed back into the city. Jiang Chen said coldly. With this, he had decided the destinies of all these men. Chapter 26. Young Master's Confidence. Chapter 26. Young Master's Confidence. Everyone gasped at the cruelty of Jiang Chen's order. As what he said did not involve one or two people, it affected every single person who was related to the Mu Rong family, including those who were only working at their properties. As for the warriors, destroying their cultivation base was equivalent to killing them. Chener, don't you think this is a little cruel? Jiang Zhenhai asked as he furrowed his brows. Jiang Chen, you're a demon lord. You're not a human being. I want to avenge my dad. I want to kill you. Cries were heard everywhere amongst the Mu Rong family. Many of them had red eyes and were screaming about how much they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Dad, look at it this way. If you let them go today, then they might return tomorrow and harm you. I was being merciful when I said I wouldn't kill them. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Dad, there's no right or wrong in war. There's only victory or defeat. The rule in the world of cultivation is the same. You can never show mercy towards your enemies because your enemy won't be grateful, and once you let them go, well, it's the same as planting a seed of revenge in your own backyard. They did nothing wrong, but since they are part of this war, they will have to bear the consequences of it. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent manner. In this small, fragrant sky city, the people were unable to see a true war. The fights between those huge sects can easily destroy the entire area and kill countless innocent people. And as for the fight between humans and demons, the blood spilled by them would be enough to cover the land for thousands of miles. Under the feet of the absolute strongest laid a path filled with blood and bones. I'll let you handle everything. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned around and left. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen. A wave of terror swept through his mind, but soon his eyes regained their firmness. He turned around and looked at those men from the Mu Rong family who were under his control and said, "Do as young master commanded. Those with the Mu Rong name will have their cultivation base destroyed and one arm cut off, then chased out of the city." Jiang Zhenhai knew that Jiang Chen was a man with high aspirations. A small city like Fragrant Sky City couldn't hold him for long, and soon he will step into the world where the real cultivators resided. Indeed, Jiang Chen's methods were cruel, but only with this kind of attitude and methodology will Jiang Zhenhai have a peace of mind in the future. A dramatic change happened this night. Fire and blood was everywhere in the city, and all of the Mu Rong family's properties had been occupied by the Jiang family in less than 2 hours. Countless men were killed or wounded, and even the chief of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong Zhan, was cruelly killed by Jiang Chen. From now on, there was no Mu Rong in the Fragrant Sky City anymore. Zhou Beizhen was both stunned and startled for almost 3 minutes when he had heard the news of Mu Rong Zhan being killed by Jiang Chen. When he was back to normal, he took a deep breath and sighed. Little young master is someone chosen by the heavens. That's why he can accomplish things that others can't. He was like a hidden dragon, and soon he will fly high in the sky. Zhou Beizhen had lived for more than 50 years. Although he had more life experience than others, his mind was still pretty conventional. He had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen before, and what Jiang Chen had accomplished had turned everyone's mind around. Their ideas on how the world worked had been twisted by Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen ordered them to attack the Mu Rong family, many people were thinking that he was too reckless, and even Zhou Beizhen questioned him. But no one would have thought that the Mu Rong family could be destroyed so fast, and it can be said that this was all because of Jiang Chen alone. This war was planned and arranged by Jiang Chen alone, and he was the one who killed Mu Rong Zhan, changing the sky above Fragrant Sky City. The next day, sunlight started to shine from the east. It was another day with a hot, bright sun, and peaceful days had finally returned to Fragrant Sky City. Fire and smoke, however, could still be seen in some places, and the smell of blood lingered in the air, making the atmosphere in Fragrant Sky City more depressing than before. The Jiang family had eliminated the Mu Rong family. This was nothing important for the ones in the world of cultivation, but in Fragrant Sky City, this was enough to bring an earthquake. The news couldn't be covered up for long, and no one was trying to cover it. Without purposely spreading the news, everyone in the city knew what had happened last night. The Mu Rong family had vanished from the city overnight. Many people still couldn't accept this because it happened too fast, too sudden. Yesterday, both families were having a duel on the fighting stage, and now one of those families were gone. Too fast, this is unbelievable. The Mu Rong family was one of the biggest tycoons in the city, and now they were eliminated in just one night. Is this for real? Who could have guessed that this would happen? The Jiang family acted so quickly. I think it was because of young master Jiang Chen. You guys may have heard that yesterday, it was the young master who ordered the attack on the Mu Rong family. And he had also just broken through to the Qi realm. He even killed Mu Rong Zhan, who was at the peak of the Qi realm. This is unbelievable, too terrifying. I heard that Jiang Chen purposely gave Mu Rongzhan a chance to fight him alone, and then he defeated Mu Rongzhan all by himself. He is a demon. Sigh. The Mu Rong family were planning on eliminating the Jiang family by using the Lee family, but who could have known that the Jiang family would make their move first? Everyone on the streets were talking about the war last night, and Jiang Chen's reputation had reached a new height. He had killed Mu Rongzhan, who was already like an untouchable giant to many people, and they were still wondering if all of this was real. This 15-year-old youngster was too ruthless. He did things with courage and complete confidence, and he was sharper than those of the old generation's greatest warriors. What he did had frightened many people. Eliminating the Mu Rong family in just a single night was not something a regular person was able to achieve. In my opinion, the Mu Rong family were looking for death themselves. Jiang Chen is not someone who shows mercy, and they wanted to use the Li family to destroy the Jiang family, allowing them to get good results without doing anything. Jiang Chen would not let them do that. That's right, look at the results. They were eliminated by Jiang Chen in just a single night. I heard that Jiang Chen destroyed the cultivation bases of the surviving Mu Rong warriors and cut off an arm of those who were related to the Mu Rong family. He is indeed fierce and cruel. Fierce and cruel, my ass. Both families were fighting for life and death. He showed mercy when he spared their lives. All of the conversations contained Jiang Chen, a name that had changed everyone's mind in such a short period of time. From someone who fooled around and was useless to a great warrior who was capable of destroying the Mu Rong family in just one night. This all happened too fast. This was a huge event for the people of Fragrant Sky City. While everyone was talking about what had happened, no one had forgotten about the other important issue. The Lee family from Red City. Jiang Chen had killed their young lord, and they will not let him get away with it. Although the Jiang family has eliminated the Mu Rong family and are now in charge of the city, there's an even greater threat waiting for them now. That's right, the Li family has not done anything yet. There will be an even bigger earthquake coming to the city soon. Sigh, things are getting messy. Yes, Jiang Chen is capable of destroying the Mu Rong family, but the Mu Rong family is nothing compared to the Li family. If the Li family eliminates the Jiang family, won't the city have no owner then? At that time, the city will be thrown into chaos as new powers will fight in order to gain control for themselves. Many people were worried. The civilians only wanted to live a peaceful life, but because of all the recent events, the future was looking dim. Their lives could only return to normal if the Jiang family could grow and take control of everything again. Within the meeting hall in the mayor's mansion, the top men from the Jiang family sat on the left and right sides with Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhanhai sitting in the main seats. The atmosphere was heavy. It shouldn't be this way, as they had just eliminated their rivals, the Mu Rong family, and gained complete control over the city. They should be celebrating, but no one was able to show a smile on their face. They all looked worried. Of course, there was one person who had a smile on his face, Jiang Chen. He had changed into a clean white outfit, and he sat comfortably in his chair with his legs crossed. A smile could be seen on his mouth, and a large amount of confidence was visible on his face. The war last night ended perfectly. The Mu Rong family met with complete loss. Everyone should be happy, but why are you all showing such dull faces? Come on, smile, Jiang Chen said with a teasing expression. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, everyone showed a smile on their faces, but the smiles were bitter ones. They couldn't really smile from the bottom of their hearts, and they were wondering how Jiang Chen was still able to smile. Didn't he know that they were now facing their biggest threat yet? Young master, yes, we did eliminate the Mu Rong family, but the Li family will not let this go easily. I believe within 3 days the Li family will be here and attack us. How are we going to deal with them? Zhou Beizhen asked. Everyone, including Jiang Zhanhai, looked towards Jiang Chen. What Jiang Zhanhai worried about the most was the issue with the Li family. Jiang Chen had now become the core of the Jiang family. Dad, Uncle Zhou, do you all think that the Li family is unbeatable? Do you all think that once the Li family arrives, we will follow the Mu Rong family's footsteps and be eliminated? Jiang Chen smiled and said casually, never showing a single sign of anxiousness. Everyone remained silent. Obviously, Jiang Chen had said what they were all thinking. Young Master, the Lee family from Red City is not something that the Mu Rong family can compare with. They have warriors at the mortal core realm, and their chief is at the late mortal core realm. There's no way we could defend ourselves against those high-level warriors. That's right, the warriors who have formed their mortal cores cannot be compared with those who have only formed their Chi-Si. No matter how strong and powerful a Chi-Hai warrior is, there is no way for him to fight against an opponent at the mortal core realm. We cannot defend ourselves with our current strength. Both fat men said, one after another. Chen'er, don't tell me you have a way to deal with them. Looking at how confident Jiang Chen was, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't stop himself from asking that question. Dad, we just destroyed the Mu Rong family last night. There must be a lot of work to do. Those properties are all money and wealth. We should arrange them properly. Jiang Chen didn't reply to Jiang Zhenhai's question. Chen'er, we are now facing the Li family, and all of our men's morale is low. They are not in the mood to pay their attention to other matters. Jiang Zhenhai said. How he had described the situation was subtle. With the threat from the powerful Li family, the morale was not only low, everyone was also scared and worried. All of you, do not worry about the Li family. No matter who they are, if they come into this town, I'll send them back the same way they came. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed as he stood up. Everyone listen, carry on, and do your usual tasks. Even if the sky falls down, you will have me to stand in front of you and carry it for you. Chapter 27. Calamity introduces a man to himself. Chapter 27. Calamity introduces a man to himself. Jiang Chen left the meeting hall after saying what he wanted to say. In his wake, he left all of the old men staring at each other with confused looks on their faces. They were wondering how their young master could be so confident. They had all lived for a few decades, and they were all Chi-Hai warriors. But when facing Jiang Chen, who was only 15 years old, they felt like small children. This is the Li family from Red City. Just how is young master planning on dealing with this? Someone said with a sigh. Although Jiang Chen behaved confidently, it wouldn't stop anyone from furrowing their brows. The enemy was just too strong, and they could not think about anything that could defeat their enemy. Just listen to what our young master said. He has never been wrong before. That's right. Thinking about it, he has never made a single mistake since he transformed. Both the fat and skinny old man said simultaneously. Even Zhou Beizhan was silently nodding his head. They were all alchemists who held high positions within the Jiang family. A young man who was only 15 years old could concoct a pill with 100% effectiveness, and he could give them a precious soul. Training skill. He was a genius who could only be seen once every 1,000 years. A heaven-sent miracle in their minds. The Li family has yet to arrive. We cannot let fear overcome us. Just listen to what Chen'er said. Everyone take care of their tasks like they usually would. You guys go and comfort the rest of our people, and don't think too much about the Li family. Jiang Zhenhai told everyone. In their current situation, there was no retreat, so they could only lay all their hopes on Jiang Chen. We will just adapt to the situation. There is no need to act like cowards. A man with a sturdy body said before he left the meeting hall. The peaceful days for the city were now gone, and everyone in the Jiang family felt worried. It was a bright, sunny day, but the whole city was covered in clouds. Jiang Chen went into his own room and shut the door, denying all visitors. Even his own dad was unable to pay him a visit. What was supposed to come will come. A raging rainstorm was bound to appear no matter what. Just 3 days after Li Changhong was killed, people from the Li family visited Fragrant Sky City. There were only a few dozen people from the Li family, but their strength was greater than 100 or even 1,000 people. They were riding through the city recklessly on their tall houses, their destination, the mayor's mansion. Those who are not involved, get lost from here or die. The words are spread out by a great warrior with powerful Yuan power. He was at the mortal core realm. Oh God! They are finally here. The Li family from Red City are here. Although there are only a few dozen people, they are all terrifyingly strong. 3 warriors are at the mortal core realm, and the rest of them are all at the Chi-Hai realm. The Jiang family is finished. Look at their leader. His name is Li Shanyu, and he is the chief of the Li family. A late mortal core stage warrior, he rarely comes out because he has been focusing on breaking through to the heavenly core realm. You could tell that Li Changhong was a very important person to him as he came personally this time. Of course he would come out. His own son was killed by someone, which is why he is so furious. 3 mortal core warriors, dozens of Qi-Hai warriors. They're going to turn the Jiang family in ashes this time. Sigh, if the Jiang family is destroyed, then our city will be swallowed by complete chaos. Everyone was frightened. The Li family was just too cruel. Most of the people here had never seen a warrior at the mortal core realm before. This was their first time seeing one, and it was scary. Move away. The men from the Li family were acting cruelly. A man swung down a whip, hitting a civilian who was unable to move away in time and instantly cutting him into 2 pieces. Looking for death, the man said with a cold expression, riding past the body on his horse. Damn, they are too arrogant. They're treating us like we're nothing, and they're even killing us randomly. These people possess too much killing intent. I wonder how the Jiang family is going to react. Come, let's follow them to the mayor's mansion and have a look. Don't count me in if you want to die. I still have a life to live. Just look at how the Li family is behaving. If I were killed by them, then who would be able to avenge me? At the same time in the mayor's mansion, they had heard the news of the Li family arriving. Even though they were all prepared, they were all frightened upon hearing that the Li family had arrived. Where is young master? The Li family is here. Someone shouted out. This was a critical moment, but Jiang Chen, the Jiang family supporting pillar, was nowhere to be found. He was still hiding in his own house, and he hadn't been seen by anyone during the last 2 days. Jiang Chen, go and have a look at what young master is doing right now. Jiang Zhenhai said as he looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, master. Jiang Chen ran towards Jiang Chen's house, his speed faster than even the fastest rabbit. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen came back with a swollen face and tears in his eyes. He went up to Jiang Zhenhai. What's wrong? Zhou Beizhen asked with a frown on his face. Young master chased me out and told me that nobody is to disturb him. Jiang Chen looked upset. The situation was so critical that he never knocked on the door. Instead, he went straight into Jiang Chen's room, and before he could say anything, he was slapped by Jiang Chen, and his leg was almost broken by Jiang Chen. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked up into the sky with tears in his eyes. He was just a messenger. He didn't deserve to be slapped. Why did this happen? Didn't young master tell us that even if the sky fell down, he would be the one who would stand above us and hold it up? Why is he still hiding in a situation like this? Young master can't just hide for people. The Li family is here, and we can't hide from them. A lot of people were feeling angry. They had no idea what their young master really wanted to do. He behaved with great confidence, and he said he would protect everyone from their enemies, the Li family. He said this in front of everyone, but now that the enemy was here, he was hiding within his own room. Zhou Beizhen shouted out loud. Although he couldn't understand why Jiang Chen did this, he did have confidence towards Jiang Chen. Bang! Suddenly a loud bang could be heard from the entrance. The front door to the mayor's mansion had been broken into pieces, and a voice thundered. All the men from the Jiang family, come out now and face your deaths. The voice was loud, and it resounded everywhere in the mayor's mansion. Everyone could clearly hear the voice, and some of those who were near the mansion were frightened into keeping silent. Gone. The Jiang family is gone. The Li family was too powerful, and by the way they behaved, they were not likely to give the Jiang family any chance of survival at all. Come, let's go and have a look. Jiang Zhenhai tidied up his clothes and walked towards the main entrance. The rest of the men took a deep breath and followed behind. This was a critical moment, and if they couldn't solve it properly, they would all die today. Soon all the men from the Jiang family had arrived at the entrance. Looking at the front door, which had been broken into pieces, everyone was startled. They looked at the men from the Li family and saw a man who stood in front of everyone wearing a yellow robe. He looked like he was in his 40s, and he had a sturdy body that could be compared with Mu Rongzhan. A vicious scar crossed his face, frightening anyone who saw him for the first time. The man was the chief of the Li family, Li Shanyu. Rumors said he was a cruel person with a mean heart, and he won't let anyone who offended him get away easily. And now his own son had been killed in Fragrant Sky City, and he was planning on avenging his son by personally destroying the entire mayor's mansion. Li Shanyu portrayed a strong force around him. Those who stood in front of him would feel a great pressure, unable to even breathe properly. That was the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Behind Li Shan, you stood two old men who were in their 50s. They had arrogant looks on their faces, and they were also mortal core warriors. Dozens of fierce men stood further behind them, and all of them were Chi-Hai warriors. Among them was one man with a gloomy and hateful expression on his face. This was because he had seen Jiang Chen. It was almost as if he couldn't want to eat him alive. He was Mu Rong Tian, the man who informed the Lee family in Red City about the news that their young lord had been killed. Due to the long distance between Fragrant Sky City and Red City, he was unable to return back in time. Just from the obvious strength of both families, the Jiang family was almost guaranteed to die. "Which one of you is Jiang Chen?" Li Shan Yu asked with a voice resounding as loud as a great bell, shocking everyone who heard him. His ruthless vision gazed upon all of the men from the Jiang family. He did not attack them straight away because in his mind, today was the end of the Jiang family, and everyone from the Jiang family will die today, sooner or later. He wanted to find out who Jiang Chen was and ask him how he dared to kill his son. "I'm Jiang Zhanhai. I'm the one who killed your son. This had nothing to do with Jiang Chen." Jiang Zhanhai said. The Li family had no intentions of letting a single Jiang family man escape from death. If Jiang Chen had no way of solving this today, then Jiang Zhanhai would need to protect Jiang Chen at all costs, allowing him to escape from here and let the Jiang family live on. No, young Lord Li was killed by Jiang Chen. The alchemist who followed young Lord Li was killed by Jiang Zhanhai. Both of them are culprits who cannot be spared. That little bastard Jiang Chen must be somewhere hiding right now. Mu Rong Tian took a step forward and spoke out loud with a hateful tone. The Mu Rong family was gone. His hatred towards Jiang Zhanhai and Jiang Chen was like an unstoppable waterfall. Only after the Jiang family was destroyed will he be able to let go of his hatred. Hiding somewhere? Then I shall kill his father first and see if he will come out or not. A grim smile appeared on Li Shan Yu's face, a murderous spirit emerging from his body. All the men from the Jiang family whitened, faces pale, when they felt the murderous spirit belonging to Li Shan Yu. Until now, Jiang Chen had told them that he would stand in front of them whenever a dangerous situation arises, but he was still nowhere to be seen. They were all sad in their hearts, and they had lost all hope. "I'm the one who killed the men from your family. It had nothing to do with anyone else. The Li family is a respectable family from Red City, and chiefly is someone reputable as well. I believe you won't put others in a difficult position." Jiang Zhanhai said. "Mayor." Zhou Beizhen blinked his eyes and said while grinding his teeth, "I will die together with Mayor." Jiang Zhanhai, "You'll have to die today. So does your son. There is no point of hiding from me. I will destroy everything belonging to you, and everyone will have to die today." The scar on Li Shan Yu's face trembled, and he spoke yet again with a grim smile, "But I can give others a chance. You just need to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, and I might spare your life." After he said that, the atmosphere amongst the Jiang family warriors had changed. All the men on the spot held a high position in the Jiang family, and they were all Chi-Hai warriors. What Li Shan Yu had said was aimed at them. As for the guards and fighters in the back, they wouldn't even have the chance to kneel down before Li Shan Yu. "Mayor, I'm sorry, but I don't want to die." A man held his fist and paid his respects towards Jiang Zhanhai before he walked up to Li Shan Yu. He kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 28, Powerful Voice. Chapter 28, Powerful Voice. "Mayor, I'm sorry, but I'm only a guest. I do not want to die here." Another man ran up to Li Shan Yu and kowtowed in front of him. The first man to kowtow was Yang Xiao, and the second man's name was Chang Shan. They were both guests who were visiting Jiang Zhanhai, and they had been loyal to Jiang Zhanhai before this. "Yang Xiao, Chang Shan, both of you are jerks. Mayor's been treating you so nicely, so how can you be so worthless?" Zhou Beizhen said in a scolding manner. "Bastard, worthless jerks, don't ever call yourselves men again." The fat old man was angry as well. "Let them go. Everyone has their own will. There is no need for them to die together with us. Since you have a chance to live on, then you should cherish it." Jiang Zhanhai said, "I won't be kneeling down like a dog in kowtow. I would rather die." Zhou Beizhen said sarcastically. I will die as a man, and 18 years later, I will become an honorable man again." The skinny old man thumped his own chest as he spoke. The rest of the Chi warriors didn't go and kneel down. They all had their dignities, and furthermore, Jiang Chen had been treating them nicely all these years. If they were to turn over to the enemy side when the Jiang family was in trouble, they would no longer be able to call themselves men. On the other side, Li Shanyu looked at both of the men who were kneeling down. He had a hint of despise in his eyes. "Both of you stand up. I won't kill you, but you too will kill Jiang Chen." Li Shanyu looked towards Jiang Chen. He wouldn't kill him personally, but he wanted him to be killed by his own men. That will make Jiang Chen miserable in his death. "What?" Both men shouted out at the same time. They had never expected that Li Shanyu would have such a demand for them. "What's wrong? If you're not willing to do it, then I will kill both of you right now," Li Shanyu said casually. The power from his mortal core surrounded both Yang Xiao and Chang Shan's heads, making them have a difficult time breathing. They looked at each other, grinding their teeth and shaking their heads. After that, both of them stood up and started walking towards Jiang Chen. "Mayor, we're sorry." Both of them unleashed their Yuan power. In order to survive, they had no choice but to do this. "Fuck you." Zhou Beizhan was the first one to speak out. He and the skinny old man ran forward like the wind and attacked with their most powerful attacks. Bang! Both the traitors were feeling guilty, and they knew they were no match for Zhou Beizhan and the rest who were enraged. They were hit and sent flying, falling to the ground not too far away. Li Shanyu let out a cold hump. He sent out a powerful wave of Yuan power from his body, sending Zhou Beizhan and the rest flying backwards. The fat and skinny old man were both at a lower skill level. As a result, both of them vomited blood. The difference between then and Li Shanyu was too huge. "You're just a few Chi warriors. How dare you fight back?" Li Shanyu behaved like he was better than everyone. "Chief Li, there is no need to talk nonsense to them. Just kill them and catch that little bastard Jiang Chen," Mu Rongtian said cruelly. "All right, kill them all and demolish the mayor's mansion. Do not leave anyone alive." Li Shanyu gave his order coldly. He was a ruthless man. Bang! Following Li Shanyu's words, all the men from the Li family released their Yuan force at the same time. The raging Yuan power was just like a powerful storm. "How dare you!" Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful voice rushed out from somewhere within the Jiang mansion grounds. The voice struck out like thunder from the sky. Everyone heard the resonating outrage. Just these 3 words alone startled everyone here. Bang! After that, an explosive sound could be heard. Everyone could see the roof of a house within the mansion grounds exploding, an invisible pressure saturating the atmosphere. Following that, the air exploded, and a fiery red flame emerged from below. It looked like a dragon, and it formed a 3-meter-wide sea of flame in their air. Invisible waves were being sent out of dragon, causing deep whirlpools to appear. Swoosh! A powerful soul power spread and filled the atmosphere above the mayor's mansion. Such a powerful soul power, even my own soul is shivering. This is the soul pressure that only those who have formed their heavenly core can possess. Li Shanyu's face immediately lost its color. The combination of soul power and fire. This is a nearly perfect method to control fire. There's a powerful alchemist somewhere around here. The soul power of a heavenly core warrior. They're the heavenly core warrior here. The other 2 mortal core warriors looked at the flame in the sky with shocked expressions in their eyes. They could clearly feel the powerful soul force within the flame sea, the invisible pressure belonging to someone who was at the heavenly core realm. The men from a Jiang family were stunned. They looked at the flame sea above the house, mixed expressions on their faces. "That's where Chun'er is staying." Jiang Zhenhai was so shocked that his mouth fell wide open. Such a strong amount of soul power. Since when has there been a great warrior hidden in young master's room? Zhou Beizhan mumbled to himself. "I was cultivating here. How dare you all come and disturb me, Doc?" The powerful voice spoke out once again. This was a voice that resonated a person's soul, and it could disturb one's mind easily. "Honorable sir, we are sorry. We didn't know you were here. Please forgive us for disturbing you, Honorable Sir. My name is Li Shanyu, Chief of the Lee family in Red City. I sincerely invite Honorable Sir to come cultivate near our family. I will definitely provide the best possible conditions for Honorable Sir. Fragrant Sky City is too small for someone like you. It doesn't fit your status. Li Shanyu retracted all of his force and bowed slightly toward the sky. He spoke in a very polite manner, not daring to mess around with a heavenly core warrior. Get lost. The flames sea trembled, the shout originating from within. The faces on the people from the Lee family all changed. They did not dare make a single sound. Not because they were afraid of the pressure, but because they were afraid that the warrior at the heavenly core realm would get angry and kill them. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. If you're not out by then, you will be burned to ashes. The powerful voice spoke out yet again. The flame sea in the sky roared and started expanding. At the same time, a huge flame sword formed and pointed towards Li Shanyu. Li Shanyu was afraid. Although he was at the late-stage mortal core realm, he was nowhere near being the match of a heavenly core warrior. Furthermore, he had no idea who this person was, but the perfect control over fire and the powerful soul force frightened him. Chief, what should we do now? Another mortal core warrior asked with a pale expression on his face. There's a heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family. If we make him angry, we will all die here. Let's first leave, then we can think of a way to get revenge in the future. Li Shanyu said. Even though he did not want to let them go so easily, he had no other choice under this situation. He doesn't dare to do anything, even if he borrowed someone else's courage. The huge flame sword was pointing at him, and who knew when it will shoot at him and kill him. Get lost now. The voice struck out like a thunder strike. The pressure was even more intense than before. The huge flame sword was trembling, as if it was about to shoot out and strike him at any time. Li Shanyu was frightened and did not dare to delay anymore. He gazed at Jiang Chen and turned around toward the entrance. Let's go. Wait. The voice spoke again. Leave the man from the Mu Rong family behind. Mu Rong Tian's face immediately turned pale upon hearing this. He looked at Li Shanyu with the pitiful expression of a beggar. This hidden heavenly core warrior had scared him close to death, and even Li Shanyu had to retreat because of him. If he was left behind, then only death would await him. Mu Rong Tian, you'll stay here, Li Shanyu said casually without even taking a second look at Mu Rong Tian. He signaled all of his men to follow and left with haste. Mu Rong Tian was worth nothing to him, and offending a heavenly core warrior because of Mu Rong Tian would just be stupid. Chief Li, what about us? Yang Xiao and Chang Shan stood up from the ground and rushed towards the entrance, but they were blocked by Zhou Beizhen and the fat old man. The rest of the men moved at the same time and caught Mu Rong Tian. The incredible soul, pressure, and flame sea disappeared the moment Li Shanyu left together with his men. Everyone from the mayor's mansion were puzzled, and some of them wiped away the sweat on their faces secretly. Just a few moments ago, all of them were so close to death. Right now, everyone felt a small amount of relief. Who would have ever thought that there would be a high-level warrior hidden somewhere in the mayor's mansion? And with a powerful voice, he had managed to chase Li Shanyu away. Brother Zhou, arrest them first. Jiang Chen told Zhou Beizhen before he started walking towards Jiang Chen's house. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw that the floor tiles had been scattered. He looked at the roof of Jiang Chen's house and saw a big hole in it. It looked like the heavenly core warrior was hidden within this room. Jiang Chen walked to the front of Jiang Chen's house. The door was tightly closed. He raised his arm and prepared to knock on the door, but he immediately stopped himself. If there really was a heavenly core warrior in the room, then it would be rude to just enter. He turned around and left. He believed that Jiang Chen will give him an explanation when he came out of the room. Inside the room, Jiang Chen was laying on the bed with a pale expression. He was completely knocked out. There was blood all over his sheets. It looked like he had just vomited it out. A hidden heavenly core warrior? Of course not. In this residence, there was only one man, Jiang Chen. Just now, Jiang Chen used the great soul derivation skill and raised the level of his soul by a huge amount for a short amount of time, reaching the power of a heavenly core realm warrior temporarily. It allowed him to scare Li Shanyu away, making everyone think that there was a heavenly core. warrior hidden in his room. Such a method that violated the heavenly principles and goes against nature's course was something that can only be done by Jiang Chen, who was once the greatest saint in the world. Only a miraculous skill, like the great soul derivation skill, could raise a person's soul level in such a short amount of time. However, the cost of doing something like this was huge. A human soul was the absolute weakest part of the human body, but it was also the most important part of a human. The soul was the source of everything, and once it was wounded, it would be very difficult to heal. Jiang Chen circulated the great soul derivation skill and raised his soul power to match that of a heavenly core warrior temporarily, damaging his soul in the process. The pressure of doing this made him lose all his energy, which was why he fainted immediately after Li Shanyu left. Chapter 29, Deserves to Die. Chapter 29, Deserves to Die. The Lee family arrived in an imposing manner, but they fled in a hurry. All the people in Fragrant Sky City were surprised. None of them had expected anything like this. Everyone was preparing for chaos and agony, but in the end, nothing happened. The men from the Lee family are gone. Looks like there is a hidden heavenly core warrior hidden in the Jiang family. Wow, a heavenly core warrior. That's an incredibly powerful existence. I never would have thought the Jiang family would be protected by someone like that. No wonder the Lee family had to retreat. It's good for them to retreat. As long as the Jiang family is safe, our city will not fall into chaos. I just hope that the Lee family stays away from this town for good. The news spread fast. The scene where the Lee family retreated had been witnessed by a lot of people, and it did not take long for rumors about the hidden heavenly core warrior to spread. Furthermore, all of the people who were somewhat close to the mayor's mansion could feel the pressure. Jiang Chen had fainted for 1 hour before waking up. He had a terrible headache, and he felt incredibly dizzy. Jiang Chen didn't get up immediately. He started circulating the great soul derivation skill, and only after a few minutes did his terrible headache subside enough for him to sit up on the bed. He swallowed a mortal restoration pill and crossed his legs. He then started circulating the dragon transformation skill together with the great soul derivation skill, restoring his energy. Outside of Jiang Chen's house, Jiang Zhenhai, Zhou Beizhen, and the rest of the Qihai warriors were walking back and forth anxiously. They were waiting for Jiang Chen to come out, and they also wished to meet the heavenly core warrior. Inside the room, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was floating without any wind blowing. His face was still pale, but his condition was much better than what it was before. Indeed, the dragon transformation skill is a mighty skill. The qi in blood is powerful, and the ability to heal is strong as well. Unfortunately, the damage on my soul is not going to be restored easily, Jiang Chen said with a sigh. All of his wounds had been healed, but the damage to his soul was too serious. Right now, Jiang Chen's soul was in a miserable state. The backlash from utilizing the great soul derivation skill like that was too powerful. I won't be able to concoct any pills at the moment because of the state of my soul. I will have to find a way to restore my soul as soon as possible. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The soul was the most important part of any human, and if the soul was damaged, the consequences would be very serious. When the soul was damaged, you will first lose your ability to concoct pills, followed your ability to focus, and then your ability to cultivate. Although Jiang Chen's soul was under continuous healing from the great soul derivation skill, the damage this time was too great. The healing alone was not enough for him to recover. What he currently required was a pill that could nourish his soul and a rare, natural item. But the rare natural item and the soul recovery pills were incredibly precious. The natural item that could heal the soul was even rarer than the materials for the pills, and it was impossible to find it in this small city. Looks like I have to make a trip to Red City. I can search for the pill that could restore my soul there, and I can also pay close attention to the Li family's movements. Jiang Chen decided what his next step was going to be. He had to go to Red City. He had killed Li Changhong, and someone like Li Shan you would never give up on this matter. When he goes back, he will keep spying on the Jiang family status, because once he discovered that the heavenly core warrior does not exist, the Jiang family will then meet their doom. Jiang Chen was not a passive type of person. He liked to have control of everything. He stood up, pushed the door open and walked out of his room. "Dad, Uncle Zhou, why are all of you gathered here?" Jiang Chen asked with a curious look on his face. Seeing Jiang Chen come out of his room, everyone's eyes lit up upon seeing him. They had waited for an entire day. Some of these people had embarrassed looks on their faces. They were wrong about Jiang Chen. They thought Jiang Chen was hiding in his own room and didn't want to come out, but in fact, he was accompanying a heavenly core warrior. Young Master wasn't bluffing. There was a heavenly core warrior behind him. That was why he was so confident and did not show any fear when facing the Lee family. "Chun'er, since when have there been a heavenly core warrior within our family?" Jiang Zhenhai couldn't wait any longer. He directly asked, "Young Master, how long have you known the heavenly core warrior? None of us knew about this." Zhu Baitzin asked, "Dad, Uncle Zhou, this heavenly core warrior has a weird personality. He wants to be quiet and cultivate in my room. He doesn't want to be disturbed. That's why I didn't tell any of you about this." Jiang Chen said casually. "I see." No one doubted what Jiang Chen just said. A true high-ranked warrior had a unique personality. A true high-ranked warrior liked to cultivate in peace, and he doesn't like to be disturbed. Right, it must be like that. "Chun'er, the great warrior has saved many lives from our family. I would like to meet him and personally thank him for what he has done." Jiang Zhenhai said, "Dad, I told you, he doesn't want to see anyone. Amongst all the people in this city, he is only willing to see me alone. If I bring anyone to see him, I am afraid this great warrior would leave immediately." Jiang Chen said with his hands wide open. Hearing that the great warrior would leave immediately, everyone started panicking. "All right, I won't go see him. But, Chun'er, you have to show great gratitude to him. If he has any wishes, then just let me know. We will do our best to fulfill his requests." Jiang Zhenhai said. The relationship between the Jiang family and the Li family had gone from neutral to mortal enemies. The Jiang family could only depend on this heavenly core warrior, and if he left the city and the Li family came here again, the Jiang family would be slaughtered. "Don't worry, Dad. Also, where's that Mu Rong Tian?" Jiang Chen's vision turned cold. Mu Rong Tian was the only survivor of the Mu Rong family, and he was a Qi-Hai warrior, making him a huge threat. Jiang Chen wanted to get rid of this potential threat. That was the reason why Jiang Chen demanded Li Shanyu to leave Mu Rong Tian behind. Jiang Chen refused to let any potential threats get away. He was locked up together with those two bastards, Yang Xiao and Chang Shan. Zhou Beizhen said, "Go, bring them here." Jiang Chen said. Zhou Beizhen, the fat and skinny old man, replied, turned around and left. Not long after, Zhou Beizhen brought Mu Rong Tian and the other two to Jiang Chen. Their faces were full of bloodstains, and their qi was a mess. Obviously, they received some harsh beatings before this. "Jiang Chen, you little bastard, you have destroyed the Mu Rong family. I will not let you go, even if I turn into a ghost." Mu Rong Tian immediately started cursing upon seeing Jiang Chen. "Shut up," Zhou Beizhen said before slapping him. Jiang Chen's face turned cold, and he pointed out two fingers. A fiery red flame shot out from his fingers like a long sword. He swung it towards Mu Rong Zhan like a bolt of lightning, cutting through Mu Rong Tian's neck instantly. Blood splashed out like a water fountain, and Mu Rong Tian was immediately silenced. All the men at the scene had seen what Jiang Chen was capable of, but they still couldn't help feeling a shiver down their spines upon seeing him casually killing Mu Rong Tian. The winner takes it all. That is the rule. Jiang Chen said coldly without even taking a second look at Mu Rong Tian's corpse. His vision was now focused on Yang Xiao and Chang Shan. Plop! With just a gaze, both men kneeled down onto the ground. Jiang Chen's eyes had completely terrified them. "Please spare our lives, young master. We took things too hard. That's why we made such a stupid decision. Please spare our lives. I am willing to serve young master for the rest of my life as a servant." Both men kept kowtowing to Jiang Chen. For someone like them who immensely feared death, the young master in front of them resembled an angel of death. "If I had a servant like you, then I wouldn't be able to sleep well." Jiang Chen had a look of disgust on his face. The reason he didn't start pressuring Li Shanyu earlier was because he wanted to test the loyalty of the men from the Jiang family. Jiang Chen had used the opportunity given to him by Li Shanyu to get rid of the scum in the Jiang family. Fragrant Sky City was a small city, and for the Jiang family, a Qihai warrior was very important. That was why he had to make sure that the Qihai warriors were loyal. Just kill them, they're so disgusting, the skinny old man said with a hint of despise on his face. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Chang Shan felt like crying. Their only wish right now was to go to sleep and never wake up. Both of them were deeply regretting their decisions. If they knew that there was a hidden heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family, then they would rather die than betray the family. Those who decided to die together with the Jiang family were still alive and kicking right in front of them. As for the ones who wanted to live, they were facing death right now. So, Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh. His face was full of pity and pain. These two men had followed him for quite some time, and there were even times when he had treated them like his own brothers. For a man, the most painful thing was when your own brother betrays you. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head without even taking a second to look at the men. He turned around and left. Everyone could see the loneliness and pain from his back. "Young master, what should we do to them?" Zhou Beijian said as he looked at Jiang Chen. "Kill them both." He spoke these 3 words before turning around and following Jiang Zhenhai's footsteps. He could hear 2 screams behind him. Midnight. The moon was shining bright in the sky, and on top of the roof of the mayor's mansion stood 2 men. Both of them stared at the bright moon in the sky without saying a single word. These men were Jiang Chen and his father. For Jiang Zhenhai, he had experienced too many things in his life, especially these past 2 days. He felt like he was dreaming. He never thought he would experience anything like this. When someone chooses to betray another person, he has to be ready for the consequences. Jiang Chen said calmly. "I know," Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. What happened today had a huge impact on him. "Dad, I need to leave for a period of time." Jiang Chen changed the topic. "Leave here?" Jiang Zhenhai was startled. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Chener, where are you going?" "Dad, don't worry. I will just be gone for a short period of time. Don't tell me you're still worried about my abilities." Jiang Chen said with a laugh. "You're right. You have grown up and become an adult. Even I am no match for you. Dad knows that this small city can't keep someone with your abilities for long. You have to go out and experience the world. That is the right thing to do." Jiang Zhenhai said with a proud expression. He knew what Jiang Chen was capable of doing, so he wouldn't worry if he wanted to go out and experience life. Ever since Jiang Chen had transformed into a new person, Jiang Zhenhai had come to understand one fact. There was not a single person in this world who was capable of taking advantage of Jiang Chen. Chapter 30. The Misty Rain Tower. Chapter 30. The Misty Rain Tower. That same night, Jiang Chen immediately left the mayor's mansion and started his journey towards Red City. Jiang Chen changed into a clean white robe, tying his hair into a bun at the top of his head and letting 2 wisps of hair hang down from the side. He wore a golden silk belt around his waist and held a white folding fan, but he looked calm and handsome, like a young man from a noble family. The distance between Fragrant Sky City and Red City was more than a few thousand miles. Not only were there mountains between them, there was also a city named Crowded Sky City. Crowded Sky City was similar to Fragrant Sky City in size, and it was guarded by some late-stage Qihai warriors even, though it was still weaker than Red City. The sun had risen from the east, and the bright sunlight was streaming down all over. Jiang Chen had traveled for 1 day and 2 nights before arriving at Crowded Sky City that if he wanted to reach Red City, then he would have to pass through Crowded Sky City. If he chose to avoid the city, he would have to walk through rough terrain filled with monsters that would delay his journey, which was why he decided to enter Crowded Sky City and pass directly through it. Jiang Chen entered Crowded Sky, but he did not bother looking around. He was not interested in a city that was similar to Fragrant Sky City. He wouldn't be able to find anything he needed here anyways. That was why Jiang Chen kept walking, deciding to pass through Crowded Sky City without making a single stop. On the other side of Crowded Sky City, near the city entrance, there was a huge square. There were a lot of people in this square, especially in the mornings. Today there were more people gathered here than usual. The Mercenary Square. 4 red words were written on a 10 feet tall, smooth rock near the edge of the square. Groups of people were standing around the square along with different kinds of carriages. Some of them were heavily camouflaged, hiding the interior of the carriage. "Brother, what is the purpose of this mercenary square?" Jiang Chen asked a guy who looked to be in his 30s, that a 9th-level Qi Jing warrior. The man went topless, displaying his muscular body. "What the fuck? Do you not know what the mercenary square is for?" "You're joking with me. Get lost from here." The guy waved his hand, gesturing for Jiang Chen to get lost as he spoke. "What just happened?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This was the first time he visiting crowded Sky City, that of course he lacked knowledge about the general proceedings of the city. You and you, 3 mortal restoration pills each. All right, we've enough men, let's go." Not far from here, an old man wearing luxurious clothing pointed at 3 men. They got onto a huge horse-drawn carriage. Then they left the square. Those who were selected felt happy and followed the group, whereas those who weren't released soft sighs. This was a normal situation, so no one felt disappointed. The men who weren't picked scattered around and started looking for other targets. After asking around for a bit, Jiang Chen finally understood what this was all about. The mercenary square was a place for mercenaries to seek jobs and trade items. Crowded Sky City and Red City were right next to each other, so a lot of trade caravans would pass by. This was the reason why there was a high demand for mercenaries here. The trade caravans would spend their money and hire mercenaries in the mercenary square, protecting them from both bandits and monsters on their road to Red City and making sure the goods arrived safely. The more precious the goods were, the more they would spend on hiring mercenaries. Fragrant Sky City and Crowded Sky City were almost the same size, but the location of Crowded Sky City was more favorable than Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen was constantly fooling around before he was reborn, which was why he was not knowledgeable about these things. There were a lot of trade caravans and mercenaries within this square. Many trade caravans were picking carefully, looking for strong and capable mercenaries. However, there was one trade caravan that seemed very quiet. Jiang Chen looked at the carriage and discovered that there were only 7 people near the caravan. Those 7 people were all strong, especially the old man who seemed to be their leader. He had a serious look on his face, and his Qi was strong, but he was at the late Qi Hai stage. He still couldn't compare with Zhang Zhen Hai or Mu Rongzhan, but he could still be considered a very strong warrior. The rest of the men were all Qi Hai warriors, separating them from the other caravans whose mercenaries consisting of only Qi Jing warriors. These 7 Qi Hai warriors had attracted quite some attention. "Look, that caravan has been waiting for 2 days and has yet to begin their journey. Shh, don't mention them. That's a caravan belonging to Red City's Misty Rain Tower. You see that old man? He's a late-stage Qi Hai warrior, and he's from the Yin family. I wonder what they're carrying this time, that I've heard that they won't leave until they have 8 Qi Hai warriors. Only then will they begin their journey. They only need 1 more. It's not easy to find a Qi Hai warrior that, in my opinion, they wouldn't be able to find one, even if they waited another day." Lots of people started discussing this matter. "Brother, how powerful is the Misty Rain Tower?" Jiang Chen asked one of the nearby people. The man rolled his eyes and said, "Little brother, you look like a brilliant man, but so why did you ask such an idiotic question? Everyone knows about the 2 most powerful families in Red City. One is the Misty Rain Tower, and the other is the Lee family." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He immediately walked towards the caravan belonging to the Misty Rain Tower. There was a saying that 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, and with them being just as powerful as the Lee family, the relationship between the Lee family and Misty Rain Tower must be the same as the one between the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family. Now that Jiang Chen had offended the Lee family, it was wise for him to contact the Misty Rain Tower. Of course, this was not the most important reason. His main purpose was not to deal with the Lee family, but to heal his soul. The reason he wanted to go to Red City was to find a precious item and rare pills that could heal his soul. Since Misty Rain Tower was one of the most powerful families in Red City, he would definitely use them to his advantage. Seeing the young man walking towards them, a muscular man asked, "Little brother, are you interested in joining us?" "Yes, I'm interested," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "Ha, kid, you look clean and white. Being a mercenary is not a game. Go back home and drink some more milk." A middle-aged man with a bearded face started teasing Jiang Chen. The rest of the men started laughing as well, eye in their eyes. Jiang Chen was only a 15 to 16-year-old brat from some rich family. A young rich brat like him was usually just a useless scumbag. However, the old man at the late stage of the Qi realm kept staring at Jiang Chen. His instinct told him that this young kid was different. His calm attitude couldn't be faked, and it wasn't something that was normally seen on a young kid either. This is the Misty Rain Towers caravan that we do not care about age when hiring mercenaries. We only care about a person's true abilities. Are you in the Qi realm? The old man asked. Bang! A powerful force was unleashed from Jiang Chen's body, the aura of a Qi warrior. The rest of the mercenaries stopped laughing and looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of disbelief on their faces. The rest of the people in the mercenary square were attracted as well. When they looked at the Qi warrior, all they could see was a young man wearing white clothes. Everyone was shocked, especially the men who had been teasing Jiang Chen earlier. Fuck, he must be a genius from some big family. How did he reach the Qi realm at his age? I just teased a young genius at the Qi realm. The old man was startled when he found out that Jiang Chen actually was a Qi warrior. His eyes immediately lit up, and a smile emerged on his face. I'm Yin Ming. May I know your name? The old man told Jiang Chen his name, that he wouldn't care so much if it was just a Qi warrior, but a 15-year-old Qi warrior was different, that a young man like this would be considered a peerless genius, even in his family. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Good, little brother Jiang Chen. Our destination is Red City's Misty Rain Tower. I will pay you 20 mortal restoration pills. Do you accept? Yin Ming asked. Brother Jiang Chen, hurry up and accept the offer. We'll be able to leave once you accept. I've waited for almost 2 days here. The man who teased Jiang Chen earlier told him to go back home and drink some more milk said, I'll accept it. Of course Jiang Chen would accept it. He didn't care much about those 20 mortal restoration pills. His destination was Red City, and he knew nothing about that city. If he followed the Misty Rain Tower caravan, he would be able to get more information regarding Red City. All right, let's go, Yin Ming said with a deep voice. The 8 people were all walking around the caravan, and they left the mercenary square in crowded Sky City. Old Yin, where are we carrying this time that requires so many Qi warriors? Along the way, the man who teased Jiang Chen asked. His name was Wang Ting, and he was a direct guy. He loved talking. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. An old man who stood next to Yin Ming said as he gazed at Wang Ting. Out of these 8 men, besides Yin Ming, there were also 2 others from the Yin family. One of them was at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, and the other was at the early stage of the Qi realm. Wang Ting didn't get angry, even though he was scolded by the old man. He just smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, you've reached this level at your age. Looking at how you dress, you should be from some good family. So, why did you decide to follow us as a mercenary? Wang Ting asked. The rest of the men looked at them as well. Even Yin Ming was interested in the answer. My dad told me that I should experience life while I'm still young, Jiang Chen said with a laugh. Yin Ming turned his head towards Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Your dad is a smart man, that a young man like you is like a flower in a greenhouse. And no matter how strong you are, without any practical experience you will be useless. That's why you need to go outside and gain more experience. All right. Is Brother Jiang Chen from Crowded Sky City? I'm from Fragrant Sky City. I was about to go to Red City, just like you, Jiang Chen said. Fragrant Sky City? I heard something big happened there. The Lee family's young lord was killed by someone there, and yesterday the men from the Lee family passed through Crowded Sky City in a hurry. Wang Ting said with an interested look on his face. I left the city a couple of days ago, so I don't know anything about that, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Looks like news about what happened in Fragrant Sky City would be spread across all 28 cities soon enough, and his name would be heard by many people. The men were talking and laughing along the way. The atmosphere was pretty relaxing, and since they were not riding fast, they had just managed to reach the outer area of Red City's territory by evening. There were a lot of bandits and thieves along the journey from Crowded Sky City to Red City. Occasionally, there were some monsters as well, but all of the men in the caravan were Qi warriors. None of the bandits or thieves were brave enough to mess with them. Attacking this caravan would be the same as walking into a death trap. However, Jiang Chen had a feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. Yin Ming had spent so much just to hire all these Qi mercenaries, thus there must be a reason for his actions. Chapter 31. The Killing Sword. Chapter 31. The Killing Sword. Haha. We'll reach Red City after passing this hill. Once we reach Red City, we'll be entering Misty Rain Tower's territory. No one will dare to attempt to trouble us. This is an awesome mission. I earned 20 mortal restoration pills from doing almost nothing. Wang Ting and the rest of the mercenaries were all happy and relaxed. When they reached Red City, they would be done with this mission. A few of the mercenaries had excited looks on their faces, imagining the mortal restoration pills that would soon be in their hands. None of them had noticed the expression on Yin Meng's face. Jiang Chen had sharp senses, and he had developed his divine sense, allowing him to use mind force. He discovered that Yin Meng was increasingly looking more tense. The other two men from the Yin family were also nervous. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Jiang Chen smiled secretly. Yin Meng was not an idiot. If this wasn't a dangerous mission, then he wouldn't have spent so much money hiring so many Qihai warriors. He didn't even start the journey until they had more than 8 men. Furthermore, after using his divine sense, he discovered that the carriage was empty. There was nothing in it. It was being used as a disguise. Stay on guard, everyone. Yin Meng reminded everyone. The mercenaries didn't really mind what he said. Brother Wang, can I ask you a question? How is the relationship between the Misty Rain Tower and the Lee family? Jiang Chen whispered. It's a pretty obvious answer for that question. 2 tigers cannot live in the same mountain. Our 2 families are enemies. It's a matter of life and death. Wang Ting said, Do you know what treasure is in that carriage? Jiang Chen looked at the carriage and asked with an even lower voice. I don't know. The old man didn't want to tell us about it, and we can't ask either. That is one of the mercenary rules. If I had to guess, I'd say it has something to do with a young lady of the Yin family. Wang Ting said, Young lady of the Yin family? Jiang Chen was surprised. Brother Jiang Chen, this is your first time coming to Red City, so you probably don't know that the chief of the Yin family only has 1 daughter. She is a sweet apple in everyone's eyes, but the young lady was born with a weak body, so she is always sick. The Yin family has hired many well-known physicians and many alchemy masters, but they were all clueless. They had all come to the conclusion that this young lady cannot live past 15. As she is now 14 years old, so I'm guessing that there must be some treasure in the carriage that has something to do with the sickness of a young lady. Of course, this is all just a guess. Wang Ting whispered, That's a pity. Do you know what kind of sickness this young lady has? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I don't know about that, but people have told me that every time the sickness strikes the young lady, she would suffer from a chilling cold so bad it would almost kill her. It's such a pity. She is only 14 years old. Wang Ting sighed and shook his head. He looked like a man with a caring heart. Let's go. Yin Meng looked at the mountain range, shrouded completely in darkness in front of him as he shouted to everyone. Crack! The wheel on the carriage made cracking sounds when it started spinning. The group was now moving forwards again. The sky had gone completely dark after walking for another 7 to 8 miles. Jiang Chen could feel that the expressions on Yin Meng and the other 2 men's faces had become even tenser than before. Even their breathing had quickened. At the same time, Jiang Chen used his divine sense and discovered dozens of men were hidden in front of them, all of them emitting powerful killing intent. Jiang Chen looked up into the moon in the dark sky, a curve appearing on his mouth. A dark, windy night was a night destined for bloodshed. Haha, Yin Meng, I've been waiting here for a long time. A loud laugh was heard up ahead. A group of men wearing black suits charged out of their hiding, all of them striking with the intent to kill. They completely blocked the path of Yin Meng and the others. Jiang Chen scanned them with his divine sense, discovering the presence of 11 enemies in front of them. 2 of them were at the late stage of the Qihai realm, 4 at the mid stage, and the rest were all at the early stages. It didn't matter if it was the enemy's strength or numbers. They were completely outnumbered. Yin Meng's expression changed. He had thought to himself that they would be safe after passing the hill, but danger had still come for them. Li Long, your Li family has put in a lot of effort to do this, Yin Meng said with a sneer smile on his face. Wang Ting and the others had all lost their relaxed state of mind. Looking at the situation in front of them, they started to curse in their minds. They thought that this mission was going to end smoothly, but all of a sudden it went downhill. The men in front of them must be the Lee family from Red City. Yin Ming, hand over the Puryong fruit. Li Long said aggressively. Fat chance. The Puryong fruit is to save our young lady's life. I would rather fight to the death and hand this over to you, Yin Ming said. Now Jiang Chen understood that the mission was to deliver the Puryong fruit safely. This fruit was a rare item and was something that had grown for many years. This Puryong fruit was something that would provide tremendous benefits even for a heavenly core warrior. If that is the case, then you will die. Kill them all. Li Long ordered the men in a cruel manner. Jiang Chen was not an idiot. He immediately discovered the true purpose of these actions. The reason why the Li family wanted the Puryong fruit was not because of its value, but because they wanted the young lady of the Yin family to not be cured. This young lady was treated like a gem by everyone in the Yin family, and if she died, then the Yin family will be grieving. There is a saying that if you could make your enemy feel pain, then you would feel thrilled. The Li family would have an advantage once the Yin family was grieving. Furthermore, the chance to kill someone powerful from the Misty Rain Tower and damage their family was an opportunity the Li family would seize no matter what. Clang! The men from the Li family drew their weapons and circled the caravan. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they had no intention of allowing anyone to leave with their lives today. Fuck, what shitty luck for me to get involved with this. Wang Ting was swearing like crazy as he drew out his bright saber. The rest of the men looked nervous as well. They were mercenaries, and they clearly knew what their duties were. They also knew that their enemy won't let anyone escape in a situation like this. If they wanted to live, then they would have to fight for it. Brother Jiang Chen, run when you have the chance. You're still young, and this is the first time you came out for experience. Don't get yourself killed here, Wang Ting said to Jiang Chen. A curve appeared on Jiang Chen's mouth. Wang Ting was a nice man. He was still showing concern for Jiang Chen even at this critical time. For this reason alone, Jiang Chen would have to make sure that Wang Ting was able to survive today. Furthermore, his opponents were men from the Li family, his enemies. Kill! Li Long shouted. He and another late-stage Chi-Hai warrior started running towards Yin Ming from both sides of the caravan. They didn't want to give Yin Ming the chance to escape. At the same time, the rest of the men wearing black suits unleashed their Yuan power and started attacking the mercenaries. Bang! The intense fight had begun. Nearly 20 Chi-Hai warriors were fighting each other. Their attacks were so strong that even the rocks on the side of the road were smashed into pieces. It was just the beginning of the fight, and a man from the mercenaries had already been wounded, a long cut on his arm. Yin Ming was fighting two late-stage Chi-Hai warriors, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He could only defend himself without striking back. A young boy who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you join the mercenaries? A man in black suit held his sword and swung it towards Jiang Chen, the reflection on the sword shining brightly. He was trying to cut Jiang Chen into two. Jiang Chen waved his head while standing still. When the sword was about to touch his head, he pointed his finger out, unleashing a bright beam. A slashing sound was heard, and both of the man's palms were removed from his arms. Blood spilled out like a water fountain. Jiang Chen gripped the handle of the sword that was falling down from the sky and swung it towards the man, directly cutting off the man's head. The whole process was so smooth and fast. The man in the black suit didn't even have the chance to scream, dying instantly. Everyone present was busy with their own battles, so no one managed to notice what had just happened. Swash! Wang Ting was being attacked by two men. He was wounded on his chest and was bleeding crazily from the cut. Sons of bitches, I'll kill you all. A hot-tempered man naturally had a bad temper. Being injured was normal for any mercenary, and everyone knew that they were only humans with real flesh. When they became mercenaries, they had put their life into it. They knew that a day like this would come eventually. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like he was about to risk it all and go all out. Clang! Wang Ting's blade was blocked by one of the two men, and the other man's attack was approaching him. He was being attacked by two men, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't defend himself from the other man's attack. He was going to die, a feeling of despair emerging in his mind. Swash! A long sword penetrated the attacking man's body, the tip of the blade entering from the man's back. The man's movements had stopped completely, and he would never be able to move again. The cold, hard sword was pulled out from the back. Wang Ting could see Jiang Chen behind that man. Brother Jiang Chen. Wang Ting was shocked. He couldn't believe what he saw. Another man in a black suit saw his partner being killed from behind. He immediately ditched Wang Ting and started attacking Jiang Chen. Swash! Jiang Chen swung his sword as fast as a lightning strike. The man's head flew into the sky, blood raining down from the head whose face was frozen with fright. Wang Ting was startled. This was too fast. It was so fast that even he who stood close to Jiang Chen couldn't see how Jiang Chen killed the man. This was how Jiang Chen used the sword. There are no special techniques, only speed faster than lightning itself. This kind of sword was a killing sword. Heavens! Wang Ting shook his head violently. He realized he had made a mistake. He had met someone who only pretended to be inexperienced. Jiang Chen gave Wang Ting a smile and continued killing with his sword. Swash, swash. What happened next stunned Wang Ting and the rest of the mercenaries. All of them had their mouths wide open. It was as if they were all in some insane dream. What they could see was Jiang Chen moving like a wild tiger between the men in the black suits. The sword in his hands kept transforming into cold lightning strikes. Every time he struck his sword, a man would be killed. Everyone was killed by a single strike, and he never struck the same man twice. What was more terrifying was that all the men he killed didn't even have the chance to scream. Jiang Chen's sword had taken away their rights to scream. In less than a minute's time, everyone from the Lee family was laying on the ground covered in blood. Their wounded bodies were still twitching. This scene resembled something you could only see in hell. Everyone was staring at the young man wearing a white robe. There was not a single bloodstain on his body, even after killing so many people. Contradictory to the bloody scene, they could only see a calm expression on his face. Chapter 32. I can heal. Chapter 32. I can heal. Silent, dead silent. The intense scene quieted down suddenly. Even the three late-stage Chi-Hai warriors stopped their attacks. Everyone was staring at the young man in the white robe. The air was permeated with the stench of blood. There were corpses and heads everywhere. It was horrifying. 1 minute. In just 1 minute, the young man had swung his sword 9 times, killing 9 people. Everyone had been killed in a single strike, and none of them were still alive. How'd he do it? A shocked mercenary mumbled to himself. Every individual present was a Chi-Hai warrior. The young man in front of them was only at the early stage of the Chi-Hai realm, but he had incredible skills. He killed the other Chi-Hai warriors as easily as killing dogs. Even a late-stage Chi-Hai warrior couldn't kill 9 people in a single minute. A cruel man with a cruel sword. Everyone's good impressions of this young, innocent man had changed. In fact, along the journey, no one had really taken Jiang Chen seriously. In their minds, he was just a young man from some rich family who simply wanted to experience life. But now they realized just how ignorant they had been. Who are you? Li Long's expression had changed. He looked at Jiang Chen, asking with a trembling voice. A mercenary, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yin Meng looked excited, as if he had seen the light for the first time. He felt lucky that he had hired Jiang Chen. This is a matter between the Lee family and the Misty Rain Tower. I hope you don't get involved. If you leave now, I will forgive you for killing so many of our men. Li Long said. He did not know why, but this young man gave him a dangerous feeling. Brother Jiang Chen, if you can help us this time, then I will give you 100 mortal restoration pills, and the Misty Rain Tower will owe you a favor. Yin Meng immediately said. Even an idiot could see Jiang Chen's ability. Although he looked young, he was cruel and incredibly strong. He had become the key presence here. If Jiang Chen turned around and left, then the Misty Rain Tower would have a hard time dealing with the remaining 2 enemies. This was because those 2 people were at the late-stage Chi-Hai realm. All right, you will owe me 1 favor. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Hearing that Jiang Chen promised to help them, Yin Meng and the others immediately felt thrilled. But no matter what, even without the Misty Rain Tower, if Jiang Chen met anyone from the Li family, he would not let them get away easily. Kill him. Li Long looked ferocious as he spoke to the other late-stage Chi-Hai warrior. All right, let me see what this young man is capable of. The old man released his power. The blade in his hand made a bright curve in the middle of the air, approaching Jiang Chen in a seemingly unavoidable manner. "Be careful, brother Jiang Chen." Yin Ming, who was standing on the sidelines along with Li Long, reminded Jiang Chen. "Bay air. The old man's blade released a loud sound. This was a very powerful blade skill. He hadn't held back in the slightest, and once he used this skill, just the force itself would frighten the enemy. It appeared like the old man had used all of his strength with this attack. Looking at this, Jiang Chen didn't panic at all. His expression was still calm. Although this old man was a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior, he was still weak when compared to Mu Rongzhan. Jiang Chen was already much stronger than Mu Rongzhan, so this old man was not someone he had to worry about. Jiang Chen's soul was wounded, but his combat skill was still in his top condition. Swoop! Jiang Chen pointed his finger out as fast as a lightning strike. He unleashed a bright beam from his fingers like a ray of light that could brighten the dark night, and it collided with the old man's blade. Swash! Crack! The single solar finger collided with the blade, making a sound of something being crushed. The blade immediately cracked and broke into pieces. Under such an intense impact, the old man took a few steps back and vomited some blood. Without giving the old man any chance to respond, Jiang Chen advanced again. He moved fast like a tiger. The sword in his hand whistled out, and in just a split second he had managed to approach the old man. Shh. The old man gasped for air, Jiang Chen's sword just an inch away from his throat. The hairs on his skin all stood up, and a shiver was sent down his spine. This feeling of doom enveloped him. He never thought that a young man could be so horrifying. "No, please don't kill me." The old man started to feel terrified, his voice trembling. Swoop! Too bad. His begging didn't bring him the response he wanted. Jiang Chen's sword pierced his throat and took away his life. Heavens! Where did this demon come from? Wang Ting was so shocked that even his mouth was wide open. Such a cruel man, killing men like killing chickens. As a mercenary, I have seen many people die, and I've gone through countless life and death situations, but I still can't compare with him. I teased him when we were at the mercenary square. I am such a fool. Everyone were shocked and breathing rapidly. Jiang Chen's actions had a huge impact on them. Even a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior was easily killed by him. The thing was, he didn't even blink his eyes when he killed. "Ha, Li Long, you're good at planning, but I bet you never thought that I would have such a strong assistant," Yin Ming said as he laughed out loud. Li Long's face was ghastly pale. He had been smoothly planning for days, all for today. If everything went according to plan, then Yin Ming would be dead by now, and he would have the pure Yang fruit. The young lady of the Yin family would thus die, throwing the Yin family into chaos and depression. When that happened, the Li family would finally have an advantage, and they would easily be able to defeat them. He never would have thought that someone would appear from nowhere and change all of this with such ease. "Young man, I'll remember you. You will suffer now that you have offended the Li family," Li Long said ferociously as he turned around and prepared to escape. "Li Long, you can't run today," Yin Min shouted out loudly. Just as he was ready to start chasing, a white figure had already passed him. Swoosh! The white figure was Jiang Chen. His speed was so great that in the blink of an eye, he had blocked the path of Li Long. "Still thinking about leaving?" Jiang Chen said with a grim smile. "Young man, you have nothing to do with the matters between our families. Why do you want to become our enemy?" Li Long asked loudly. "Because you're from Li family, that's why you have to die," Jiang Chen said casually. Immediately after saying this, he pointed his finger out. The powerful single solar finger locked down Li Long and smashed into him violently. This attack was backed by a tremendous amount of force. Bang! Li Long couldn't defend himself from the single solar finger. Although he tried very hard, he was still sent flying by the impact of the attack. He smashed his back onto a huge rock, destroying it. When his body finally stopped flying, he landed onto the ground and started coughing up blood. This is so frightening. Everyone were terrified as they looked at Jiang Chen with horrified looks. Jiang Chen took out a mortal restoration pill and swallowed it. After releasing 2 strikes of the single solar finger, he had already used a lot of his energy. After that, under everyone's eyes, Jiang Chen threw his sword into the air and kicked it with his leg. He had kicked the handle of the sword, instantly sending it towards Li Long. The sword penetrated Li Long's skull, leaving only the handle visible. This demonstrated how much force was applied to it. Yiming took a deep breath. Looking at how Li Long was killed, he felt like Jiang Chen had a deep grudge against the Li family. Once he attacked, he would show no mercy. This young man is courageous and ruthless. He was calm and killed like it was nothing. I was wrong about him. Yiming let out a silent sigh. He recalled saying that Jiang Chen was a growing flower in a green room who had never experienced the actual world. He was regretting those words now. Yiming failed to see Brother Jiang Chen's true abilities. I never expected Brother Jiang Chen hid them so deeply. Without your help, today we would have all died here today. Yiming said sincerely. Don't mention it, Uncle Yin. I was paid to solve the problems. Don't forget to pay me those 100 mortal restoration pills. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He took out a folded fan and turned back into the young man from a rich family again, drastically different from how he looked just a minute ago when he was killing like a demon lord. Brother Jiang Chen has saved us all today. We're unable to repay this huge kindness. Wang Ting and the rest came forward, speaking while holding their fists respectfully. Everyone was thankful that he saved them from certain death. Their gratefulness towards Jiang Chen came from the bottom of their hearts. Without Jiang Chen, they would all be dead by now. Brother Jiang Chen, when we reach Red City, I would like to invite you to come visit the Misty Rain Tower. I'll let the chief know about what happened today, and I'm sure that the chief will be very grateful as well. Yiming said with a polite tone. It's very nice of you to say that. Jiang Chen said without any hesitation. The Misty Rain Tower was his target, and it was possible that the things he needed were available there. Let's go, everyone. I'll treat you all once we reach the Misty Rain Tower. Yiming told all the mercenaries. He had never felt better than he did now that the dangers were gone. Everyone was relaxed as they continued their journey towards Red City. Uncle Yin, I heard that the young lady from the Yin family is sick. Can I know what the actual situation is? Along the way, Jiang Chen asked. Sigh. Brother Jiang Chen knows nothing about it. Our young lady was a brilliant child ever since she was a kid. She was talented, and she reached the 9th Qi Jing level when she was just 6. She was a genius amongst genii. It's just too terrible. When mentioning the young lady of the Yin family, Yiming expressed his pity. Please let me know what her symptoms are. I might have a way to heal her. Jiang Chen said. You have a way? Yiming's eyes immediately lit up, but they darkened shortly afterwards. Impossible. There's no way to cure her. The young lady's sickness has made it so that she cannot live past 15. Even the Puryong fruit won't be able to save her. The sickness would strike her once every year, and this has happened since she was 7. When it strikes her, her body will be ice cold, and that coldness will enter her bones. You can't imagine how much pain the young lady is suffering from. Every time the sickness strikes, it is like a matter of life and death. Now the young lady has turned 14. The sickness has already struck 8 times, and it is increasing in severity every time. Our Yin family has hired all of the famous physicians and alchemists in Red City, and all of them had concluded that the young lady won't be able to live past 15. I see coldness that enters her bones, strikes once every year. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly closed as if he had thought of something. I can heal your young lady's disease. Jiang Chen said. What? Brother Jiang Chen, are you joking? Yiming asked with a surprised expression. But I need to examine your young lady personally and decide after looking at the actual situation. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 33, Undeniably Beautiful. Chapter 33, Undeniably Beautiful. Yiming's eyes opened wide upon hearing what Jiang Chen said. He looked at the young man in front of him with an excited expression on his face, seeing the confidence on the face of this young man. Thinking back to how strong Jiang Chen was before this, he was obviously someone who was not ordinary. Besides, he didn't really look like someone who told lies. Perhaps he truly knew how to heal her. Uncle Yin, Brother Jiang Chen, is an amazing man. We cannot predict his abilities using common sense. Those so-called grandmasters couldn't help, but I bet Brother Jiang Chen can help. Wang Ting exclaimed. After the recent life and death battle, Yiming had started treating everyone here like one of their own. In addition, since the Puryong fruit had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. Furthermore, the young lady's disease was not a secret. Fantastic, this is fantastic. If Brother Jiang Chen really can save the life of my young lady, the Yin family won't ever forget what you have done for us. The chief will reward Brother Jiang Chen handsomely. As if he had seen a slight hope, Yin Min knew very well about the young lady's condition. The Pyryang fruit was only capable of suppressing the chill in the young lady's body, but it wouldn't be able to cure the root of the disease. At most, it would just prolong the young lady's life. What the young lady had was a rare disease, and none of the grandmasters in Red City had any clue about it. There had never been anyone who had dared to say they could heal the young lady. Therefore, Yin Ming was doubtful about what Jiang Chen said. All these years of trying to deal with the young lady's disease had taught them all a lesson. The more you hope for something, the greater your disappointment. However, as long as there was hope, it would be better to try it out than to wait for death to come. Moreover, the young man had really shown them how incredible he was. Perhaps he truly did possess some special skills. Don't mention it. Jiang Chen waved the folded fan in his hands and spoke casually. The promised rewards from the Yin family was something he clearly would not reject. Of course, just saving Yin Ming and the Pyryang fruit wouldn't allow him to ask for a huge reward. But if he could heal the young lady, not only would he be accomplishing a good deed, he would also establish a good relationship with the Misty Rain Tower. And when that happened, the Misty Rain Tower would try their best to find whatever it was he was searching for. The Misty Rain Tower was the biggest trade power in Red City. They ran many different kinds of trading businesses, including a pill shop. The pill shop was the Yin family's only property. Therefore, whenever the Misty Rain Tower was mentioned, it would be the same as mentioning the Yin family. The Misty Rain Tower was the biggest representation of the Yin family. Red City was huge and cannot be compared with Fragrant Sky City or Crowded Sky City. If one stood on a mountain a few miles away, they would discover that Red City was a few hundred square miles of land with beautifully built buildings. The whole city was filled with a magnificent atmosphere, and even when it was midnight, the city would still be illuminated with lights. The city noises could be heard even from the outside. Brother Jiang Chen, do you see the tallest building in the city? That is the Misty Rain Tower. Yin Ming pointed towards a tall building in the city. The tower was over 100 meters tall. Lights could be seen from every single level, and there was a large pavilion on the rooftop. It was an incredibly stylish building. No wonder Red City is the strongest amongst all 28 cities. Just the atmosphere itself is superior all others. Jiang Chen nodded his head in approval, speaking from his heart. As for Red City's size, he never thought much about it. Compared to those huge cities in the Divine Continent, which covered at least a few thousand square miles each, Red City was just a tiny city. Those ancient cities in the Divine Continent were covered by special barriers made by great warriors. They would gather energy from the surroundings and create precious lands for any warrior to cultivate. Red City was nowhere close to being at their level. However, it would take a lot of time for Jiang Chen to return to the Divine Continent. With his currently level, if he wanted to go to the Divine Continent, it would take him more than a few hundred years. Let's go enter the city. After surviving the dangerous situation, Yin Min seemed quite happy. They left the carriage behind, sped up their pace, and entered Red City. The Misty Rain Tower. The Misty Rain Tower looked different from a close proximity. When standing near the front entrance and looking at the golden entrance, a feeling of wealth and fame could be felt. Wang Ting and the rest were looking around. Although this was not the first time they had come here, they were still impressed by how grand the Misty Rain Tower was. Yin Xing, show Wang Ting and the rest the surroundings. Treat them nicely and be polite to them. Yin Ming told an old man beside him. Don't worry. Yin Xing nodded his head. As one of the members from the Yin family, he didn't care too much about Wang Ting and the others, but now everything had changed. They had become friends who had gone through thick and thin together and went through a life and death situation. They fought together and almost died together. He now treated them like friends. Yin Ming didn't even need to ask him to do that. Brother Jiang Chen, let's go and meet the chief of the Yin family. Yin Ming looked at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. This decision fitted his wishes as he did not want to delay. Let's go. While saying that, Yin Ming started walking towards the Misty Rain Tower. Jiang Chen was startled and asked, Are we not going to Yin family directly? There's something you need to know. The Misty Rain Tower and the Yin family are right next to each other, and behind the tower is the Yin family space. Essentially, the Misty Rain Tower is the entrance to the main entrance of the Yin family, and only when an honorable guest is here will they be brought in from the main entrance. Normal guests would have to enter from the back door. Yin Ming explained while smiling. Now I understand. Jiang Chen realized that he was the honorable guest of the Yin family. They entered the brightly lit Misty Rain Tower. Even during nighttime, the Misty Rain Tower would need to run its business. The first floor was a trading space with small shops built within. These shops were not run by the Yin family. They were spots rented out, and the Yin family would only collect rental payment from them. Yin Ming told Jiang Chen about everything the Misty Rain Tower did, but when he discovered that Jiang Chen had lost his interest after looking around for a bit, he stopped explaining. Looking at how Jiang Chen behaved, Yin Ming had a feeling that this young man in front of him didn't really appreciate the Misty Rain Tower. The appreciation did not come from the heart, but it was not faked either. That was a look he had seen a lot, and he couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was like this, making Yin Ming feel weird. How could a young man from Fragrant Sky City have seen someone as grand as this before? There was a mile-long corridor leading to the back door. Yin Ming led Jiang Chen across the corridor and reached the main space of the Yin family. The Yin family's main space had a completely different style. Classic and glamorous, water fountains and ponds were abundant. Birds sang in the air, and flowers emitted a sweet fragrance. The person who designed this place must truly know how to enjoy life. Uncle Yin, you're back. At the front door, two guards smiled politely towards Yin Ming. It was obvious that Yin Ming was someone within solid status in the Yin family. He was already a late-stage Chi-Hai warrior, and there was a very high chance he could break through to the mortal core realm. Yes. Yin Ming nodded his head casually, leading Jiang Chen into the inner space of the Yin family, within the grand meeting hall of the Yin family. Brother Jiang Chen, please have some tea here while I'll call upon the chief, Yin Ming said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen sat down neatly and waved his folded fan. It didn't look like he wanted to taste the tea. Not long after that, Yin Ming came back together with 6 men. Jiang Chen scanned these men with his divine sense and found out that they were all warriors at the mortal core realm. The strength of the Yin family was truly strong. No wonder they were one of the strongest families in Red City. The man who was leading the others looked like he was in his 40s. He wore a white robe, and his face was sharp. His eyebrows were shaped like a sword, and his eyes sparkled like stars. He projected an image of natural dignity and power, making anyone who saw him pay their respects. This man was the chief of the Yin family, Yin Jianyin. As for the rest of the Mortal Core warriors, they were all core members of the family. All the Mortal Core warriors from the Yin family were here, which only demonstrated that they were taking the matters regarding the young lady seriously. As one of the big families in Red City, the Yin family had a powerful network. There were a lot of geniuses from the family, and they also had lots of Chi-Hai warriors. However, because it was now midnight, the Yin family was very quiet. Besides that, the Yin family's meeting room was not a place where anyone could freely enter. When Yin Jianyin arrived, he immediately took a look at Jiang Chen. When he found out that Jiang Chen was just a handsome young man, he furrowed his brows. Little brother Jiang Chen, first of all, I would like to thank you for saving Yin Ming and protecting the pure yang fruit. We will definitely reward you handsomely. But are you really able to heal my daughter? Yin Jianyin went straight to the point. He showed his politeness towards Jiang Chen even though he was unsure if Jiang Chen really could cure his daughter. Just by saving Yin Ming and killing the men from the Lee family alone, he would have to show some gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Also, he can't really ignore a young man with such powerful strength. Of course, Jiang Chen said casually. Being proud is good for a young man like you. You have saved Yin Ming, and we would treat you as the Yin family's friend. But little brother, please don't lie to us. The disease Yuer is suffering from has made many of the grandmasters clueless. An old man said. It was obvious he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could have the ability to cure the young lady's disease. Since none of you believe in me, then I shall leave now. There's no need to thank me for whatever I've done. Jiang Chen said before he stood up and started walking towards the hall's exit. Seeing that he was about to leave without even saying anything, everyone present was startled. "Hold on, little brother." Yin Jianyin immediately stopped Jiang Chen. The rest of the men furrowed their brows. If it was any other young man who dared to be so rude in front of them, they would have slapped him. But this young man had helped their Yin family, and they had to admit that he looked different from the other. "Youngsters, can you please tell us how you're going to heal my daughter?" Yin Jianyin asked. "I need to examine the disease of the young lady with my own eyes, but you didn't even ask the young lady to be here, telling me that you don't believe in me. I shall take my leave." Jiang Chen silently expressed his anger before continuing his walk towards the exit. "Brother Jiang Chen, please don't get mad." Yin Meng stopped Jiang Chen. "Please don't get mad, brother Jiang Chen. Yang Min, please go get your—" Yin Jianyin smiled apologetically. This was the first time he had behaved so obediently in front of a youngster at the Qihai realm. He couldn't really see through this young man, so perhaps he did have some special tricks up his sleeves. He was willing to take a risk and let this young man try. Not long after that, Yin Ming came back again, and behind him was a young girl. When Jiang Chen saw this young girl, even for someone who had experienced and seen as much as he had, his eyes lit up upon seeing this young girl. Beautiful, undeniably beautiful. The young girl was wearing a long white skirt with a purple silk belt tied around her waist. She had a perfectly curved body. Her hair was silky smooth, falling down to her shoulder. She had a pair of bright eyes and pure white teeth. Her lips were perfect, and even without any makeup, her appearance didn't have a single flaw. But what made her undeniably beautiful was not only her appearance. Her eyes were as crystal clear as the purest water. She was just like a clean white sheet of paper, absolutely flawless. Chapter 34. Scolding a Mortal Core Warrior. Chapter 34. Scolding a Mortal Core Warrior. Flawless, without a single impurity, a natural beauty that surpassed all others. Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of beautiful girls, and when he was at his peak, even the most beautiful virgins would throw themselves onto Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen focused only on cultivation. He didn't want to be distracted by women. That was why he didn't even bother taking a look at those virgin saints. But he couldn't even take his eyes off this 14-year-old young lady in front of him. He felt like he was falling in love for the first time. In fact, Jiang Chen had pretty much seen and experienced everything this world had to offer. But when it came to love and relationships, he was nothing but a newbie. This young lady was the young lady of the Yin family, Yin Chenyu. The Misty Rain Tower had another name before Yin Chenyu was born, being renamed as the Misty Rain Tower only after she was born. From this, one could easily tell that Yin Jianyin really loved his daughter. Misty Rain Tower equals Yin Yulu. Yin Chenyu looked up and stared towards Jiang Chen with a smile. Her vision was so pure, and her smile was so clean. She looked just like a fairy from the heavens. But Yin Chenyu's face was pale, and she looked sick. Despite her long-time sickness, her beauty was not affected in the slightest. "Hey kid, what are you looking at?" A Mortal Core warrior from Yin family shouted towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen awakened and realized that his mind had temporarily gone wandering just now. What the hell? How come my mind went wandering? This has to be the biggest joke of the year. Don't tell me it happened because of love? Jiang Chen was speechless. Someone like him had long forgotten the feeling of having 1 foot's mind wander. But he had just experienced that feeling again because of a young lady. This was a great shame for someone like him. Why are you shouting at me? If I don't look at the young lady, how will I be able to know what her situation is? Jiang Chen gazed at that Mortal Core warrior and responded impolitely, of course. He was also trying to cover his shame. You better heal you, if you don't. I will teach you a good lesson. The Mortal Core warrior was very angry. With his status, no one had ever dared talk to him like that, especially someone who was so young. Enough! Yin Jianyin calmed everyone down and walked in front of Yin Chenyu. How are you feeling today? Dad, I am fine, Yin Chenyu said. Her voice was like the misty rain, very soothing. Let me introduce you to Brother Jiang Chen. He said he can cure your disease. The way Yin Jianyin looked at his daughter was a look filled with pain and sorrow. Dad, just let it be. My disease can be cured. Yin Chenyu shook her head. Jiang Chen looked at Yin Shenyu again. Since all the people present were at the mortal core level, he didn't use his divine sense to scan her. His divine sense was still weak, and Yin Zhanyun, who was a late-stage mortal core warrior, could easily discover if Jiang Chen used his divine sense. But Jiang Chen had an eagle-like vision. He could see Yin Shenyu's energy, and he carefully and finally confirmed his thoughts. Young Missy Yin, let me ask you, every time the disease strikes you, do you feel an icy cold on every part of your body, as if there are glaciers flowing in your body, freezing you inner organs? Jiang Chen asked. Yin Shenyu had lost all her hope, but her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes, and her sweet lips were slightly open. That is correct, Sir Jiang. The my name is Yin Shenyu. Yin Shenyu bowed slightly towards Jiang Chen. Yin Zhanyun and the rest of the men had surprised expressions on their faces. With just a single look, this young man could tell what her symptoms and pain were. Jiang Chen was the first one who had been able to do this, and this only made them take this young man in front of them more seriously. Let me ask you again. Every time when the disease strikes, your body will start shivering and the blood would be frozen. You'll have difficulties breathing, as if you were dead. You can feel anything except for the strange, painful sensation of something snake-like moving inside of your body. Jiang Chen said again. That's right. That's exactly how I feel. Yin Shenyu was even more surprised. She couldn't even describe that feeling herself, and she had fainted every time because of the pain. But one thing she was sure about was that there really was something that felt like snakes moving inside of her body. It felt like something foreign to the body had entered and started destroying it. The sickness struck when you turned 7, and it came back every single year. The chilling cold in your body increased in intensity each time, and if I am right, the last time it struck, the chill would be like a cold ice blade slicing through your body from the inside, destroying everything. Jiang Chen said again. Everyone was excitedly listening. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed completely. What Brother Jiang Chen said is completely accurate. The last time the disease struck you, the chilling cold had left her body, and we couldn't even get close to her. It was like a cold ice blade which destroyed absolutely everything in a room, almost destroying her house. Yin Zhanyun said with extreme excitement, as if he had finally seen hope. The nearby Yin Ming's eyes lit up. He never expected Jiang Chen to be so knowledgeable. If Jiang Chen really could cure Yin Shenyu's disease, then he would certainly be rewarded for bringing him here. Sir Jiang, this disease of mine, can it be cured? Yin Shenyu's expression was one that had just seen the light for the first time. Can it be cured? Jiang Chen started laughing mockingly. She was born with 90 meridians and a 90 body inherited from ancient times. This kind of body was so rare that it might not even appear once every 10,000 years, and these idiots wanted to get rid of it. Jiang Chen felt like scolding them. Can I read your pulse, young lady Yin? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Hurry and sit down you. Let Brother Jiang Chen read your pulse. Yin Zhanyun said hurriedly. This was his only hope, and he couldn't afford to lose it. All right. Yin Shenyu nodded her head before slowly walking over and sitting down on a chair. She handed her arm over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat opposite of Yin Shenyu. He placed 2 fingers on Yin Shenyu's arm. Her arm was very cold, but the skin was silkily soft and tender. Jiang Chen, however, would allow his mind to wander a second time. Jiang Chen's mental energy immediately turned into a stream of energy that entered straight into Yin Shenyu's body from his fingers. He immediately discovered that right now, within her body, there were 8 Yin meridians. Every single one of them was like a bridge within her body. But these 8 Yin meridians were completely covered in thermal energy, making it so that ordinary people cannot discover them. After examining every part of Yin Shenyu's body, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Bang! Jiang Chen slapped onto the table, smashing the solid wooden table into many pieces. Absolutely disgraceful. You all are absolutely disgraceful, Jiang Chen said with a furious expression. Being scolded by Jiang Chen, Yin Zhanyun and the rest were angry. They looked at the angry Jiang Chen anxiously, Yin Shenyu included, and no one knew why he was so angry. Let me ask you all, why is it that you let her eat a fiery dragon fruit? Jiang Chen asked furiously. That is right. The last time when the sickness struck, The symptoms were too serious that we could only use the fiery dragon fruit to suppress the coldness in her body. Yin Zhanyun said. Everyone raised Jiang Chen's level in their hearts to a higher level. Just by reading her pulse, he was able to tell that Yin Xinyu had consumed a fiery dragon fruit. Therefore, you guys are preparing to let her consume the fiery dragon fruit again, so that it can help suppress the chilling cold in her body. Jiang Chen was furious. He felt like he was talking to a bunch of idiots and was just wasting his time and knowledge. That's right, Yin Zhanyun answered honestly. Indeed, he planned on using the fiery dragon fruit to continue suppressing the chill in Yin Xinyu's body. Stupid, this is unforgivably stupid. I have to tell you all honestly, if Yin Xinyu dies, then it will be because of you. Not only did all of you cause her death, but you also delayed the birth of a peerless genius. I can heal her disease. You guys can go hire someone else that I am leaving now. Jiang Chen was really angry now. Brother Jiang Chen. Yin Zhanyun started panicking and hurried over to stop Jiang Chen from leaving. The rest of the people felt that something was not right. Therefore, even when they were scolded by Jiang Chen, they didn't feel angry with him. Brother Jiang Chen, what's wrong with that? We used the fiery dragon fruits and the pure yang fruits to suppress the chilling cold in you, or what's wrong with that? This is a solution that many grandmasters have come up with. A middle-tier mortal core old man asked, puzzled. It's a bullshit solution. Let me tell you something. Yin Xinyu was born with 9 meridians, which is a rare condition that is hardly seen once every 10,000 years. She had the potential to be a peerless genius. She was perfectly healthy. Jiang Chen said as he expressed his furious anger. What? 9 meridians? Everyone were surprised. They had never heard the name 9 meridians before. If this kind of rare body condition appears on a man, he is doomed. But if it appears on a woman, then it would be a rare condition. All women are born with these characteristics. Your daughter's body would produce 1 meridian each year, and they would run across her whole body. But every time it constructs 1 meridian, her whole body will suffer severe pain. The so-called disease is actually just the meridians being built. Currently, her body has constructed 8 meridians, and when the 9th meridian appears, a strong and powerful genius with great abilities would be born. But you have kept on using those pure yang materials to suppress the construction of her meridians. If this was all you had done, I would still have had a way to save her. But you let her consume the purest yang fruit, fiery dragon fruit. This have completely destroyed all hope for the 9th meridian to be built. Now even a deity cannot save her. She will never be able to live past 15. If you guys continue feeding her with fiery dragon fruits, then it will only speed up her death. Jiang Chen explained detailedly. He felt like he had to let this group of idiots know just how serious their mistake was. Bang! What Jiang Chen had said had stunned Yin Zhanyun. His facial expression had turned pale, and his entire body was shivering. His daughter was not sick, and if it wasn't for him trying so hard to stop the construction of meridians, his daughter would have been a peerless genius of the century by now. All of this was because of his own mistake. He had destroyed his precious daughter with his own hand. You're all a bunch of old fools. This really pisses me off. I shall leave now. There's no need to send me off. Jiang Chen said before he started walking towards the exit of the meeting hall. Brother Jiang Chen. Please don't go, Brother Jiang Chen. A few of the mortal core warriors followed Jiang Chen hurriedly. They didn't care about Jiang Chen scolding them. This young man was the young lady's hope of survival. Brother Jiang Chen, since you can recognize the 9 meridians, I am sure that there must be a way to save my daughter. I am begging you to save my daughter. As long as you can save her, no matter what you want, I will give it to you. Yin Zhanyun came in front of Jiang Chen, pleadingly asking. Jiang Chen internally smiled in his mind. What he had been waiting for was a promise from Yin Zhanyun. Yin Xinyu's condition couldn't be solved by anyone other than him. The once greatest saint in the world owe him. Helping her was easy. Chapter 35. Soul Refining Pill. Chapter 35. Soul Refining Pill. Everyone was silent, looking at Jiang Chen with anticipation. They were all mortal core warriors, and just a single decision from them could shake Red City. But now they had all laid their hopes onto a young man who was barely 15 years old. They were not as arrogant and dignified as before. They were just some old men from the Yin family who had watched how Yin Xinyu grew up. She was cute, clever, and as pretty as an angel. She was the angel sent by the gods. Everyone in the Yin family, from the elders to the youngsters, all considered her to be a precious princess. And if she died, everyone would be in deep sorrow. When they actually found out that Yin Chun actually had a nine-yin body, each and every one of them started feeling large amounts of regret. What Jiang Chen had told them was still resounding within their minds. They were stupid that if Yin Chen died, then it would be their fault. Destroying their precious princess with their own hands, destroying a peerless genius that was only seen once every 10,000 years. If anything bad happened to Yin Chen, no one would be able to forgive themselves. Everyone would live the rest of their lives in regret. This kind of ending was not something they desired to see, and the young man in front of them was their only hope. Yin Zhanyun's expression was basically that of a beggar. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would reject him, because no one else except for Jiang Chen could save Yin Chen by now. A soft sigh echoed in the hall. Yin Chen stood up slowly from her seat and started walking with small steps across the hall until she reached Jiang Chen's destination. Mr. Jiang, I now know the real root of my disease. I don't have much else to worry about. And Mr. Jiang has never met before. There's no reason for Mr. Jiang to worry too much about my disease. Yin Chen said lightly, with her face looking just like the face of someone who was about to die and was telling her last wish. She spoke with such a casual tone, but Jiang Chen could clearly see the loneliness in her eyes. Maybe Yin Chen really was not afraid of dying. She had been suffering from the chilling cold in her body all these years, and she was well prepared for the day where she would have to face her death. But not being afraid of death didn't mean she wanted to die. Nobody would want to die, especially those who were still young. But what happened to Yin Chen only brought her a feeling of helplessness. Yin Chen didn't blame her father, and she would never blame the elders either. She understood that they were all just trying to help her, even though the end result was that they had stopped the construction of a ninth yin meridian in her body. Mr. Jiang, no matter what, you want to thank you for all this. Yin Chen raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Crystal clear, a look in her eyes would make anyone feel their heart painfully throb. That it was a look of despair, struggle, and unwillingness. The look she gave him was like a needle prick in Jiang Chen's heart, making his heart beat much faster. I have to save her. I must save her. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen made a firm decision, a decision so firm he had never done anything similar. I will not let you die, Jiang Chen said casually. His word had become like a warm stream that flowed right into Yin Chen's heart, causing her weak body to tremble. Brother Jiang Chen, you really have the way to save you? That's great. That's really great. Yin Zhanyun was so happy that tears almost started flowing down from his eyes. If you guys continue to feed her the pure yang fruit, even if I had unlimited knowledge, I still wouldn't be able to save her anymore. Jiang Chen groaned at them and walked back into the meeting hall. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, every one of them, including Yin Zhanyun, broke out into a cold sweat and felt lucky that Jiang Chen was here. Without him, they wouldn't have known the real reason behind Yin Chen body, and they would definitely have had her consume the pure yang fruit immediately. Yin Zhanyun patted Yin Meng's shoulder and said, Yin Meng, you've done something great this time, something really great. Yin Meng suddenly felt like he had been struck by happiness. That it was so sudden that he almost couldn't accept it. This was all because of Jiang Chen. Who would have ever thought that just by simply hiring a young man from the mercenary square, he would be able to obtain a gem? Right now, Yin Meng felt endless gratitude towards Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, then not only would Yin Chen be destined to die, he would also be dead in the mountain range by now. Mr. Jiang, do you really have a way to save me? Yin Chen looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful big eyes, now filled with desire. Of course, not only am I going to heal you, I will also help you successfully construct the last meridian so that you can become a peerless genius. The nine-yin body is incredibly rare, and it would only be a pity if we let it go to waste. Jiang Chen teased. Brother Jiang Chen, how are you going to save you? Yin Zhanyun asked impatiently. There's only one way to heal young Lady Yin completely, and that is to get rid of all the fiery dragon fruit remains in her body. I will also need to cleanse all the pure yang materials in her body, which you have been feeding her for all these years. Then we will let the ninth meridian develop on its own. Jiang Chen continued, but those pure yang materials are deeply rooted in young Lady Yan's body, and it will extremely difficult for me to get rid of them completely, especially for the fiery dragon fruit remains. Young Lady Yan's body is incredibly weak right now, so if I try to clean it by force, the yin and yang will collide, and I'm afraid her body would explode immediately. What Jiang Chen said only made Yin Zhanyin feel even more regret. He couldn't stop worrying and asked again, "Brother Jiang Chen, I believe you have a way to deal with this?" "Yes, I do have a way, but I'll need something first," Jiang Chen said. "Whatever Brother Jiang Chen needs, just let us know, as long as it isn't some extremely rare precious item. The Misty Rain Tower will be able to get them for you," Yin Zhanyin said hurriedly. "I don't want to hide this from you all, but my soul is wounded. In order to save young Lady Yan, I will need to heal my soul first. If not, I will not be able to help her," Jiang Chen said honestly. "Yin Ming, go to the Misty Rain Tower immediately. Find every single pill and potion that can heal a person's soul, then bring them over here." Yin Zhanyin turned around and told Yin Ming, although Jiang Chen asked for something for himself before he could start healing Yin Xinyu. Everyone here, including Yin Zhanyin, didn't have a single complaint about that. They weren't scared Jiang Chen would run away after getting the items. Their instincts told them that Jiang Chen was not someone like that. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was the only one who could tell them Yin Xinyu's real situation. None of the other grandmasters were able to do this. Now, Yin Xinyu's life was in Jiang Chen's hands, which was why no matter what request he made, they would do their absolute best to try and fulfill it. "All right, I'll go right now." Yin Ming was about to turn around and leave, but a mortal core warrior stopped him. "Hold on." The man who spoke was an old man wearing luxurious clothing. He was the senior elder of the Misty Rain Tower, Yin Hongtai. He was a mid-stage mortal core warrior, and in the Yin family, his position was only second to Yin Zhanyin. The Misty Rain Tower was controlled and managed by him. "Chief, do you remember that in 3 days there will be a grand auction in the Misty Rain Tower?" Yin Hongtai asked. "Yes, I know," Yin Zhanyin replied. "The item in the grand finale of the auction is a low-grade Earth-rank soul refining pill. This pill came from the inner sections of the Qi province, and it was concocted by a grand alchemist. It is also a 100% effectiveness pill," Yin Taihong said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "A low-grade Earth-rank soul refining pill? I'm so lucky." Jiang Chen felt extreme joy in his heart. The damage to his soul was serious, and if he used an ordinary pill or rare items, it would be hard to heal this soul refining pill, however, was a pill that was specifically used to heal the soul. It was a pill made from 49 herbs which could all nourish the soul. If Jiang Chen could get this pill and consume it, it would not only fully heal his soul, but it would also strengthen it. Once the soul was strengthened, it would also help his cultivation. The alchemist who could concoct a 100% effectiveness pill must at least be in late-stage Earth-rank alchemist. The Misty Rain Tower being able to obtain a precious pill like this really surprised Jiang Chen. "Uncle Tai, please bring the soul refining pill to Brother Jiang Chen," Yin Zhanyin said without any hesitation. But Yin Taihong hesitated, and the rest of the people furrowed their brows. That a pill that could heal the soul and strengthen it was worth a lot of money. And this 100% effectiveness soul refining pill was also an Earth-rank pill. Its value was unmeasurable. If it was sold in auction, then the price would at least be 100,000 gold coins. If it wasn't a precious pill, then the Misty Rain Tower would definitely not sell this item for their grand finale. "If I can get this soul refining pill, then I'll be able to heal young Lady Yan in at most 3 days," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Uncle Tai, just go. Bring the soul refining pill here. The life of you is priceless," Yin Zhanyin said. "Chief, the price of this soul refining pill is really high. Are you not afraid that this kid will be unable to heal the young lady even after obtaining the pill?" Yin Taihong whispered to Yin Zhanyin through his divine sense. "I don't think Jiang Chen is someone like that. Furthermore, only he is able to save you. Speak no more. Just go and get it," Yin Zhanyin said. "There's no need to go and get it. The soul refining pill is with me right now." Yin Taihong reached into his pocket and withdrew a white jade box. A thumb-sized pill could be seen clearly through the translucent cover of this white jade box. Although it was still in the box, Jiang Chen could still feel the strong energy from the pill. His soul couldn't stop throbbing. Yin Taihong looked at the jade box, and although he was reluctant, he still handed it over to Jiang Chen. Prepare a room for me. No one is allowed to disturb me. Once the damage to my soul is recovered, I will immediately help young Lady Yin. Also, prepare a portion of herbs for a cleansing pill. I will need that to help young Lady Yin. Jiang Chen said, Brother Jiang Chen, we have a clean pill in the Misty Rain Tower. We can go get it immediately. Yin Zhanyun said, Is it a 100% effectiveness cleansing pill? Jiang Chen looked at Yin Zhanyun. No, it isn't. Our Misty Rain Tower alchemists can only concoct restoration pills with 100% effectiveness, but they cannot concoct cleansing pills with 100% effectiveness. Yin Zhanyun answered, Then just prepare the herbs required. The cleansing pill is for young Lady Yin to consume, and she cannot afford to have any more impurities within her body. Jiang Chen said, Don't tell me Brother Jiang Chen is also an alchemist. Are you able to concoct a cleansing pill with 100% effectiveness? Yin Taihong asked. Jiang Chen didn't reply to him. Instead, soul energy was released from his body. He flipped his palm, and a fiery red flame appeared on top, dancing nonstop. Chapter 36. Mid-Stage, Qi High Realm. Chapter 36. Mid-Stage, Qi High Realm. Everyone was staring at the dancing flames on top of Jiang Chen's palm, stupefied by it and the soul power that was encompassing his body. There was no need to say anything else. Alchemist. Brother Jiang Chen is also an alchemist. He is able to control a beast's fire at such young age. This is horrifying. Everyone present was shocked. Their doubts were gone by now that a 15-year-old youngster was at the early Qi High Realm and could kill a warrior at the late-stage Qi High Realm easily. Not only that, he could also instantly recognize the 90 meridians, and he was also an alchemist who could control a rare flame, that he was a genius that could not be found anywhere. Establishing a relationship between the Misty Rain Tower and Jiang Chen was only the right thing to do. In addition, from what Jiang Chen had said, they knew that he was able to concoct cleansing pills with 100% effectiveness, shocking them even more. After everything that had just happened, they understood that this young man was not someone who would lie. Swoosh! Jiang Chen retracted as a tsunami-like soul power back into his body, the flames following as well. His face was pale. With his current condition, it wasn't really suitable for him to use soul power anymore. As you could all see, my soul is wounded, and I can hardly use my soul power. Once I use the soul refining pill and restore my soul, I'll start the healing process for young Lady Yin immediately. Jiang Chen said, Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. Yin Zhanyun visibly expressed his gratitude and joy. He turned and spoke to Yin Ming. Yin Ming, prepare a comfortable guest room for Brother Jiang Chen, and do not let anyone disturb him. If anyone gets within 100 footsteps of the room, have both his legs be broken. Yes, sir. Yin Ming answered hurriedly that he was currently extremely happy. He had become a #1 hero for the Yin family. Jiang Chen really was his lucky star. Led by Yin Ming, Jiang Chen left the meeting hall. Staring at Jiang Chen's back, Yin Qinyu's eyes had a special warmth in them. Yin Ming told me he was from Fragrant Sky City and had joined their caravan in the Mercenary Square in crowded Sky City. Yin Hong Tai said, Fragrant Sky City is such a small city. How did it manage to produce such a special young man? Send someone to check on his background immediately. A genius like him must be very famous there. Yin Zhanyun said with a smile. This young man is really special. He is just 15 to 16 years old, and any normal young man at his age would be scared and polite in front of us. He, however, looked relaxed and at ease. Just this alone points out how much different he is from the others. He also made me feel that he was incomprehensible. Yin Taihong said, If he really manages to save you, then he will be the Yin family's hero. Yin Zhanyun looked at Yin Xunyu, who was standing aside. She was the most important person in his life. He had put Yin Xunyu at the same place in his heart as Jiang Zhanhai had placed Jiang Chen in his. These two were the people they could not afford to lose. The room that Yin Ming had prepared for Jiang Chen was the best guest room in the Yin family, a very quiet and classy courtyard. From the setup alone, one could easily tell how important Jiang Chen was to them. Brother Jiang Chen, are you satisfied with the provided residence? If you're not satisfied, I can change it for you. Yin Meng said with a smile. No need to change, this place is good. Jiang Chen replied with a smile as well. I never expected Brother Jiang Chen to actually be able to find the real cause behind the young lady's disease. And you're also a genius alchemist. Sorry for not being able to find out about this earlier. Yin Meng said with a smile. He was very polite to Jiang Chen because once Jiang Chen cured Yin Shenyu, his position in the Yin family would skyrocket. There's no need to be so polite, Uncle Yin. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, just now, the chief had told me that I should give this pure yang fruit to you as well. Yin Meng said as he took out a red fist-sized fruit that was filled with pure yang energy. This little fruit contained unmeasurable amounts of energy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The pure yang fruit was a rare item that was incredibly difficult to obtain. Although the fruit in front of him was still young, it was just nice enough for him to consume. The price of the pure yang fruit wasn't as high as the soul-refining pill, but it was still a very rare item. Jiang Chen never expected Yin Zhanyun to just give it to him like this. Since that is the case, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen didn't reject the offer and took the pure yang fruit for himself. He knew that Yin Zhanyun wanted to buy his heart so that he could save Yin Shenyu with maximum effort. For the wealthy Misty Rain Tower, a pure yang fruit was nothing. They even gave Jiang Chen a soul-refining pill, so a pure yang fruit that was worth significantly less was nothing for them to worry about. However, this pure yang fruit was very important for Jiang Chen. With the combination of the soul-refining pill and the pure yang fruit, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Qi-Hai realm without any issues. Brother Jiang Chen, just concentrate on recovering, that if you need anything, just look for me at any time. Yin Meng said before he turned around and left. Jiang Chen shut the door leading to the courtyard and walked into a room. Shutting the door of that room as well, he never bothered taking a look at the room's decorations. Instead, he took out the jade box straight away. He opened the jade box impatiently. A milky white colored pill appeared in front of him, the healing fragrance permeating the surrounding air. The pill looked transparent, and it didn't have any impurities. This is indeed a pill with 100% effectiveness. Jiang Chen praised the pill before sitting down with his legs crossed. He threw the soul-refining pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Bang! The energy of the soul-refining pill started spreading in Jiang Chen's body. The pure medication turned into many streams and entered Jiang Chen's soul. Shhhhhh. The moment the pleasant feeling entered Jiang Chen's body, he couldn't stop shivering. Jiang Chen's wounded soul was like a dried-up pond, and the medication energy coming from the soul-refining pill was like a reservoir of crystal-clear water. The dried-up pond finally encountered some rain. This was the best thing that could have happened to Jiang Chen. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from Jiang Chen's body. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the energy was being dissolved and absorbed bit by bit. The severely wounded soul was recovering with great speed. The soul-refining pill brought to Jiang Chen was not only good for healing his soul, it was an earth-rank pill that's special energies as well. Those special energies flew into Jiang Chen's dantian and his qi under the control of the dragon transformation skill, making the third dragon mark in his dantian more vivid. Jiang Chen shut off all his sense and concentrated fully on the recovery of his soul. The process of healing a soul is simple. Even with the help of the soul-refining pill, one wouldn't be able to complete it in a short period of time. It had been a day since Jiang Chen sat down and started focusing on healing his soul. The next day had arrived, and not long after came midnight. There were still no signs of Jiang Chen waking up. Within the Yin family's meeting hall, the mortal core warriors who held high positions had gathered. Chief, our man has sent news from Fragrant Sky City. This Jiang Chen is not an ordinary person. Yin Hong Tai said. Tell me about it. Yin Zhanyun said. Jiang Chen, the young master of Fragrant Sky City's mayor family, he was the number one good-for-nothing useless rich kid in the city, an extremely useless fool. However, not long ago, he had a complete transformation, as if he had changed into a completely different person. A few days ago, Jiang Chen led a few men from the Jiang family and destroyed the other top family who was their rival in Fragrant Sky City overnight. Jiang Chen killed their family chief Mu Rongzhan, who was a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior himself. Yin Tai Hong said, Whatever information the Misty Rain Tower wanted, it would have to be very accurate. Furthermore, what happened in Fragrant Sky City was not a secret. The number one good-for-nothing rich kid. Do you guys really think he is someone like that? He destroyed a rival family overnight. That requires some incredibly praiseworthy abilities. Even Yin Zhanyan couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. His image of being a good-for-nothing rich kid must be a camouflage. I'm guessing he must be getting taught by some great master, that if he wasn't, it would be impossible for him to recognize the 90 meridians. A man said, "There's more." Not long before this, Li Changhong, the son of Li Shanyu, was helping the Mu Rong family in Fragrant Sky City fight the Jiang family, but he was killed by Jiang Chen on a fighting stage. Li Shanyu rushed over to Fragrant Sky City in rage to seek revenge, but Yin Hong Tai furrowed his brows. How dare he kill Li Changhong? He sure has guts, but his actions have completely offended the Li family. Oh yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to say? Yin Zhanyan looked at Yin Hong Tai. Li Shanyu returned empty-handed. The reason for this is because there's a heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family. Immediately after Yin Hong Tai spoke, everyone was shocked. What? A heavenly core warrior? Yin Zhanyan was shocked as well. Although he was a late-stage mortal core warrior, reaching the heavenly core realm was incredibly difficult. There was not even a single heavenly core warrior in Red City, so who would have thought that there was a hidden heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family? This was just too unbelievable, but it did explain why Li Shanyu returned with empty hands. I guess Jiang Chen's transformation must have something to do with that heavenly core warrior. Yin Hong Tai guessed. Listen up, stop investigating anything related to the Jiang family. As for Jiang Chen, an enemy of the Li family is our friends. Besides that, is able to cure you, he is our savior. Yin Zhanyan said with a serious expression. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. A heavenly core warrior was very powerful. What they needed to do now was try their best to secure a good relationship with Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who had shut all his senses, finally opened his eyes. Bang! Soul power was unleashed from his body like endless waves, causing a strong, invisible whirlpool in the room. Jiang Chen had completely absorbed the soul-refining pill, and not only was his soul fully healed, it was also more powerful than before. My soul power has reached the mid-stage of the mortal core realm, 3 times more powerful than it was before. Besides this, the 3rd dragon mark has been completely formed. Jiang Chen was very surprised. The greater his soul power was, the easier it would be for him to concoct pills out of course. Normal people wouldn't use their soul power to fight their enemies, because once the soul was wounded, it would be very difficult to heal it. But Jiang Chen's soul power could be used to scare people during a critical moment. If he hadn't used his soul power to scare off Li Shanyu, then the Jiang family would have been destroyed by now. My soul has recovered perfectly, and my abilities have been strengthened as well. Now is the right time to consume the pure yang fruit and break through to the mid-chi high realm. The metal needed to be struck while it was hot. Jiang Chen took out the pure yang fruit and swallowed it immediately. When dawn arrived, Jiang Chen had almost completely absorbed all the energy in the pure yang fruit, and some of the energy that he hadn't absorbed had been stored inside his body. At this point in time, the 4th dragon mark had been completely formed, and the 5th dragon mark could vaguely be seen. Jiang Chen took out a few mortal rank restoration pills and swallowed them, but a bang audibly reverberated from his body, almost as if there was a dragon swimming inside. That be why using the pure yang fruit. Jiang Chen was now a mid-chi high warrior. Chapter 37. A Young Maiden's Heart. Chapter 37. A Young Maiden's Heart. The Chi Si was trembling. 4 solid, blood-red dragon marks were wiggling simultaneously with a blinking 5th dragon mark. With a slight movement of the dragon mark, strong chi and blood were unleashed from Jiang Chen's body. The huge amounts of energy would make anyone observing this drop their jaws. It was incredible that a man's chi and blood could be so vigorous, that it was so strong that it could even be compared to some ancient beasts. The dragon transformation skill is really powerful. For every dragon mark formed, my chi and blood will be doubled, and my body will become sturdier and stronger. But in order to transform into a dragon that can fly in the skies, I still have a long way to go. If I am able to get some blood from a real dragon and feed it to the dragon marks, Then the dragon transformation skill would reach a perfect state. Too bad real dragons only exist in ancient times. There are no real dragons in the Saint Origin continent. Jiang Chen thought to himself that a real dragon was a species born from the gods that it sat on top of all other beasts, and it was an existence that no beast could compare with. But a real dragon could no longer be found in the Saint Origin continent. Jiang Chen's wish of acquiring some authentic dragon blood to use it to cultivate with the dragon transformation skill was only a dream. Jiang Chen stood up from where he sat. The benefits of this trip to Red City was great. The decision of joining the Misty Rain Tower caravan had proven to be a good one. If he didn't, then it would take him a lot more time to get the soul refining pill. Right now, not only was his soul completely recovered, but he has also reached the mid-Chi realm. With his current level, he could even fight some early mortal core warriors that, as for the other Chi warriors, he could instantly kill them without giving them any chance to resist. Jiang Chen walked out from the courtyard and saw two old men standing far away from him. They had been placed there by the Yin family to wait for Jiang Chen to finish his recovery. Jiang Chen knew these two men, as they had been with him near the caravan as well. They were standing exactly 100 footsteps away from the courtyard. Jiang Chen smiled and praised Yin Zhangyun in his heart for his hospitality. He started walking towards them. When the men saw Jiang Chen, they instantly expressed the joy on their faces. "Brother Jiang Chen, you've finished your cultivation?" Yin Xing came forward hurriedly and bowed politely to Jiang Chen as a sign of respect. 2 days ago, they had come to know that Jiang Chen was going to cure Yin Xinyu. That was why they were so polite to him. There was only a few people in the Yin family who knew about Jiang Chen's real identity. After all, Jiang Chen hadn't cured Yin Xinyu yet. Because of the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Lee family, the Yin family didn't want to let too many people know about Jiang Chen. "Yes, how's the condition of your young lady?" Jiang Chen asked. "Her condition is worsening every single day. Her condition today is worse than yesterday," Yin Xing said. "All right, inform your chief and ask him to bring the young lady here. Also, tell him to bring the herbs for the cleansing pill." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and walked back into the courtyard. Hearing this, Yin Xing immediately felt a strike of joy and left with haste. Not long after that, Yin Zhangyun, Yin Hongtai, and the rest of the mortal core warriors came with haste, Yin Xinyu following behind them too. Yin Xinyu looked more haggard than the day before. The chilling cold and the yang energy in her body were colliding and consuming her life force every single second. If she wasn't healed in time, then there was no possibility of her to living past the age of 15. Yin Zhangyun and the rest came straight into the room and saw Jiang Chen casually sitting on a chair. "Brother Jiang Chen, have you recovered?" Yin Zhangyun asked. "Yes. Have you brought the herb for the cleansing pill?" Looking at Yin Xinyu's haggard look, Jiang Chen felt some pain in his heart. "Yes, I have brought them here." Yin Zhangyun waved his hand and took out dozens of herbs from his bag, placing them all on the table in front of him. "Good. These are all good quality herbs that I'll start concocting the pill now. You all either leave this room or you stand in the corner without making a single noise." Jiang Chen stood up slowly. A yuan energy started flowing out of his body, and under the control of the yuan energy, the herbs started floating into the air. He flipped his palm, and a fiery flame appeared in the thick air. Under Jiang Chen's control, the flame was dancing like dragons made from fire. What precise control of fire! An old man was shocked by Jiang Chen's actions that he was the best alchemist in the Yin family, and although he was a mortal core warrior at the mid-stage, he was still unable to control any kinds of fire. He still needed to use a furnace when concocting pills. Buzz! Jiang Chen unleashed some soul energy and merged it with the flames. Dozens of herbs were thrown into the flames all together by Jiang Chen. "What?" the alchemist almost shouted out. The process of getting rid of impurities was the most important step when concocting pills, especially when concocting a pill like the cleansing pill that it was very difficult to get rid of all the impurities. If he was the one concocting pills, he would have removed the impurities in the herbs individually. What Jiang Chen did was throw all the herbs in together. This method of purification was almost impossible to use, as it would require almost perfect control over one's soul. Yin Zhangyun and the rest were shocked as well. Although they were not alchemists, They had seen alchemists concocting pills before, and they had never seen anyone do it like Jiang Chen. Everyone was staring at each other with unbelievable looks in their eyes. It was hard to imagine a 15 to 16-year-old young man having such incredible skill with concocting pills. This was a man with extraordinary talent. Pa. The herbs were burning hot under the flames and were making crackling sounds. The impurities in the herbs disappeared with great speed. Jiang Chen kept staring indifferently at the flames. He had a casual yet serious look on his face. Yin Shunyu, who was standing in the corner, stared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes while he was concocting the pill, lost in contemplation. Conscientious men were the most compelling. Every movement Jiang Chen made was accompanied by a dominating feel that only men had. Yin Shunyu was suffering from the chilling cold and had to stay indoors every day. She never had the chance to exit the Yin family's compound, and she had never met any man outside of the Yin family. Jiang Chen was the first one she had met, and he was here to save her. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen lightly shouted out as he retracted his soul, energy, and flames that a milky white pill could be seen spinning in front of him. Heavens, it really is a 100% effectiveness cleansing pill. It only took him 20 minutes to concoct a 100% effectiveness cleansing pill. He has my admiration from now on. The Yin family's alchemist went from being surprised to being terrified. After seeing how Jiang Chen concocted the pill with his own eyes, he had a feeling that he had wasted all his years. An incomparable genius. This was what everyone was thinking about at this moment. This young man in front of them would have a bright future. Forget about all his other abilities, just his abilities as an alchemist was enough to live a king's life. The reason why Jiang Chen showed them how he concocted pills was to show them his value. After all, the hidden heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family doesn't exist. If he could get the Yin family to help him, then the Lee family would not be a threat anymore. Next, I'll start the process of healing the young lady. Everyone has to leave the room, and during the process, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to enter the room. Jiang Chen said coldly. His eyes stared at everyone in the room. All of them had a strange feeling that with just one look from Jiang Chen, they had to obey his orders, and this was really strange. Yin Jianyin turned around and looked at Yin Xinyu. Do whatever Brother Jiang Chen tells you to do. Don't worry, Dad. Will be fine. Yin Xinyu said with a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, please take good care of you. Yin Jianyin held his fist as he spoke to Jiang Chen. Afterwards, he gathered all of the men and left the room, shutting the door as they left. Chief, don't worry. This Jiang Chen is a mysterious man, and he is not someone who is careless that I am sure he can cure you. Yin Hongtai said as he patted Yin Jianyin's shoulder. Yin Jianyin nodded his head and took a deep breath that if he told others that he wasn't worried, that would be a lie. A few of the mortal core warriors were guarding the courtyard, not daring to leave this place. Within the room, Jiang Chen was standing opposite of Yin Xinyu. Young Lady Yin, please eat this cleansing pill first. Jiang Chen then handed the cleansing pill over to Yin Xinyu. Mr. Jiang can call me Little Yu. Yin Xinyu took the cleansing pill, but her hand trembled as she accidentally touched Jiang Chen's fingers. There's no need to worry. I won't let anything happen to you. A curve appeared on Jiang Chen's mouth as he smiled brightly. And I trust you. Yin Xinyu nodded head. This was just the second time she had met Jiang Chen, and she didn't know why this young man who stood in front of her gave her such a strong sense of security. Yin Xinyu consumed the cleansing pill. After, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Sit down and cross your legs. Focus on your condition with the best of your abilities. Don't think about anything else. Jiang Chen said seriously. And Yin Xinyu followed Jiang Chen's directions and sat down on the floor. Jiang Chen squatted down and sat opposite of Yin Xinyu. Both their eyes met, and a blush graced Yin Xinyu's pretty face. Little Yu, I'll use a special method to help you remove the yang energy from your body. The process will be a little painful, so you need to bear with it. Jiang Chen said. And Little Yu can endure. Yin Xinyu nodded her head. She had been suffering from the chilling cold for 8 years. Cough. Little Yu, the cleansing pill cannot get rid of the yang energy in your body. It only helps force the yang energy hidden deep within your body out of hiding. In order to get rid of them completely, I will need to guide them from your spirit gate. I don't mean to offend you, so please don't judge me wrongly. Jiang Chen said. Hearing Jiang Chen mention the spirit gate, Yin Shinyu immediately felt shy. The spirit gate was one of the most vital points for humans, and it was very important that IT was located right at the belly button. The dragon transformation skill was able to absorb all kinds of energies. What Jiang Chen intended was to use the dragon transformation skill to guide the yang energies in Yin Shinyu's body into his own from the spirit gate. And Yin Shinyu lowered her head until her face almost touched her breasts. Why does this man have to touch my belly button? This is so embarrassing. That's not a place anyone can simply touch. I've grown so big, and my hand hasn't even been touched by a single man. You're here, and now you want to touch my spirit gate. This is so embarrassing. Jiang Chen obviously didn't know what Yin Shinyu was thinking about. He pointed his finger and suddenly touched Yin Shinyu's spirit gate. There was a very soft and tender feeling on his fingertip, and he couldn't help but become a little amorous. Ah! Yin Shinyu shouted out. Jiang Chen's fast movement caused Yin Shinyu's body to tremble. Her face completely red. She looked at Jiang Chen with a hidden, bitter expression. Why did this man act like this? He didn't even tell me he was going to touch me. I wasn't prepared at all. Hold your breath and focus. Free your body and mind completely. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. Yin Shinyu's situation was very tricky that he couldn't afford to make any mistakes while healing. Yin Shinyu didn't dare to disobey, so she immediately closed her eyes. Yuan energy and Jiang Chen's divine sense flowed into Yin Shinyu's body from her spirit gate. Chapter 38, Big Bro Jiang Chen. Chapter 38, Big Bro Jiang Chen. Yin Zhanyin was walking back and forth within the courtyard. He had an anxious and worried expression on his face, and he kept looking towards the door leading to the room where Yin Shanyu was located. Every single second was filled with suffering for him. Chief, don't worry, I'm sure you will recover and become the #1 genius in the Yin family. Yin Hongtai said in an attempt to try and comfort him. It all depends on Brother Jiang Chen. I just hope that you can overcome this challenge. If not, Yin Zhanyin didn't finish his words, but the bitter expression on his face clearly expressed that he was blaming himself. If something wrong happened to Yin Shinyu, he wouldn't be to forgive himself for the rest of his life. If anything happened to Yin Shinyu now, then it could be considered his fault. At the same time, within Red City's Lee family, Li Shanyu sat with a gloomy face in the meeting hall. The scary scar on his face was trembling. There were 5 to 6 men sitting on the left and right sides of the hall, and they were all mortal core warriors. An old man who was at the late Qi High realm walked into the hall with a panicked look on his face. Have you obtained the information? Who the hell killed Li Long and the rest? Li Shanyu asked that a few days ago in a mountain range. All the men from the Li family were killed on the spot, and most of them had died from just a single sword strike. The Li family obviously didn't believe that Yin Meng had such skills, and that was why they kept digging for the truth. Yes, we've already figured it out. There's a very high possibility that the one who killed our men is a youngster. The old man said. A youngster? Everyone was startled. Yin Meng hired some mercenaries in the mercenary square, and I've checked the background of all the mercenaries. Their skills are average, but I couldn't find anything about the youngster wearing the white robes who was the last person to join Yin Meng's caravan. According to those who were the mercenary square, this was the first time that the youngster had appeared in the mercenary square, and he didn't even know what the purpose of the mercenary square was. Later on, he joined the caravan and followed them to Red City. Not only this, someone saw Yin Meng and his men entering the Misty Rain Tower, and Yin Meng's attitude towards this youngster was polite. That's why I'm guessing that this youngster is the one who killed our man. The old man said resolutely. A youngster with such skills became a mercenary. Have you found out where this youngster came from? A man asked with a frown on his face. Not yet, but that youngster hasn't been seen since he entered the Yin family territory. The old man replied. A youngster with the ability to kill a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior. There's only a few of those in the 28 cities. You guys should remember Jiang Chen from Fragrant Sky City. The little bastard who killed Someone told me that Mu Ronghao was killed by this youngster as well. And since he was able to kill Mu Ronghao, killing someone like Li Long shouldn't be an issue. I guess this youngster is probably Jiang Chen. Li Shanyu's insidious eyes shined with intelligence. What Chief said is right. The youngster is most likely to be Jiang Chen. From how Li Long and the rest were wounded, the man must hate the Li family greatly. If it was a normal mercenary, then he wouldn't dare kill without any mercy. Another man said, "Umph, I will avenge on her no matter what. There's a hidden heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family, so there's no way for us to do anything. But this little bastard came to our city all by himself. He is just looking for death." Li Shanyu let out a cold humph and continued, "But I need to confirm this little bastard's identity. Send someone and catch those mercenaries who are following the Misty Rain Tower's caravan immediately." "Yes, sir." The old man bowed, turned around, and left. Later in the evening, it has been a day since Jiang Chen begun healing Yin Shenyu. There were no sounds coming from this roof, and yet Yin Zhanyun was waiting impatiently in the courtyard. He kept rubbing both of his hands. Inside the room, Jiang Chen was sitting opposite of Yin Shenyu. His finger was touching Yin Shenyu's spirit gate. Yin Shenyu's weak body was trembling violently. Her beautiful face was covered in sweat, and her clothes were wet and tightly attached to her body. This made her curvy body even more seductive, and if it was any other man, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this kind of sight. But Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint in the world. There was nothing that can move his heart. But the pain that Yin Shenyu was feeling only made Jiang Chen pity her. This was a very painful process. Yin Shenyu's teeth were trembling, but she never made a single noise. Even men couldn't compete with this level of endurance. Buzz. Streams of yang energy flowed out of the spirit gate and was absorbed into Jiang Chen's own body. After a whole day, the cleansing pill was still producing great results. It had forced all the hidden yang energy in Yin Shenyu's body out, helping her get rid of the impurities in her body. The 8 meridians could now clearly be sensed. By absorbing the yang energy from Yin Shenyu's body into his own body, Jiang Chen could enjoy great benefits as well. Yin Shenyu's situation right now was just like a situation for all these years. She had consumed an abundance of yang energy all these years, and it had been kept inside of her body. Now all of this energy had been absorbed by Jiang Chen, and with the help of the dragon transformation skill, he had turned that energy into his own. The 5th dragon mark could be clearly seen now. It was completely formed. Little you, the 8 meridians in your body have now been revealed, and later they will unleash an intensely chilling cold. With the collision of these 8 meridians, you will be able to construct the 9th meridian. This is why I need to absorb all the yang energy in your body faster. If not, when the chilling cold and the yang energy collide, the results will be severe. Now we've reached the last step, and it will be very painful. You will need to endure it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he reminded Yin Shenyu. "Big bro Jiang Chen, I'm not scared. Can I call you big bro Jiang Chen?" Yin Shenyu asked softly in her dazed state. This was how a young girl would normally behave. Jiang Chen was the first man she met, and also the first man she had physical contact with. Besides this, Jiang Chen was saving her life now that it was only natural that Jiang Chen had entered her heart. And Jiang Chen nodded his head. Hearing her call him Big Bro Jiang Chen made his heart warm. In his past life, although he was the greatest saint, he was a cultivation addict who only focused on cultivation. His love life was a blank page, and in this life, he wanted to become a normal human with normal emotions and experiences. Buzz. Waves of chilling air surrounded them as the buzzing sound intensified. Jiang Chen was about to enter the last step. He was going to use the dragon transformation skill to absorb all the yang energy in Yin Shenyu's body in one go. Yin Shenyu's body trembled even more violently. The sudden eruption had a great impact on her spirit gate. She couldn't bear with it anymore, and even with her tough endurance, she started screaming. Yin Zhanyun's body started trembling. Yin Shenyu's scream was like a knife stabbing into his heart. He became like a lion who had lost all sense and started walking towards the room. Seeing this, Yin Hongtai and the other men hurriedly tried to stop him. "Chief, you can't go in there. Brother Jiang Chen told us that no matter what happens, we can't enter this room. Chief, we all know that Yuer is suffering great amounts of pain right now, but hasn't she been suffering all these years? She has gone through this pain all these years, and even if you enter that room, there's nothing you can do to help. And if Brother Jiang Chen is disturbed, then we will all start regretting it later." After listening to what his men told him, Yin Zhanyun finally calmed down. "I was being reckless. I have been hurting Yuer for all this time. that I can't make the same mistake again at this critical time. Yin Jianyin took a deep breath and clenched his fists together tightly. Although he was still worried, he didn't dare act recklessly anymore. After another hour, Jiang Chen finally absorbed the last bit of yang energy from Yin Xinyu's body. At the same time, an extreme chilling cold erupted from Yin Xinyu's body. Big bro Jiang Chen, I'm going to construct the 9th E meridian now, Yin Xinyu said. She could clearly feel that the E meridians in her body were crossing each other like bridges, all entering into her dantian. Right after Yin Xinyu spoke, the chilling cold erupted from her body like frosty ice. Jiang Chen was shocked, and he even started shivering. During the construction of the 9th E meridian, its chilling cold would be at its strongest. Jiang Chen didn't want to feel that even with the protection of the dragon transformation skill. Swoosh! Jiang Chen stood up immediately and kicked the door open, dashing out of the room like a lightning strike. The chilling cold covered everything in the room like a tidal wave right after he exited. Crack! The room made some crackling sounds, and everything within 3 meters of Yin Xinyu's was completely frozen. An icy veil was formed on the door that had been kicked open. Everything in the room was covered by silver frost. The extreme cold had made Yin Jianyin and the rest shiver. They all immediately moved away at least 3 meters. This chilling cold is so extreme. It is at least 10 times colder than what it has been before, Yin Hongtai said with his eyes wide open, and his face was that of shocked man. The chilling cold will be at its strongest during the birth of the 9th E meridian, Jiang Chen said. Yin Jianyin turned to Jiang Chen and asked, Brother Jiang Chen, how is your... Don't worry, all the impurities in her body are gone, and the E meridians are awakening now. If it weren't, where do you think this extreme cold would come from? Besides, because little Yu has gone through the painful process of constructing the previous 8 E meridians, she won't feel any pain during the awakening of the 9th E meridian. She will enter a special mental state, and the whole process will take at least 3 days. Chief, you can just relax and wait for the birth of a peerless genius seen only once every century, Jiang Chen said. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, everyone from the Yin family started jumping in joy. Even Yin Jianyin was jumping around without any concern for his image. Yin Jianyin started laughing out loud. He hugged Jiang Chen before he could react. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you very much. You saved you, or in the future, all of your problems will be my problems. Jiang Chen immediately pushed Yin Jianyin away with a frightened expression on his face. Come on, men aren't supposed to be so intimate with each other. I can't accept this hug of yours. Furthermore, I don't like hugging other men. Brother Jiang Chen really possesses a God-given talent. You have my eternal respect, Yin Hongtai said as he held his fist with his palm respectfully. All right, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb little Yu. She needs time to adjust to and learn how to control the 9 meridians. Jiang Chen told everyone. Don't worry, Brother Jiang Chen. I will guard her personally. Finishing what he said, Yin Jianyin looked towards Yin Meng, who stood beside him with a joyful look on his face. Yin Meng, prepare another place for Brother Jiang Chen to stay. Let him have a good rest now. Chapter 39. Causing Trouble at the Front Entrance. Chapter 39. Causing Trouble at the Front Entrance. Yin Jianyin was extremely thrilled. He hadn't experienced a single moment of happiness during these past 8 years. Not long after Yin Xinyu was born, her mother passed away. Before she died, however, she had specifically asked Yin Jianyin to take good care of their daughter. All these years, he had treated her like a special princess, and her disease had always troubled him. But now that disease was completely gone. The gratefulness he felt towards Jiang Chen couldn't be described with words. No matter what Jiang Chen wanted, he would give it to him. Jiang Chen never left to rejuvenate. He was not tired at all, feeling energetic instead. The soul-refining pill and the pure yang fruit, combined with the yang energy from Yin Xinyu's body, had given him unimaginable benefits. The room was frozen. The chilling cold unleashed from Yin Xinyu's body could be felt by every single person in the Yin family. Every one of them was shocked. Such an intense cold. Is the young lady's disease striking up again? I bet it is. Poor young lady. This time the disease is striking much harder than the previous times. I wonder if she will be able to make it. If something happens to young lady, the chief will be very sad. Everyone in the Yin family had sad expressions on their faces. They didn't know that Yin Shunyu was actually undergoing a transformation that would make her significantly stronger. Not long after that, a young man dressed in white came over with a panicked expression. He was handsome with a jade white facial complexion. He looked anxious when he saw that the room was frozen. His face immediately transformed into an awful look. What happened to little you? Why did the disease strike with so much strength this time? The young man asked worriedly. Yin Yang, don't worry. You is perfectly all right now. Yin Jianyan told him. The young man named Yin Yang was Yin Xinyu's cousin and the #1 genius in the Yin family. He was only 21 years, and he had reached the late Qi-Hai realm. He was the one with the highest chance of breaking through to the mortal core realm before turning 25. Because the news of Jiang Chen healing the young lady had been contained, not many people knew. Not even Yin Yang was aware of this. Besides, Yin Yang was busy with cultivation and also managing the Misty Rain Tower, so he rarely paid any attention to these matters. Chief, what happened? Yin Yang asked with a puzzled expression. There was such an intense cold, yet the chief told him it would be perfectly all right. Here, let me introduce you. Yin Jianyan introduced Jiang Chen to Yin Yang. This is brother Jiang Chen, and he is the one who cured Yuer. Yuer was actually not sick, but she had a rare body condition called the 9 meridians. Now is a crucial time for the awakening of her 9 meridians, and once it is awoken, we will see a peerless genius that can only be seen once a century in the Yin family. The 9 meridians? This was the first time Yin Yang had heard about it, but this doesn't matter compared to the young man in front of him who had saved Yin Xinyu. He was shocked that this young man who seemed to be younger than him had the ability to save his cousin. My name is Yin Yang. I'm little Yu's cousin. I want to thank brother Jiang for saving Xiaoyu. Yin Yang held his fist and expressed his gratitude towards Jiang Chen honestly. Don't mention it, brother Yin. Jiang Chen smiled. The first impression that Yin Yang gave him was not bad. Yin Yang, when you're free, do spend some time with brother Jiang Chen. Not only has he seen a lot and has great experience, he is also a genius alchemist. He is truly a genius amongst geniuses. Yin Jianyan never tired of praising Jiang Chen. Oh, really? Yin Yang's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiang Chen with even more respect than he did previously. That same night, everyone was staying and guarding Yin Xinyu. Jiang Chen was staying as well, because this young lady who had called him Big Bro Jiang Chen had touched his heart. The next morning when the sky started brightening, the front entrance to the Misty Rain Tower became noisy. Not long after that, many people gathered, making it congested. Oh no, oh no. Outside of the courtyard, Yin Xing ran with a panicked expression on his face while breathing rapidly. Yin Xing, what happened? Why are you panicking? Yin Jianyun asked. Yin Xing gazed at Jiang Chen, who was standing on the sidelines, and said, The men from the Lee family are here. Lee family? Although we argue a lot with them, we haven't really declared war with them. How dare they come to the front entrance of our Misty Rain Tower and start making trouble? What does Li Shanyu actually want? Yin Yang became angry and asked. Li Shanyu came for brother Jiang Chen. He brought his men, and they are now blocking the front entrance, demanding that Chief hands brother Jiang Chen over to them. There are many people gathered there who wants to see what happens. Yin Xing explained. Jiang Chen, who was standing beside, furrowed his brows. This Li Shanyu came here just for him. No one knows about brother Jiang Chen staying here. So how could Li Shanyu know about that? Humph. Yin Xing, go tell Li Shanyu that Jiang Chen is an important guest of the Yin family. If he wants to hurt Jiang Chen, that is equal to declaring war with me. Yin Jianyan let out a cold humph and spoke in a cold manner. Chief, Li Shanyu caught Wang Ting and the other 3 men. They were the ones who followed our caravan that day. He said that if brother Jiang Chen doesn't show up, he will kill them in front of our Misty Rain Tower. Yin Xing said hurriedly. He had fought alongside Wang Ting and the others before. They had gone through life and death situations together. They were now caught by Li Shanyu, and that made him worried. If Jiang Chen didn't want to go out, then Li Shanyu would kill them, as that was something he would do. Right after Yin Xing spoke, Jiang Chen started walking towards the outside. Brother Jiang Chen. Yin Jianyin called out to Jiang Chen. Everyone started following him immediately. Now they all knew why Li Shanyu was so sure that Jiang Chen was staying in the Yin family. Jiang Chen had never bothered hiding his real identity before this. There were so many men from the Lee family killed in the mountain range, so the Lee family would definitely want to find out who did that. It was very easy for them to find out that Jiang Chen was the culprit. Now, they had Wang Ting and the other 3 men in their hands. Jiang Chen walked in front of the others. He looked calm, but a killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Never had anyone dared to threaten him. Those who did would all have a miserable ending. How dare Li Shanyu threaten him with Wang Ting and the other 3 men? This had made Jiang Chen really pissed off. He was now enraged. He barely knew Wang Ting and the other 3 men, and he had never really developed a friendship with them. But he didn't want anyone innocent to suffer because of him. At the Misty Rain Tower's front entrance, crowds were gathering. There were 7 to 8 men from the Li family, and their leader was none other than the chief of the Li family, Li Shanyu. There were another 2 Mortal Core warriors behind him. His looks resembled Li Changhong, and he was another son of Li Shanyu. He projected great energy that was not any weaker than Yin Yang, another genius in Red City. Next to the Li family group, 4 adults with their clothes torn apart had their hands and feet tied with a thick metal chain. Their faces were filled with blood stains, and their internal energy was a mess. All of them were wounded. Yin Zhangyun, hurry up and hand over that little bastard. I'll give you another 3 minutes, and if he is still not here, then I will start killing someone. Li Shanyu's voice was loud and could be heard from far. Who is this Jiang Chen? How come he made the chief of the Li family so angry that he would even come here, personally, to get him? I don't think there's anyone from the Misty Rain Tower named Jiang Chen. You don't know about this? I was told that not long before this, the 3rd son of the Li family, Li Changhong, was killed in Fragrant Sky City. The killer is this Jiang Chen. The chief of the Li family went to Fragrant Sky City himself a few days ago, and I don't know why, but he came back, empty-handed. No one would have thought that Jiang Chen would come to Red City and even stay in the Misty Rain Tower. What the heck? This Jiang Chen really is, guys. How dare he kill the son of the Li family? Li Shanyu only had 3 sons, and he loved the youngest son the most. No wonder Li Shanyu is so angry. This is going to be exciting. Everyone was whispering to each other. The news of Jiang Chen killing Li Changhong had spread fast amongst them. Now everyone understood why Li Shanyu came to the Misty Rain Tower to cause trouble. Soon, Yin Zhangyun and the men came out from the Misty Rain Tower. Li Shanyu, how dare you cause trouble in front of our Misty Rain Tower? Do you think there's no one who can fight you from the Yin family? Yin Zhangyun was very aggressive as he expressed his domineering attitude. He shouted out loud when he appeared. Oomph. Yin Zhangyun, I'm not looking to fight with you today. What I want is that little bastard Jiang Chen. Hand him over now. Li Shanyu let out a cold humph. His snake-like vision gazed at all the men from the Yin family until it finally landed on Jiang Chen. Both his eyes lit up and he said, You are that Jiang Chen? Li Shanyu, your life was spared last time at the Jiang family. Not only are you not grateful, but now you are disrespecting me? You're not better than an animal. Jiang Chen said in an annoyed manner. Oomph. It really is you. You killed my son, so you will die today, even if you have 9 lives. Little bastard, if you took good care of your life by staying in the Jiang family mansion, then maybe I would have let you live. But I really didn't think that you'd throw away your life by coming to Red City. You were just looking to meet death. Li Shanyu said while grinding his teeth. He wished he could just run forward and rip Jiang Chen into pieces. Li Shanyu, Jiang Chen is a very important guest of our Misty Rain Tower. He is not someone you can hurt as you wish. The Misty Rain Tower will protect Jiang Chen at all costs. If you want to kill him, then you better have the ability to defeat the Misty Rain Tower first. What Yin Zhangyun said was very straightforward and loud, making sure that everyone could hear him clearly. I never heard of this Jiang Chen before. As a man who just came from Fragrant Sky City, how come he is backed by the Misty Rain Tower? Listening to what Yin Zhangyun said, he is going to use all of the Yin family's power to protect Jiang Chen. I can tell that Jiang Chen is a genius, but I don't think he's worth enough to get such protection. Yin Zhangyun is not an idiot. There must be a reason why he is so protective towards Jiang Chen. Many people, including Li Shanyu, were clueless. They didn't understand why Yin Zhangyun wanted to protect Jiang Chen. Was it just because Jiang Chen had helped Yin Ming kill the men for the Li family? That didn't seem to be enough. A sneer smile emerged on Li Shan-yu's face again. If Yin Jianyin really waned to protect Jiang Chen with all of the Yin family's power, then there was no way he could hurt Jiang Chen. With the current strength of the Li family, he didn't dare declare war with the Misty Rain Tower. But Li Shanyu was prepared. He signaled a man who was standing beside him. The man saw the signal, and he pulled Wang Ting and the other men to the front of the crowd. Chapter 40, Li Changhao. Chapter 40, Li Changhao. Cling. The man took out a shining blade and placed it against Wang Ting's neck. Jiang Chen, these 4 men are the mercenaries who followed you. I wonder if you're willing to see them die in front of you just because of your own decisions. Li Shanyu looked at Jiang Chen with a malicious smile. Despicable. Yin Ming shouted out in disgust. This matter had nothing to do with Wang Ting and the other 3 men. The 4 of them were innocent and shouldn't be involved in this. Yin Ming had fought and gone through life and death situations together with them, and if they die in front of him, he will also suffer. Haha. Li Shanyu, kill us if you want to. You have erroneously estimated the importance of our friend. Brother Jiang Chen and I have barely met before this, and we never had a close friendship. Your plan of using us to threaten Brother Jiang Chen is not going to work. Wang Ting laughed out loud. The sharp blade had left a cut on his neck, and he was bleeding. However, he didn't show a single sign of fear. Just this daring attitude alone made the people around him give him a thumbs up. He really was a tough guy. Kill us if you want. If I even move my brows, I will be the son of a tortoise. My life was saved by Brother Jiang Chen. Because of him, I was able to live 2 more days, and I've earned enough. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm Niu Ming, and I was the one who told him your name. I'm sorry. The other 3 men were man enough to not show any fear at all. As a mercenary, every single one of them was a tough guy. Those who walked the mercenary path were destined to die someday. And when they chose this path, they had already prepared for the worst. When the day finally arrived, they would not need to show any fear at all. Good. Since you are all so tough, I will grant you your wishes. Kill them now. Li Shanyu strengthened his spirit and said coldly. Stop it. Jiang Chen shouted. He took 2 steps forward, and with a cold expression on his face, he said, Li Shanyu, as the chief of the Li family, one of the greatest powers in Red City, how can you use such a despicable trick when dealing with a young man like me? Disgraceful isn't enough to describe you. The smile on Li Shanyu's face froze. What Jiang Chen said was right. Someone with his status using such a trick really was disgraceful. Brother Jiang Chen, you're safe as long as you stay in the Misty Rain Tower. There's no need for you to risk your life for someone like us. Your life is much more precious than ours. Wang Ting said, I'm not a great man, but I would never let someone innocent suffer because of me. I would never let anyone face the consequences that are mine alone. Jiang Chen said casually. There was not really much sentiment between Wang Ting and Jiang Chen. They had just met not long before this, and their lives had nothing to do with him. However, the current situation was different. What happened to them now was all because of Jiang Chen. This was why he had to save them. Enough nonsense. Jiang Chen, come forward and face your death. After that, I'll let them go. Li Shanyu shouted coldly. Li Shanyu, you really don't give a shit about your reputation anymore. As the chief of the Li family, how can you threaten a young man with such a disgraceful tactic? Yin Jianyin walked beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had just saved Yin Chenyu. He was the savior of the Yin family, and he cannot let anything bad happen to his savior. He had to protect Jiang Chen's safety today, even if the cost was the lives of 4 mercenaries. That's right. This tactic is too mean, and it just doesn't fit with Chief Li's status. True, someone like Li Shanyu should use another tactic for revenge. He's just a young man. The crowd started discussing this, and the discussion increased in volume. This was what a famous person needed to face in Red City. Li Shanyu was someone famous, and his actions represented the Li family. Li Shanyu furrowed his brows. He never expected the situation to become like this. It looked like if he really wanted to kill Wang Ting and the other 3 men, his reputation would be damaged. This was not a good thing for the Li family in Red City's future. Chief Li, why don't you let your son fight Jiang Chen? If your son can kill Jiang Chen, then you will have your revenge. Someone from the crowd suggested. That's right. This is a good idea. Let us all see a fight between geniuses. More and more people immediately started agreeing with the idea. Those who enjoyed a good show would never be bored with more entertainment. Everyone wanted to know what skills Jiang Chen had, how he was able to kill Li Changhong, and why he was respected by the Misty Rain Towers so much. Hearing the suggestion, Li Shanyu looked at the young man who stood beside him. Li Shanyu had 3 sons, and they were all geniuses. The eldest son was Li Chongming, and the second son was Li Chonghao. They had both reached the late Qi-Hai realm at a young age. Li Chongming was cultivating behind closed doors and was trying to form his mortal core, and the youngest son, Li Changhong, was killed by Jiang Chen in Fragrant Sky City. The young man who stood beside Li Shanyu was his second son, Li Chonghao,